So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was raised and trained by Narcissa Malfoy. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also, due to some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro, so remember to skip 30 to 35 seconds of my videos before starting the actual story. And we are super close for our 10k subscribers, so if you're watching this and haven't subscribed yet, please make sure to subscribe. It means a lot to me. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The night smells like burnt stone and wet earth, the kind of stink that clings to the back of your throat and will not leave. Narcissa's shoes sink into mud at the edge of the lane, and she hates that the mud makes a sound. Every small sound feels too loud here, like the village itself is holding its breath and waiting to see who speaks first. She keeps her wand low, close to her thigh, and she does not hurry. Rushing is how people die. Rushing is how people miss details. The cottage ahead is not a cottage anymore. It is a wound. Brick and timber have been peeled open, as if a giant hand reached down and tore the roof away. Smoke crawls out of the exposed beams in thin, sick lines. The air tastes of magic that has gone wrong, magic that has broken its own rules. Narcissa stops where the lane bends. She closes her eyes for a heartbeat. Listening. No footsteps, no voices, no curse fire, no triumphant laughter. Only a baby crying, thin and stubborn, from somewhere inside the ruin. Her eyes open. Pale, sharp, steady. Her pulse is steady too, which annoys her a little. She has always thought shock should feel larger than this, louder, more dramatic. Instead, it is like ice under her ribs, quiet and certain. She steps forward. The wards on this place are shredded, but not gone. Frayed threads of protection still cling to the stones. She can feel them snagging on her skin like spider silk. Something powerful was here, and something else answered it, and now the echo hangs in the air. Narcissa raises her wand and whispers, "Lumos." A thin white light spills out. Not bright, not soft either. The beam cuts through the smoke. She moves carefully, picking her way over splintered wood and shattered glass. A picture frame lies face down in the mud, half buried. A child's toy, scorched, lies on its side with one eye melted shut. She does not pick them up. She is not here to grieve strangers. Not tonight. A dark smear on the wall catches her eye, and she forces herself to look at it properly. Blood already drying. The mark of a body dragged or thrown. There is more blood farther in under a broken chair. A woman's body. Red hair fanned across the floor like a spilled ribbon. Her arm bent wrong. Her fingers still curled, as if she was reaching for something she could not save. Lily Potter. Narcissa's throat tightens. Not sympathy, not really. Something more complicated. Memory, perhaps. The one time she saw Lily at a distance, laughing with other students, bright and careless. The kind of girl Narcissa would have pretended to despise. The kind of girl Narcissa secretly feared, because Lily never looked like she was afraid of anything. Now Lily's eyes are open and empty. Narcissa swallows hard. She keeps moving. The baby's cry is louder now, coming from the wreckage of a cot that has been thrown against the far wall. The mattress is split. The blankets are half burned, half soaked. A small bundle is wedged between broken slats like someone tried to hide him at the last second. Narcissa crouches. Her wand light trembles, just slightly, because her hand has decided to betray her. The baby's face is red with crying. Dark hair sticks to his forehead in damp curls. There is a fresh cut on his brow, shaped like a jagged line, and the skin around it looks angry, like the wound itself is furious. His eyes, when he looks at her, are green. The crying pauses. Not because he is soothed, because he is watching. Narcissa's breath catches. For one ridiculous second, she expects to see her own face reflected in those eyes, the way she sees herself in mirrors. Instead, she sees something else, something old and deep that does not belong in a baby's stare. Then the baby opens his mouth and screams again, as if he has decided she is just as dangerous as the smoke and the blood. "All right?" Narcissa whispers, voice too soft to be heard over the wailing. "All right, hush. I am not here to harm you." A lie, perhaps, or a truth she has not earned yet. She reaches into the cot. The baby flails, fists punching at the air. Narcissa's fingers brush the blanket, and magic prickles up her arm like static. There is something around him, not a ward she recognizes, something instinctive, something that bites. She pulls her hand back sharply. The baby's cry turns shriller, offended that she dared stop. Narcissa stares at him, then at the ruins, then at Lily's body. She did not plan for this. She came because rumors run faster than owls. The Dark Lord went to Godric's Hollow. There was a prophecy involved, whispers in pureblood halls, fear behind closed doors. Narcissa came because fear can be a kind of compass. It points you toward the danger you must understand. But she did not plan to find a child alive in the wreckage. She hears a faint sound outside, far down the lane. A rush of air, like something large moving quickly. Someone is coming. Narcissa's mind moves fast now. She can already see the choices like doors in a corridor. Leave the child and go. Take the child and run. Hide and watch. Kill the child and pretend she was never here. Her stomach turns at the thought, sharp and violent, not because she is soft, because she is tired. Because she has watched too many men decide that killing a child is easy, is practical, is necessary. Because she has watched it lead to nothing but more blood. Another sound closer now. Heavy steps, not stealthy. Someone running. Narcissa flicks her wand, knocks. The light dies. Smoke and darkness swallow the ruin, but her eyes adjust quickly. She slides behind a broken beam and waits, wand angled toward the hole where the front wall used to be. A shape appears in the gap, massive and hunched, shoulders filling the space. A giant of a man, hair wild, coat flapping. He carries a broken motorbike helmet under one arm. Rubeus Hagrid. He lurches into the ruin with all the delicacy of a collapsing wardrobe. "Lily?" he says, voice thick, strangled. "James?" "Oh, no, no, no." No. Narcissa does not move. She watches him stumble to Lily's body. He drops to his knees, great hands hovering as if he is afraid to touch her and make it real. He makes a sound that is half sob, half roar. Then the baby cries again, and Hagrid's head snaps up. His eyes go wide. He scrambles toward the cot, knocking aside debris without thinking. "There, where?" he says, voice cracking. "Oh, thank Merlin. Harry, little Harry." He reaches in, just like Narcissa did, and the baby screams, but Hagrid does not pull back. His hand closes around the baby with surprising gentleness. He lifts him out, cradling him against his chest. Narcissa sees the baby's fist clutch Hagrid's coat. Tiny fingers gripping as if the world is falling apart, and this cloth is all that keeps him from dropping into darkness. Hagrid rocks him. "It's all right," he murmurs. "You're safe now. I got ye." "I got ye." Narcissa's chest tightens again, annoyingly. She hates that she can feel anything at all. Hagrid stands, turning, scanning the ruin, eyes wet and furious. "Who did this?" he whispers, not really asking. Then he looks up toward the night sky, as if he expects an answer to drop out of it. Narcissa keeps her wand steady. If Hagrid sees her, She will have to act quickly. She is not afraid of him, not exactly, but he is unpredictable, and unpredictable things are dangerous. Hagrid shifts the baby to one arm and fumbles in his coat with the other, pulling out a crumpled letter. He squints at it, lips moving as he reads under his breath. "All right," he says, voice firmer. "Professor Dumbledore said I'm to bring yes straight to him." Straight away. Dumbledore. The name lands like a stone in Narcissa's stomach. Hagrid moves toward the gap in the wall again, baby clutched close. He pauses, looking back at Lily's body, and his face twists. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "I'm so sorry." Then he turns and leaves, heavy steps fading into the lane. Narcissa stays still until the sound is gone. Only then does she breathe out. She should leave. She should go back to the manor and pretend she never stepped foot here. That would be the clever thing, the safe thing. But the baby's cry, now muffled against Hagrid's coat, echoes in her head, and she sees a flicker in her mind sharp as lightning. A boy older, thin and pale, standing in a grand hallway with black and green banners, his hair too dark for his skin, his eyes furious. A blond boy in front of him, sneering, saying something cruel. A girl's laugh from somewhere behind, dreamy and distant, a voice calm and old, saying, "He is not yours." Narcissa's breath stutters. The vision is gone as quickly as it came, leaving her with the taste of copper on her tongue. That is not normal. She has never had visions. Not like that. Her aunt used to talk about second sight after too much wine, but Narcissa always thought it was mostly nonsense and attention-seeking. Yet that flash felt real. It felt like being shoved into another room and yanked back out. Narcissa looks at the empty cot. If she does nothing, Dumbledore will take the child. Dumbledore will place him somewhere safe, somewhere strategic. Dumbledore will shape the boy into a weapon wrapped in a martyr's story. If Narcissa acts, she will be stealing him from the most powerful wizard in Britain. She laughs once, very softly. The sound is bitter, and she moves. She strides out into the lane, wand tucked up her sleeve now, her cloak pulled tight. The night air is cold enough to sting. She follows the heavy tracks Hagrid has left in the mud, keeping to the shadows of hedges and trees. Hagrid is fast for someone his size, but he is not quiet. Narcissa uses his noise as cover, slipping along behind him, always just out of sight. They reach the edge of the village where the lane opens into a field. The sky above is clear, stars sharp and uncaring. Hagrid stops near a cluster of trees and looks around, muttering. "Where's that bike?" he says. Sirius said he'd lend it, but I don't see him. Narcissa freezes behind a trunk. Sirius Black. The name stirs another flicker in her head, a blur of a man with dark hair and laughter like thunder, screaming in the street, his face cracked open with grief. She grips her wand so hard her knuckles ache. Hagrid shifts the baby again. The baby whimpers, exhausted now, a soft broken sound, and Narcissa decides. She steps out from behind the tree. Hagrid spins, wand flying up clumsily. "Who's there?" he bellows. Narcissa keeps her hands visible, wand still hidden. "Hagrid," she says, voice calm. "Do not point that thing at me. You will drop it." Hagrid's eyes widen. He squints, recognizing her in the starlight. "Mrs. Malfoy," he blurts, shocked. "What are ye doing here?" Narcissa steps closer, slow, controlled. "I could ask you the same." Hagrid bristles. "Professor Dumbledore sent me. I'm taking Harry to him." Narcissa's gaze drops to the baby's face. His eyes are half closed now, lashes clumped with tears. His scar looks raw against his skin. Narcissa's voice softens without permission. He is injured. You are carrying him like a sack of flour. Hagrid looks offended. I'm carrying him fine. He is safe with me. He is safe until someone stops you, Narcissa says. And someone will. There are people who will want him dead, even if the Dark Lord is gone. There are people who will want him for what he represents. Hagrid frowns, confusion tugging at his brows. Dumbledore knows that. Dumbledore knows many things, Narcissa says, and she lets the bitterness show. But he does not own this child. Hagrid's grip tightens. He's Harry Potter. He belongs with his kind, with people who look after him. Narcissa's mouth quirks. And you believe that will happen? Truly. Hagrid's eyes narrow. What are yes saying? Narcissa takes another step. They are close enough now that she can smell smoke and sweat on his coat, and baby powder, faintly, from the child. I am saying that Dumbledore will hide him, she says. He will put him somewhere small and ordinary, away from power, away from knowledge, away from the truth. He will call it safety. It will be control. Hagrid's face reddens. Dumbledore wouldn't. Narcissa's voice turns sharp. He would, and you know it, even if you do not want to. Hagrid shifts his feet, uneasy. He is not used to being challenged by someone who speaks like a knife. The baby stirs and makes a small sound, like a sigh. His fist loosens from Hagrid's coat and then clenches again, searching. Narcissa's stomach twists. She does not give herself time to think further. Her wand slides into her hand in one smooth motion. She points it low, not at Hagrid's chest, but at the ground near his feet. Incarcerus, she says. Ropes burst from the earth, thick and fast, wrapping around Hagrid's ankles and calves. He yells in surprise, stumbling. His arms jerk, and the baby's head lolls dangerously. Narcissa's heart slams. She moves instantly, stepping in, grabbing the baby with both hands as Hagrid falls. The baby's weight is warm and shocking against her. His skin is too soft. He smells like smoke and milk and fear. Hagrid hits the ground with a thud that shakes the dirt. The ropes hold him, but he still thrashes, roaring. What in blazes are ye doing? He shouts. Let me go. Narcissa backs away, baby held tight to her chest. The baby begins to cry again, weakly, confused by the sudden change. Hush! Narcissa murmurs, and she does not know who she is speaking to, herself or him. Hagrid glares up at her, eyes fierce. Yet can't take him, he growls. Dumbledore will find ye. Narcissa's lips curve. Let him try. Hagrid's face hardens. He's not for you. He's not for Malfoys. Narcissa looks down at the baby's scar. Her voice is cold now. He is not for anyone, she says. He is a child. She turns and walks into the dark. Behind her, Hagrid struggles against the ropes, swearing. Mrs. Malfoy. He bellows, voice breaking. Narcissa, please. Don't. Ye don't know what ye're doin'. Narcissa does not look back. She disappears into the trees where she has hidden her broom. She mounts it with the baby clutched close, one arm wrapped around him, the other steadying the handle. The baby's cries are swallowed by the wind as she rises. As the village shrinks below, Narcissa's vision blurs again, not from tears, but from something stranger. A flash of a tall man with half-moon spectacles, his face grim, saying, I trusted you. A flash of a pale boy with blonde hair, his mouth twisted, whispering, You stole him from me. A flash of a girl with pale hair and dreamy eyes, reaching out a hand and saying, I believe you. Narcissa clenches her jaw until her teeth ache. The future is pressing in on her like a storm. and she has just stepped into it. The Malfoy manor gates rise out of the night like the ribs of a beast. Black iron, sharp curves. Old magic humming in the metal. The hedges are trimmed to perfection, even in darkness. The gravel crunches under Narcissa's shoes as she lands in the courtyard, broom vanishing into her hand with a flick. The front door opens before she can knock. Lucius stands in the doorway, robe immaculate, hair tied back, eyes bright with the kind of alertness that only fear can bring. He takes one look at Narcissa's face, then at the bundle in her arms, and his mask cracks. "What have you done?" he says, voice low, almost a hiss. Narcissa walks past him without slowing. "Close the door," she says. "And ward it?" Lucius stares at her as if she has brought a live bomb into his home. Then he snaps his wand up and murmurs a sequence of charms Narcissa knows as well as breathing. The door slams. Locks click. The air shifts as wards settle like invisible chains. Narcissa moves through the foyer and into the main sitting room. The chandeliers glow softly, throwing warm light over pale marble and dark wood. It looks too peaceful for what she is holding. The baby cries, small and angry now, as if he has realized he is in a stranger's house. Lucius follows, steps quick, controlled. "Narcissa," he says, voice sharpening. "Tell me you did not do what I think you did." Narcissa lowers herself onto the edge of a sofa. She adjusts the baby, supporting his head properly. His cries hiccup. He stares at her again, green eyes wide. Lucius stops in front of her. His gaze flicks over the baby's scar. His face goes very still. "No," he whispers. Narcissa meets his eyes. "Yes." Lucius's throat moves as he swallows. "That is Harry Potter." Narcissa does not blink. "It is." Lucius takes a step back, as if the name itself burns. "The Dark Lord went for him. The Dark Lord is gone." Narcissa says, and she hears the certainty in her own voice. It terrifies her. "Something happened. I saw the ruins. Lily and James are dead." Lucius's face tightens. "And you decided," he says slowly, dangerously, "to bring the boy here." Narcissa's fingers brush the baby's hair. It is soft, almost silky. "I decided," she says, "that he will not be left to Dumbledore." Lucius laughs, once sharp. "You attacked Hagrid for this." Narcissa's eyes narrow. "You are very quick to guess." Lucius paces, agitated, boots silent on the rug. "We are not safe," he says. "Do you understand that? We have spent years walking a knife edge. The Dark Lord marked me. The Ministry will come for us, and you have brought the symbol of his defeat into our home." Narcissa's voice is cold. "Do not speak of him like he is a symbol. He is a baby." Lucius stops. He looks down at the child again, and something in his expression shifts, not to softness, but to calculation. "He is also a weapon," he says, "whether you like it or not." Narcissa's grip tightens. "He will not be used." Lucius's mouth twitches. "You cannot decide that. The world will decide it for you." The baby cries again, louder. Lucius flinches, as if the sound is a curse. Narcissa leans forward, murmuring nonsense sounds the way she has heard house elves soothe Draco. There," she whispers. "Enough." Lucius watches, stunned, like he is seeing his wife become someone else. At the doorway, a small pop sounds. A house elf appears, ears trembling, huge eyes darting between Narcissa and Lucius. "Master Lucius," the elf squeaks. Dobby heard shouting. Dobby came. Lucius snaps. "Leave?" Dobby's ears droop. He vanishes with another pop. Narcissa exhales slowly. Then she says, "You need to decide what you are." "Lucius." He turns his head slightly. "What I am." A husband, Narcissa says, or a coward. Lucius's eyes flash. Do not. Narcissa's voice does not rise. It does not need to. If you hand him over, she says, you will be handing him to Dumbledore. And Dumbledore will decide his life. He will decide what he knows, what he believes, what he becomes. You will have done nothing, and you will tell yourself it was wise. Lucius's jaw clenches. And if we keep him, he says, we paint a target on our backs. The Ministry will tear this house apart. Dumbledore will tear this house apart. Narcissa meets his gaze. Then we make it too expensive to try. Lucius studies her. You have lost your mind. Narcissa smiles faintly. Perhaps. The baby's crying slows, turning into tired hiccups. His eyelids droop. Narcissa strokes his cheek with one finger. His skin is warm, alive. Lucius's gaze flicks to Narcissa's hand. Why? He asks, and there is something raw in his voice now, something she does not often hear. Why do you care? Narcissa's stomach tightens again, that strange ache. She could say because she is bored, because she wants leverage, because she wants to spite Dumbledore, because she wants to prove she can steal a destiny. All of those are partly true. But she says, because I saw what was left, she whispers, and I could not leave him there. Lucius's eyes soften for a fraction of a second. Then his mask returns. If we do this, he says, we do it properly. Narcissa nods. We will. Lucius draws a breath. No one can know. No one. Narcissa agrees. Lucius looks at the baby again. He cannot be Harry Potter here, he says. It cannot be found. Narcissa's mind moves fast. Names are power. Names are shields too. He will be Hadrian, she says. Hadrian Malfoy. Lucius blinks. Malfoy? Narcissa's eyes harden. If you want him hidden, she says, is ours. Lucius's mouth opens, then closes. He looks as if he is arguing with himself. Then, slowly, he inclines his head. Hadrian, he repeats. Very well. The baby makes a small sound, almost a sigh. His eyes flutter closed. Narcissa's chest tightens again, and she hates it, but she lets it happen. Lucius's voice drops. One needs Severus. Narcissa's fingers still. No. Lucius's eyes narrow. Yes. Severus knows Dumbledore. Severus will be questioned. If he does not know, he cannot lie well. Narcissa's jaw clenches. She does not want Severus Snape in her home tonight. She does not want the weight of his bitterness in her rooms. She does not want his eyes on this child. But Lucius is right. Narcissa looks down at the sleeping baby. Then she nods once. Send for him, she says. Lucius raises his wand, murmurs a spell, and a small silver serpent slips out of the wand tip, gliding across the air like smoke. It disappears through the wall. Narcissa stands, baby still in her arms. She moves toward the door that leads deeper into the manor. Lucius follows, still tense. We need a room, Narcissa says. One that is not on the public wing. Lucius gestures. The old nursery. Narcissa stops. Draco's nursery. Lucius's eyes flicker. He does not use it. He is in his own room now. Narcissa's voice is flat. He will notice. Lucius's mouth tightens. He notices everything. So do I. Narcissa says, we will tell him the truth we can tell. Lucius huffs. He is a child. Narcissa's gaze turns sharp. So is the boy in my arms. They move down the corridor, footsteps muffled by thick rugs. The manor is quiet. The portraits whisper faintly as Narcissa passes, their painted eyes following her, curious. They reach the nursery. The door opens to a room washed in pale green and silver, the colors of the house. A small bed sits against one wall, a cradle in the corner. Shelves lined with toys Draco stopped touching years ago. The room smells faintly of lavender and old magic. Narcissa's heart twists, not with tenderness, but with the awareness of what she is doing. She is rewriting her own life with her bare hands. She lays the baby in the cradle, carefully, supporting his head, tucking the blanket around him. He stirs, makes a small sound, but does not wake fully. Lucius stands at the doorway, arms folded. Watching, Narcissa turns to him. "We need to check him," she says. "He has a wound. He has been exposed to powerful magic." Lucius's eyes narrow. "We are not bringing a healer here." Narcissa's voice is steel. "Then I will heal him myself." Lucius hesitates. Then he nods once, sharply, but quickly. Narcissa leans over the cradle, wand poised. She whispers a diagnostic charm. The air above the baby shimmers, showing faint lines of magic like threads. His scar glows softly in the dark. Narcissa's breath catches. The threads around the scar twist, forming a knot that looks almost like a cage. Inside the cage is a cold darkness that makes her skin prickle. It is not the boy's magic. It is something lodged in him. Narcissa pulls back, heart thudding. Lucius steps closer. "What is it?" Narcissa's voice is quiet. Something is attached to him. Lucius's eyes flicker. The Dark Lord. Narcissa swallows. "I do not know," she says. "But I feel a presence, like a splinter." Lucius's face goes pale. "If he carries anything of the Dark Lord," he whispers, "then keeping him is insanity." Narcissa's fingers tremble slightly. She hates that they do, and handing him to Dumbledore would be safer, she says. "Is that what you want?" Lucius stares at the baby. His jaw clenches. "No," he admits, and the word is forced out of him like poison. "I do not want Dumbledore to have him." Narcissa's throat tightens again. She nods once. "Then we keep him," she says. And we learn what this is. A knock sounds at the nursery door. Lucius's wand snaps up, aimed at the wood. A voice comes through, dry and bored. "If you curse me through the door, Lucius, I will return the favor." Severus Snape. Lucius exhales and lowers his wand slightly. Enter. The door opens. Snape steps in, robe sweeping, face pale as chalk. His black eyes flick over Narcissa, then the cradle, then the baby. For one heartbeat, his expression shifts. Something sharp and broken flashes across his face like a crack in glass. Then it is gone, replaced by contempt. "What?" Snape says quietly. "Have you done?" Narcissa's voice is controlled. "What brought him here?" Snape's gaze locks on the baby's scar. His nostrils flare. "Potter," he spits, but the name sounds like it burns his tongue. Lucius's voice is tight. The boy is alive. Narcissa retrieved him. Snape's eyes whip to Narcissa. "You stole him," he says, and there is disbelief in his voice, and something like fury. "Godric's Hollow," Narcissa says. Snape's face goes still. His voice drops. "And Lily." Narcissa's throat tightens. "Dead." Snape's hands clench at his sides. His breathing turns shallow. For a moment he looks like he might collapse. Then he straightens, rigid. "Why is he here?" he says, voice sharp again, like a shield snapping into place. "Dumbledore will be searching." Narcissa's gaze hardens. "Dumbledore does not own him." Snape's mouth twists. "No," he murmurs. But he will believe he does. Lucius steps forward, voice smooth again. "We are keeping him hidden," he says. "He will be raised here. Severus, you will be questioned. You must know what to say." Snape's eyes flick to Lucius, then back to Narcissa. Hidden, he repeats, as if tasting the word. In your house. Narcissa's voice is firm. Yes. Snape laughs once, quiet and humorless. You have lost your mind, he says. Lucius's eyes narrow. Watch yourself. Snape ignores him. He moves closer to the cradle, looking down at the baby. The baby's eyes flutter open briefly, and he makes a soft sound. Not crying this time, just breathing. Snape's face tightens, and his hand twitches as if he wants to reach out, but he stops himself. His voice, when he speaks again, is low. The scar, he says. It is not just a scar. Narcissa's stomach turns. I sense something. She admits. A splinter. Snape's eyes sharpen. Show me. Narcissa raises her wand and repeats the diagnostic charm. The threads shimmer again, the knot at the scar glowing faintly. Snape leans in, eyes narrowing. His face goes colder with every heartbeat. It is a fragment, he says finally, voice tight. A piece of him, anchored to the boy. Lucius's face pales further. A Horcrux, he whispers, the word barely audible. Snape's eyes flick to him, startled. You know that term, he says. Lucius's mouth tightens. I have listened, he says. I have survived. Snape straightens slowly. He looks at Narcissa now, and the contempt in his eyes has changed into something else. Appraisal, alarm, an almost reluctant respect. You are playing with something far beyond you, he says quietly. Narcissa meets his gaze without flinching. So are you, she says. Snape's jaw clenches. Dumbledore will want him, he says. The Ministry will want him. The remnants of the Dark Lord's followers will want him. You will have everyone's eyes on you. Narcissa's voice is flat. Then we will give them something else to look at. Snape's brows knit. What does that mean? Lucius steps in, voice smooth. It means, he says, that we will present ourselves as frightened and compliant. I will go to the Ministry. I will offer information. I will play the repentant, pure blood. Narcissa will play the grieving mother who has lost her faith in everything. And we will hide the boy behind wards and lies. Snape's gaze flickers. And what will you tell Draco? He asks, and his tone is sharp now, because he knows how children are. Children are weak points. Narcissa's lips press together. We will tell him, she says, that he has a brother. Lucius's eyes flash. A ward, he corrects quickly. Narcissa's gaze snaps to him. No, she says, voice cold, a brother. If Draco treats him like a stranger, Draco will speak carelessly. Draco will resent. Draco will reveal. Lucius's mouth tightens. He does not like being told what to do. Snape's eyes narrow. You think a brother will keep him quiet, he says. Or you think a brother will make him jealous. Narcissa's fingers brush the baby's blanket. Both, she admits. And we will handle it. Snape's gaze flicks to the baby's face again. What will you call him? Narcissa's voice is quiet. Hadrian. Snape's mouth twists. Of course, he murmurs. Lucius's tone turns practical. Severus, he says, you will need to confirm for Dumbledore that the boy died, or that Hagrid delivered him, or something that keeps suspicion away from us. Snape's eyes flash. You want me to lie to Dumbledore, he says, voice sharp. Lucius's expression is bland. You lie to everyone, he says. Choose your audience. Snape's jaw tightens. He looks at Narcissa, and Narcissa sees the question there unspoken. Why are you doing this? Narcissa holds his gaze, and for a heartbeat, she sees another flash in her mind. Snape older, standing in a tower, his face pale, saying, "You have to kill me." Narcissa's breath stutters. The vision is gone, leaving her with cold sweat on her spine. She clenches her jaw. She will not let visions control her. Not now. Snape exhales slowly. "Very well," he says. "I will do what I must. But understand this, Narcissa. Dumbledore does not forgive betrayal lightly." Narcissa's eyes harden. "Neither do I," she says. Snape's gaze flicks to the baby again. His voice drops. "He has Lily's eyes," he says, and the words sound like a wound. Narcissa's throat tightens. "Yes," she says softly. He does. Snape steps back, as if he cannot stand to look any longer. He turns to Lucius. "If you are keeping him," he says, "you will need more than wards. You will need discipline, training, occlumency. He will not be safe if he cannot shield his mind." Lucius's brows knit. "He is a baby," he says. Snape's eyes are cold. "He will not be a baby for long," he replies. "And if he carries a fragment of the Dark Lord, that fragment will not sleep quietly." Narcissa's stomach twists again. Snape's gaze shifts to Narcissa. "I will teach him," he says, voice rough. Narcissa's eyes narrow. "Why?" she asks, and she does not bother hiding suspicion. "Why would you?" Snape's face hardens. "Because," he says, and his voice is low, bitter. "I will not let Dumbledore shape him into a martyr either." Lucius watches him, surprised. Narcissa studies Snape's face. She sees grief buried under rage. She sees a man who has lost the only thing he ever wanted and now does not know what to do with the emptiness. Narcissa nods once. "Fine," she says. "But not yet. He needs warmth first. He needs to live." Snape's mouth twitches, as if he wants to scoff, but he does not. He only says, "Do not underestimate the cost of what you have chosen." Narcissa's voice is quiet. "I never do." The nursery is silent for a moment, the only sound the baby's soft breathing. Lucius looks at Narcissa, and his voice turns softer, careful. "We need to decide," he says, "what story we tell." Narcissa's eyes harden again, mask sliding back into place. "We tell them," she says, "that Harry Potter died in Godric's Hollow. We tell them the Dark Lord killed him and vanished. We mourn properly. We become harmless." Lucius nods slowly. "And if Dumbledore asks," he says, "why the Potters' bodies were found, but not the boy." Narcissa's mind moves. "Fire," she says. "The blast took him. Hagrid arrived too late. He found nothing to carry." Snape's eyes narrow. "Hagrid will say otherwise," he says. Narcissa's gaze turns sharp. "Hagrid will say what Dumbledore tells him to say," she replies. "Because Hagrid will not want to believe he failed." Snape studies her, then nods once slowly. "You think like a strategist," he says, "and it is not a compliment. It is an observation." Narcissa stands. Her posture is perfect again, spine straight, chin lifted. She looks down at the cradle. The baby stirs, eyes fluttering open. He looks at Narcissa, and for a moment his gaze is too old again, too knowing. Narcissa's breath catches. Then his lip trembles, and he begins to cry, soft and tired. Narcissa reaches in and lifts him, cradling him properly this time. His head fits in the crook of her arm. His crying quiets slightly, confused by the warmth. Lucius watches, something unreadable in his eyes. Snape turns away as if he cannot bear it. Narcissa whispers, "You will live," to the baby, and her voice is firm. "Do you understand? You will live." The baby's fist clutches her sleeve. Outside the nursery door, the manor remains quiet, but Narcissa can feel it, the way the air seems to vibrate with unseen attention. The portraits will whisper. The house elves will notice. Draco will notice. And somewhere beyond these walls, a man with half-moon spectacles will realize a piece has moved on the board without his permission. Narcissa tightens her hold on the child. Let him realize. 5 years later, the Malfoy Manor gardens look like a painting designed to intimidate. Hedges carved into precise shapes. Marble statues staring down with blank faces. A fountain whispering cold water into a basin that never overflows. The air smells of clipped grass and old stone. The sun is pale behind thin clouds. Harry stands near the fountain, small for his age. Dark hair falling into his eyes. He wears tailored black robes that make him look older than he is. His hands are tucked behind his back the way Narcissa taught him. Posture straight, chin lifted, expression calm. Draco stands opposite him. Blonde hair slicked back, face pinched with irritation. He is holding a small training wand, fingers white with grip. His cheeks are flushed, not from cold. "You're cheating," Draco says. Harry blinks slowly. His voice is quiet, careful. "I am not." Draco's eyes narrow. "You always know," Draco snaps. "You always know what I'm going to do." Harry's gaze flicks to Draco's wand hand, then to his feet, then back to Draco's face. "You stump when you cast," he says. "And you tilt your wrist." Draco's face reddens. "Shut up." Harry does not move. He does not smirk. Narcissa taught him that smirking invites punishment. Draco's jaw clenches. "Do it again," Draco demands. "I'm going to hit you this time." Harry's stomach tightens, but his face stays calm. He looks past Draco, toward the edge of the garden, where Narcissa stands under the shadow of a tree, watching with her wand tucked in her sleeve. Narcissa's face gives away nothing, but her eyes are sharp. She is letting this happen on purpose. She says it builds resilience. She says it builds control. It also builds bruises. Harry looks back at Draco. "All right," he says. Draco lifts his wand. His voice comes out too loud, too proud. "Stupefy." A flash of red shoots toward Harry. Harry moves before Draco even finishes speaking, stepping aside with a fluidity that does not match his age. The spell hits the fountain, splashing water. Draco's mouth drops open. "How?" he says, furious. "How did you do that?" Harry's heart is pounding, but his voice stays even. "You inhale before you cast," he says. Your shoulders rise. Draco's face twists, and something ugly flashes in his eyes. "You think you're better than me," he says. Harry's throat tightens. "No," he says quickly. "I don't." Draco's voice rises. "You do. Mum watches you like you're made of glass. Like you're precious. And me." Draco spits. "She tells me to stand up straight and stop whining." Harry's stomach drops. He looks past Draco again, because he cannot help it. Narcissa's face remains calm, but Harry sees a flicker there, something like pain, quickly hidden. Draco sees it too. His voice cracks. "Tell him," Draco says, turning toward Narcissa, eyes bright. "Tell him he's not special. Tell him he's not better." Narcissa steps forward, slow, controlled. The gravel crunches under her shoes. "Draco," she says, and her voice is not loud, but it cuts. "Mind your tone." Draco's shoulders hunch. "Why?" he blurts, and the question is raw. "Why did you bring him here? Why did you keep him? Why does he get everything?" Harry's chest tightens. He looks down at his own hands. They are trembling slightly. He hides them behind his back again. Narcissa stops a few feet away, close enough that Harry can smell her perfume, cool and clean. She looks at Draco, then at Harry. Her gaze lingers on Harry's face for a heartbeat, softer than it ever is on anyone else. Then she looks back at Draco. Because, Narcissa says quietly, I needed someone. Draco's eyes narrow. And I didn't. He spits. Narcissa's voice turns sharper. Do not be foolish, she says. You have always had someone. You have had me. You have had your father. You have had this house and everything in it. Draco's voice rises again. And he has you. Draco says, pointing at Harry like Harry is an accusation. He has you more. Harry's stomach twists. He wants to say something. He does not know what. Narcissa's eyes harden. He has me, she says. And you have me. This is not a game where affection is divided like coins. You are not in competition. Draco scoffs, bitter. You say that because you've already chosen. Narcissa's jaw tightens. I chose to save a child, she says. Do not twist that into an insult. Draco's eyes flash. He is not a child, Draco says, voice shaking. He is a thief. He stole you. Harry flinches sharp, like the word hit him. Narcissa's wand is in her hand before Draco finishes speaking. Not raised, not threatening, but present. Draco's breath catches. His anger falters, replaced by fear. Narcissa's voice is cold. You will not speak about your brother like that again, she says. Draco's face crumples, rage and hurt mixing. He's not my brother, he whispers. Harry's chest tightens. The words land like a stone. Narcissa's eyes flick to Harry, then back to Draco. Her voice softens just slightly like steel wrapped in velvet. He is, she says. In this house he is. Draco's eyes fill, but he turns his face away quickly, furious at his own tears. I hate him, he mutters. Harry's throat tightens. He forces his voice out, quiet. You don't have to, he says. Draco whips around, eyes blazing. Don't, Draco snaps. Don't talk like you're kind. You're not. You're just creepy. Harry blinks, confused. Creepy. Draco jabs a finger at him. You look at me like you know things, Draco says. Like you're in my head. Like you're laughing at me without smiling. Harry's stomach drops. He does not know how to explain it. He does not know how to explain the moments when images flicker behind his eyes, when he sees Draco falling off a broom, when he sees Lucius shouting, when he sees Narcissa crying in the dark. He does not know how to explain that sometimes he knows things before they happen, and it scares him too. Narcissa's gaze sharpens. Harry, she says quietly. Harry looks at her. Narcissa steps closer, lowering her voice so Draco cannot hear properly. Do you see, she murmurs, when you should not. Harry's mouth goes dry. He swallows. Sometimes, he admits. Narcissa's eyes narrow. How often? Harry's heart pounds. He forces himself to speak. More, he whispers. Letly. Narcissa's jaw tightens. She looks at Draco, who is still glaring, chest heaving. Inside. Narcissa says, voice loud enough now. Both of you. Draco bristles. Why? He snaps. Because I said so, Narcissa replies. Draco clenches his jaw but obeys, stomping toward the manor doors. Harry follows, silent, heart racing. As they walk, Harry's vision blurs suddenly. The garden melts away. The fountain becomes a stone basin filled with water that looks like glass. Draco is older, his face sharper, eyes haunted. He holds a wand, but his hand is shaking. There is blood on his sleeve. Narcissa's voice is in the air, saying, You will do what you must. Harry's breath catches. The vision snaps back, and he stumbles. Draco turns, startled. What's wrong with you? He snaps. Harry forces himself upright, face calm again. Nothing, he lies. Draco narrows his eyes, suspicious, then turns away. Narcissa follows behind them, expression composed, but Harry can feel her attention like a weight. By the time they reach the entrance hall, Harry's hands are sweating. Inside, the manor smells of wax and old books. Footsteps echo softly on marble. Lucius is waiting near the staircase, hands clasped behind his back, posture perfect. His eyes flick over Draco's flushed face, then Harry's pale one. "What happened?" Lucius asks, voice smooth. Draco opens his mouth, but Narcissa speaks first. "They were training," she says. Draco lost his temper. Lucius's gaze sharpens. "Draco?" he says quietly. Draco's shoulders hunch. "He cheats," Draco mutters. Lucius's eyes flick to Harry. "How?" he asks. Harry's mouth goes dry. He forces his voice steady. "I watched," he says. "I moved." Lucius studies him, then nods slowly, as if pleased. "Good," he says. "Instinct matters?" Draco's eyes flash. He spits. You always praise him. Lucius's expression hardens. "Mind yourself," he says. "You want praise, earn it." Draco's face reddens. He looks like he might cry again, but he clenches his jaw and turns away. Narcissa's voice is firm. "Draco, go to your room," she says. "You will return when you can speak properly." Draco glares at her, then storms up the stairs, footsteps loud. Harry stands still, heart pounding. He feels Draco's hatred like a heat in the air. Lucius looks at Narcissa. "What else?" he asks quietly. Narcissa's gaze flicks to Harry. "He is seeing again," she says. Lucius's face tightens. "How much?" Harry's throat tightens. He forces himself to speak. "I see things," he says, voice quiet. Sometimes it is like dreaming while awake. Lucius's eyes narrow. "You told your mother," he says, and it is not a question. Harry nods. Lucius's jaw clenches. "Severus needs to know," he says. Narcissa's eyes harden. "Severus knows," she says. "He has always known this might happen." Lucius's voice turns colder. "Knowing it might happen is not the same as dealing with it," he replies. Narcissa looks down at Harry. Her voice softens slightly. "Come," she says. "We will go to my study." Harry follows her through the corridor, heartbeat loud in his ears. Her study smells of parchment and ink and a faint sharp scent like cold metal. Shelves line the walls, books arranged with ruthless precision. A fire crackles softly in the hearth. Narcissa closes the door and casts a silencing charm. The air seems to thicken, muffling the manor's distant whispers. Harry stands near the desk, hands clasped behind his back again. He feels like he is being examined. Narcissa sits, posture perfect. She looks at him for a long moment. "How long?" she asks quietly. "Have you been seeing?" Harry swallows. "Since I was little," he admits. But it is getting clearer. Narcissa's eyes narrow. "Tell me the last one." Harry hesitates. He does not want to say Draco bleeding. He does not want to say Narcissa ordering him. He forces his voice out. "I saw Draco," he says quietly. "Older." He looked scared. Narcissa's face goes still. "Where was he?" she asks. Harry's stomach twists. "I don't know," he admits. It was dark. Like a corridor. Narcissa's fingers tap once on the desk, controlled. "What else?" Harry's throat tightens. "I saw you," he whispers. Narcissa's eyes sharpen. "Me." Harry nods, pulse racing. "You were telling him to do something. You looked like you were trying not to cry." For a heartbeat, Narcissa's mask slips. Something like fear flickers in her eyes. Then it is gone. She stands. She moves to a shelf and pulls out a thin book bound in pale leather. She brings it to the desk, opens it carefully. Harry watches, curious and uneasy. Narcissa's voice is calm, but there is an edge under it. "The Blacks have always had gifts," she says. "Not all of them useful. Some of them dangerous." Harry's throat tightens. "Is this black magic?" he asks. Narcissa's mouth twitches faintly. "It is family magic," she says. "Do not say that phrase again. It is childish." Harry nods quickly. Narcissa turns the book so he can see the page. The words are written in neat, sharp handwriting, diagrams of eyes and lines and symbols that make Harry's head ache if he looks too long. "This," Narcissa says, pointing, "is sight, second sight. Sometimes it appears as dreams, sometimes as flashes, sometimes as certainty." Harry's pulse quickens. "So I'm not mad," he says, and the relief in his voice surprises him. Narcissa's gaze softens, just slightly. "No," she says quietly, "you are not mad." Harry swallows hard. "Can I stop it?" he asks. Narcissa's expression hardens again. "You can learn to control it," she says. "You can learn to close your mind. You will not be safe if you are open." Harry's stomach tightens. "Like a occlumency," he says, remembering Snape's cold instructions from the few times Snape visited and stared at Harry like Harry was a problem. Narcissa nods. "Yes." Harry's throat tightens. Severus says it hurts, he admits. Narcissa's lips press together. "It does," she says. "But you will survive it." Harry's hands clench behind his back. "Why?" he blurts, and the question spills out before he can stop it. "Why did you take me?" Narcissa's eyes snap to his face. Her expression goes still. Harry feels heat crawl up his neck. He should not have asked like that. He should have been polite. He should have been careful. Narcissa's voice, when it comes, is quiet. "Because I chose you," she says. Harry's breath catches. "But why?" He insists, voice shaking slightly. "You didn't know me. You didn't owe me anything." Narcissa's gaze holds his. Her eyes are pale and sharp, but there is something underneath, something tired. "I saw you," she says quietly, "in the ruins, alone, and I thought, if I leave you, I am the same as everyone else." Harry's throat tightens. "Everyone else?" he whispers. Narcissa's jaw clenches. "The people who follow power," she says. "The people who decide a child is a tool. The people who decide suffering is acceptable if it is useful." Harry's chest tightens. He thinks of Lucius's cold gaze. He thinks of Draco's anger. He thinks of Snape's bitterness. He whispers, "Am I a tool?" Narcissa's expression hardens. "Not if I can prevent it," she says. Harry's breath shakes. He blinks hard, forcing himself not to cry. Crying is weakness. Draco cries and gets mocked. Harry learned that quickly. Narcissa steps closer. She reaches out and lifts his chin gently, forcing him to look at her. "Listen," she says, voice low. "You will be powerful. Whether you want it or not. People will try to own that power. You will not let them." Harry's throat tightens. "How?" he whispers. Narcissa's eyes sharpen. "You learn," she says. "You watch. You speak carefully. You never show weakness to someone who will use it. And when you are safe," she pauses, and her voice softens. "You allow yourself to feel." Harry swallows hard. He nods once. Narcissa's fingers leave his chin. She steps back. The moment of softness is gone. "We will begin properly," she says. "Control. Discipline. And you will not speak about your visions to Draco. Not yet." Harry's stomach twists. "He will hate me anyway," he whispers. Narcissa's gaze turns cold. Then he will learn, she says. Harry's heart pounds. Outside the study, the manor continues its quiet life, but Harry can feel the tension under everything, like a string pulled too tight. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the visions wait, like eyes in the dark. 3 years later, the gate of Malfoy Manor hums with wards so old they feel like part of the earth. The iron bars are cold under Harry's fingers when he touches them, curiosity pulling him closer, even though he knows he should not. The air outside the boundary feels different, lighter, less controlled. Harry stands with Narcissa on the gravel drive just inside the gate, both of them facing outward. Narcissa's posture is calm, perfect. Her wand is in her hand, held low, ready. Harry's stomach is tight. He does not know why she brought him here. She told him only to stand still and listen. Across the boundary, a figure appears as if he stepped out of the air itself. Tall, robes flowing, beard long and silver, half-moon spectacles catching the light. Albus Dumbledore. Harry's breath catches. He has seen Dumbledore in books, in portraits at the ministry, in whispered conversations between Lucius and other men who think children do not listen. But seeing him in person is different. Dumbledore's presence feels like pressure, like standing too close to a storm. Dumbledore smiles, gentle, as if this is a social visit. "Narcissa," he says warmly. "It has been some time." Narcissa's voice is cool. "Headmaster," she replies. Dumbledore's eyes flick to Harry. They soften slightly. "And this," he says, voice mild, "must be your son." Harry's stomach drops. His heart pounds hard. Narcissa's fingers tighten on her wand. "This is my child," she says, and her voice is flat. Dumbledore's gaze stays on Harry. Harry feels it like fingers in his mind, trying to lift the lid. Harry's head throbs. His hands clench at his sides. He remembers Narcissa's lessons. "Close your mind, shut the door." He breathes in slowly. He thinks of a wall of ice. He thinks of a locked room. He thinks of Draco's sneer and uses it as anger, because anger is easier than fear. The pressure eases slightly. Dumbledore's brows lift, just a fraction. "Interesting," he murmurs. Narcissa's voice turns colder. "Do not attempt to enter his mind," she says. Dumbledore's smile remains. "I do apologize," he says, and his tone is polite, but his eyes sharpen. "Old habit?" Narcissa does not respond. Dumbledore steps closer to the boundary. The wards shimmer faintly, reacting to his presence. "I came," Dumbledore says gently, "because a child went missing 10 years ago." Harry's stomach twists. Narcissa's voice is calm. "No child went missing," she replies. "Harry Potter died in Godric's Hollow." Dumbledore's smile fades slightly. "So I was told," he says. And yet, some things do not add up. Narcissa's eyes narrow. "You are welcome to continue telling yourself stories," she says. It does not make them true. Dumbledore's gaze stays on Harry. "You look much like your mother," he says softly. Harry's throat tightens. He does not know what to do with the words. Narcissa's voice cuts. "Do not speak about her," she says. Dumbledore's eyes flick to Narcissa. There is sadness there, real or performed, Harry cannot tell. "Lily was brave," Dumbledore says quietly. "She died protecting her son." Harry's chest tightens. A flicker of image flashes behind his eyes. Red hair on a floor. Open eyes. Smoke. Harry swallows hard, forcing it down. Narcissa's expression does not change, but her knuckles are white around her wand. "If you came to mourn," she says, "you are late." Dumbledore's gaze returns to Harry. "What is your name?" He asks gently. Harry's mouth goes dry. He looks at Narcissa. Narcissa's voice answers for him. Hadrian, she says. Hadrian Malfoy. Dumbledore's brows lift slightly. Malfoy. He repeats, and the word is soft, but it carries weight. Narcissa's gaze is sharp. Yes, she says. That is how adoption works. Dumbledore's eyes narrow, almost imperceptibly. Adoption, he says. Narcissa's voice is cold. Is that a difficult concept for you? She asks. Dumbledore's smile returns, faint. Not at all, he says. I simply wonder why. Narcissa's posture remains perfect. Because I chose to, she says. Dumbledore studies her. You chose, he repeats, and there is something like disbelief in his voice now. You, Narcissa Black Malfoy, chose to raise the child of James and Lily Potter. Narcissa's eyes are ice. Do not say their names in my home, she says. Dumbledore's gaze flicks to the manor behind them. This is quite a home, he says mildly. Full of secrets. Harry's stomach tightens. He feels like a secret standing in plain sight. Dumbledore's voice softens. Hadrian, he says, as if he is speaking to a frightened animal. Do you know who you are? Harry's throat tightens. He forces his voice steady, the way Narcissa taught him. I am Narcissa Malfoy's son, he says. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. And before that, Harry's heart pounds. Images flicker behind his eyes. A cottage, a woman with red hair, a laugh, a green light, screaming. Harry's breath catches. He clenches his jaw. I do not know, he lies. Dumbledore watches him for a long moment. Then he sighs softly. I am not here to take you, Dumbledore says, and his voice is gentle again. Not today. Narcissa's shoulders do not relax. Why are you here? She asks. Dumbledore's gaze shifts to her. Because, he says quietly, if you truly have him, you are putting him in danger. Narcissa's lips curl. From you, she says. Dumbledore's eyes soften. From the world, he replies. From the shadows that will rise again. Narcissa's gaze is cold. The shadows have always been here, she says. They simply change faces. Dumbledore's eyes narrow slightly. You speak as if you intend to fight them, he says. Narcissa's voice is flat. I intend to survive, she says. As I always have? Dumbledore nods slowly. Survival is not always the same as living, he murmurs. Harry's head throbs again, and he has the sudden, strange certainty that Dumbledore is speaking to Narcissa about herself. Narcissa's jaw tightens. Leave, she says. Dumbledore's gaze returns to Harry. Your letter will come soon, he says softly. Harry's stomach drops. Narcissa's eyes flash. What? She snaps. Dumbledore smiles faintly. Hogwarts letters come to all magical children, he says mildly. Even those hidden behind very old wards. Narcissa's grip tightens. He will not be going, she says. Dumbledore's gaze sharpens. He must, he says quietly. Whatever his name, whatever his home, he is magical. He needs education. Narcissa's voice turns icy. Who can educate him? She says. Dumbledore's smile fades. Can you teach him what he is? He asks softly. Can you teach him why people will watch him? Why some will fear him? Why some will want him dead? Narcissa's throat tightens. Harry sees it, the flicker of uncertainty. Dumbledore's voice softens again. Hogwarts would be safer, he says. For him and for you? Narcissa's eyes are hard. Do not pretend you care about me, she says. Dumbledore's gaze holds hers. I care about children, he says quietly. Even those raised by people I do not trust. Narcissa's lips press together. She does not reply, because if she does, she might show too much. Dumbledore inclines his head slightly, polite. "I will not force the wards," he says. "Not today, but I will be watching." Narcissa's voice is cold. "And I will be ready," she replies. Dumbledore's gaze lingers on Harry one last time. There is sadness there and something else, something like calculation. Then he steps back. The air shimmers and he disappears. The silence that follows feels heavy. Harry exhales shakily, realizing he has been holding his breath. Narcissa's hand comes down on his shoulder, firm. "Inside," she says. Harry follows her back toward the manor, heart pounding. He looks back once at the gate, at the empty space where Dumbledore stood. His head throbs again, and a flash hits him so hard he staggers. A great hall filled with floating candles. A hat on a stool. A voice in his ear saying, "Slytherin." And another voice, softer, dreamy, saying you can be in the dark and still be good. Harry's breath catches. He grips the wall as the vision fades. Narcissa turns sharply. "Harry," she says, voice tight. "What did you see?" Harry swallows hard, forcing his voice steady. "Hogwarts," he whispers. Narcissa's jaw clenches. The future is moving closer, whether they want it or not. When the letter finally comes, it is not delivered with cheerful fanfare. It arrives like a threat. Harry is in the library wing of the manor, sitting at a table under the glow of a lamp. The room smells of dust and leather and ink. A storm is brewing outside. Thunder rumbles distantly, making the glass in the windows vibrate faintly. Harry's fingers trace the edge of a book, not reading, just pretending. His mind keeps slipping, flickering with images he cannot control. A troll's club, a room full of water, a snake's cold eyes, a girl's pale face laughing as if the world is a joke. He closes his eyes, trying to build the wall again. The door opens quietly. Narcissa enters, posture perfect, face composed. Behind her is Draco, taller now, 11, his expression set in that familiar sneer that always looks like a shield. Harry stands quickly, instinctive. "Mum," he says. Draco scoffs. "You don't have to jump every time she walks in," he mutters. Narcissa's gaze flicks to Draco. "Draco," she says quietly. Draco shuts his mouth, but his eyes remain sharp. Narcissa moves toward the table. She sets something down in front of Harry. An envelope, thick parchment sealed with red wax. The Hogwarts crest stamped into it. Harry's stomach drops. His hands go cold. He stares at it as if it might bite him. Draco leans in, eyes widening slightly despite himself. "It's real," Draco whispers, and there is something like awe under his jealousy. Harry's throat tightens. He looks at Narcissa. "You knew," he says softly. Narcissa's face remains calm. "Yes," she replies. Harry's chest tightens. "And you didn't tell me." Narcissa's eyes sharpen. "Would it have helped?" she asks. Harry swallows hard. He does not know. Draco scoffs again, unable to help himself. "Open it," he says. "Go on. See what the school thinks of you." Harry's hands tremble slightly as he picks up the envelope. The wax seal feels warm under his fingers. As if it knows his skin, he breaks it. The parchment inside is crisp. The ink is neat. Harry reads, lips moving silently. His name, Hadrian Malfoy, written neatly at the top. An invitation, a list of supplies, a note about the train. His heart pounds so hard he can feel it in his throat. Draco watches him like a hawk. "Well," Draco demands, "what house do you think you'll be in?" Harry's stomach twists. Visions flicker behind his eyes, green banners. Cold stone, a voice saying Slytherin. He swallows hard. "I don't know," he says quietly. Draco's mouth twists. You'll be in Slytherin, Draco says, voice sharp. Obviously. You're a Malfoy. Mum will make sure. Narcissa's gaze snaps to Draco. Draco, she says, voice cold. Draco bristles. What? He snaps. It's true. Narcissa's voice is flat. You do not decide his future, she says. Draco laughs bitter. You already did, he mutters. Harry's chest tightens. Narcissa looks at Harry. Her voice softens slightly. You will go, she says quietly. And you will be careful. Harry's throat tightens. Will you be there? He asks, and the question comes out before he can stop it. Too honest. Draco's eyes flash offended. Narcissa's expression flickers just for a heartbeat. No, she says softly. Parents do not go to Hogwarts. Harry swallows hard. Then I'll be alone, he whispers. Draco scoffs. You won't be alone, Draco says sharply. You'll have me, whether you like it or not. Harry looks at Draco, surprised. Draco's cheeks flush. He looks away quickly, furious at himself. Don't look at me like that, he snaps. I don't care. I just don't want you embarrassing me. Harry's chest tightens, but something warm flickers there too, small and fragile. Narcissa watches them both, eyes sharp, as if she is memorizing this moment. Then the thunder outside cracks louder, and the lamps flicker. Harry's head throbs sharply, and a vision slams into him so hard his knees nearly buckle. He sees a platform crowded with people. He sees red hair, a boy laughing, freckles, saying, "Blimey." He sees a girl with a book clutched to her chest, eyes bright, saying, "Honestly." He sees Draco sneering, older now, saying, "You don't belong." He sees himself standing between them, torn, angry. Then he sees a girl with pale hair and dreamy eyes, standing slightly apart, looking at him like she already knows him. She smiles, and in his mind her voice is soft and certain. You are not what they made you. Harry's breath catches. His fingers tighten around the letter. The vision fades, leaving him dizzy. Narcissa's hand is on his shoulder immediately, firm. Grounding, Harry, she says, voice tight. What did you see? Harry swallows hard. His voice is rough. A girl, he whispers. Draco scoffs. Pathetic? Draco mutters, but his voice is less sharp than usual, more uncertain. Narcissa's eyes narrow. Describe her, she says. Harry's throat tightens. Blonde, he says softly. Pale. She looked like she was floating. Like she wasn't afraid. Narcissa's gaze goes distant for a moment, as if she is considering something. Then her eyes sharpen again. Keep that to yourself, she says quietly. Not all visions are safe to share. Harry nods, heart pounding. Draco shifts, restless. So, Draco says, trying to sound confident again, we're both going. Finally, Harry looks at Draco. You're excited, he says, and it is not a question. Draco's sneer falters. Of course I am, Draco says quickly. It's Hogwarts. It's where Malfoys belong. Harry swallows hard. And where do I belong? He asks quietly. Draco's eyes flash. He opens his mouth to say something cruel. Narcissa's voice cuts in cold. You belong where you choose, she says. Harry looks at her, surprised. Narcissa's gaze holds his. There is steel there, but also something softer, something like fear. Because she knows, even if she does not say it, that Hogwarts will not just be a school. It will be a battlefield. And the first time Harry leaves this house, the world will start trying to take him back. Outside, the storm grows louder, thunder rolling like distant drums. Harry's fingers tighten around the letter until the parchment bends slightly. He looks down at his name written on it, The name Narcissa gave him, the name that hides him, Hadrian Malfoy, a name like armor. Somewhere deep inside him, something cold stirs like a splinter waking up. And somewhere beyond the manor walls, a man with half-moon spectacles is smiling into the dark, already planning his next move. Steam rolls across the station like breath from a giant mouth, and the sound of the train is a low, steady growl that makes Harry's ribs hum. King's Cross is loud in a normal way, full of shouts and footsteps and wheels rattling over tiles. But the platform ahead feels different. It feels like a doorway that will not let you pretend you are still the same person when you step through. Narcissa stands beside him with her gloved hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Not a squeeze, not a hug, just a claim. Lucius is on Harry's other side, posture perfect, eyes scanning the crowd with the calm of a man checking a room for threats. Draco is half a step ahead, chin lifted, already trying to look like he belongs more than anyone else here. Harry's stomach is tight, and he hates that Draco notices. Draco turns his head and smirks. Try not to look like you're about to faint. Harry keeps his face calm. I am fine. Draco's eyes narrow. You always say that. Narcissa's voice cuts in soft but sharp. Draco. Draco's mouth shuts, but his eyes stay bright with irritation. Lucius looks down at Harry. Remember what you are, he says, voice low enough that it feels like it belongs only to the three of them. You do not react like other children. You do not give people your fear. Harry swallows. His throat feels dry. Yes, father. Lucius's gaze flickers, just slightly at the word father. The agreement between them is new enough to still feel like a spell that might crack if spoken wrong, but Lucius only nods once. Narcissa steps closer, her perfume cold and clean. You will write, she says quietly, every Sunday. If something happens before then, you write sooner. Harry nods. I will. Draco scoffs, as if he'll have time. He'll be too busy being stared at. Harry's stomach twists. Draco's voice is bitter, but there is something uneasy under it, like Draco is not sure if he wants the attention on Harry or not. Narcissa's eyes flick to Draco. You will also write, she says. And you will mind your behavior. Draco bristles. I always mind it. Lucius's gaze sharpens. You mind it when it suits you, he says. At Hogwarts, it must suit you always. Draco's cheeks flush. Yes, father, he mutters, the words forced. Harry watches Draco, and for a heartbeat he sees the child Draco pretends not to be. Draco wants to be perfect so badly it makes him cruel. A shout rises nearby. A group of red-haired children weave through the crowd, dragging trunks and talking over each other like they are in a competition to be heard first. Harry's vision flickers, and his head throbs lightly, as if the air itself shifts. He sees a flash of freckles, a grin, a voice saying, "Blimey." Harry blinks hard. The station returns. Draco follows Harry's gaze and sneers. Weasleys, he says with disgust, like the word tastes bad. Lucius's eyes track the family, and there is calculation there. Do not start a fight on the platform, he says quietly. Not today. Draco's jaw clenches, but he nods. Narcissa's fingers press once into Harry's shoulder, a small grounding touch. Look at me, she says. Harry turns his head. Narcissa's eyes are pale and steady. If you feel your mind opening, she murmurs, close it. Harry swallows. Yes, mum. The word mum still feels strange in his mouth, but Narcissa's gaze softens for a heartbeat, and Harry sees the woman behind the mask. Then it is gone. Lucius shifts, looking toward the barrier that separates the platform from the normal station. "Go," he says. Draco grabs his trunk handle and moves first, fast, eager. Harry follows, gripped tight on his own trunk. His pulse is loud in his ears, but he keeps his face calm and his shoulders straight, the way Narcissa trained him. They reach the barrier. The crowd flows around them, people bumping and laughing, not noticing anything unusual because they have no reason to. Draco does not slow. Harry's stomach drops. He tightens his grip, feels the smooth metal of the handle against his palm, and then he runs. The barrier swallows him. For a heartbeat, there is nothing but pressure and a rushing sound, like wind in a tunnel. Then he is through, and the world opens. A scarlet train stretches along the platform, gleaming under the arched roof. Steam hisses from pipes with a sharp, wet sound. The air smells of smoke and iron and sugar. People in robes move everywhere, calling to each other, hugging, laughing, crying. It is chaos, but it is a magical kind of chaos, like a storm that knows exactly where it wants to go. Harry's breath catches. He forces himself to breathe evenly. Draco is already ahead, scanning for familiar faces, and then his eyes lock on a group of pale blonde boys clustered near the front. He straightens, like he has just remembered he is supposed to be important. Harry's vision flickers again. He sees a tall man with half-moon spectacles at the far end of the platform, standing too still, watching too calmly. The man's gaze lands on Harry like a hand. Harry's head throbs. He clenches his jaw, builds his wall, and the pressure eases. When he looks again, the man is gone. Draco does not notice. Draco is busy. "Come on," Draco snaps, grabbing Harry's sleeve and tugging him toward an empty compartment. "We're not sitting with idiots." Harry pulls his sleeve free, but he follows. The corridor inside the train is narrow, packed with trunks and elbows. The train rocks slightly under their feet. A girl with bushy hair squeezes past them, muttering something about prefects and lost toads. Draco makes a face. What was that? Harry's eyes flick to the girl, Hermione Granger. He knows the name without knowing how, and the certainty makes his stomach twist. He does not say it. They shove their trunks into an empty compartment. Draco drops onto the seat, already acting like he owns it. Harry sits opposite him. Hands folded, posture straight. He feels stiff, too controlled, and he hates it because it makes him feel like a puppet. Draco leans back and studies him. "Remember," Draco says, voice low, "you're a Malfoy here. Don't embarrass me." Harry's throat tightens. "I won't." Draco's eyes narrow. "You better not." The door slides open. A boy with messy red hair sticks his head in, freckles bright, eyes wide. "Is this compartment taken?" he asks, voice unsure but hopeful. Draco's face twists instantly. "Yes," he says coldly. "Go away." The boy flinches. His gaze flicks to Harry, and for a heartbeat Harry sees curiosity, then something else, something like recognition that makes no sense. The boy's ears go red. "Right," he mutters, and he pulls back. Harry's chest tightens. The boy looks like he has been slapped, and the unfairness of it pricks at Harry's skin. Draco scoffs. "Weasley filth." Harry's jaw tightens. "You did not have to say it like that." Draco freezes. His eyes snap to Harry, shocked that Harry challenged him, and then his face hardens. "Yes, I did," Draco says. "They should know their place." Harry's stomach twists. He hears Narcissa's voice in his head, calm and cold, telling him never to correct Draco in public. He sees Draco's eyes when Narcissa calls Harry brother. Harry forces his voice even. Their place is not under your boot. Draco's breath catches. His cheeks flush. You sound like a Gryffindor. He spits, like it is an insult that should hurt. Harry's pulse jumps. He keeps his face calm. I sound like someone who does not need to kick people to feel tall. Draco's eyes widen, then narrow. You think you're better than me. Harry's throat tightens. No, he says quickly. I think you are scared. Draco's face goes very still. Then his eyes flash with anger, so sharp it looks like fear. I am not. Draco snaps. The door slides open again before Draco can say more. The bushy-haired girl is back. Hermione steps in, eyes bright, chin lifted, the confidence of someone who believes rules exist to protect her personally. Has anyone seen a toad? She asks briskly. A boy named Neville has lost one. Draco sneers. No. Hermione's gaze flicks to Draco, then to Harry. Her eyes linger on Harry's face, on his posture, on the way he sits too still. You, she says, and the word is sharp, like she just solved a puzzle. You're Hadrian Malfoy. Draco sits up straighter, pleased. Harry's stomach drops. He hates how quickly she said it, like she has been looking for him. Harry keeps his voice calm. Wes, Hermione's eyes widen slightly. Read about your family, she says quickly. Not much, because modern families are not in Hogwarts, a history, but I found references in other books. The Malfoys are an old, pure bloodline. You must have had a lot of tutors. Draco smirks. Of course he did. Harry watches Hermione. He can feel her mind moving fast, like a bird hopping from branch to branch. Hermione looks at Draco. And you must be Draco Malfoy, she says. I know your name too. Your father sits on the board of governors. Draco's grin widens. Yes, he does. Hermione's lips press together, not impressed. Well, she says, if you do not know about the toad, I will keep looking. And you should change into your robes. Most people have already done it. She turns and leaves without waiting for an answer. Draco stares after her, then scoffs. Bossy little thing. Harry's head throbs again, a faint pressure behind his eyes. He sees a flash of Hermione's face, older, furious, saying, That is not fair. Harry blinks. The pressure fades. Draco watches him. What is wrong with you? Harry keeps his voice even. Nothing. Draco narrows his eyes. You always say that, he repeats, and the words sound less mocking now, more unsettled. A knock comes again, and before Draco can answer, the door slides open. The red-haired boy is back, but this time he steps in, shoulders squared like he forced himself. His ears are still pink, but his gaze is steady. Look, the boy says, voice rough, I need a place to sit. All the compartments are full. Draco sneers. Not our problem. The boy's jaw clenches. He glances at Harry again, and Harry sees something like anger there now, anger he is using to stand up straight. Right, the boy says. Because you're Malfoy. Because you think you own the train. Draco's eyes flash. I do not think. I know. The boy steps closer. And Harry can smell the boy's nervous sweat, can hear the quickness of his breathing. The boy's hand tightens on the strap of his trunk. Harry's stomach tightens. This is about to turn ugly. Draco leans forward, voice low and cruel. Go away before you embarrass yourself. The boy's voice cracks. You already embarrassed me. Draco's smile is sharp. Good. Harry feels heat crawl up his neck. He hears Narcissa's warning again, but he also hears her other voice, the one that said a child is not a tool. Harry stands. Draco's eyes snap to him. Sit down. Draco hisses. Harry does not. He looks at the boy. "You can sit," he says. Draco's face twists. "What?" Harry keeps his voice calm. "You can sit here," he repeats, looking at the boy. "If you do not mind Draco sulking." The boy blinks, surprised. "Here," he says, then clears his throat. "Thanks. I'm Ron Weasley." Draco makes a sound of disgust. "You cannot be serious." Harry meets Draco's gaze. "I am." Draco's eyes burn. "You are humiliating me." Harry's voice stays even, but his pulse is pounding. "No," he says. "I am choosing what kind of person I want to be." Draco stares at him like Harry just spoke in another language. Ron steps into the compartment, awkward. He sits near the door, not relaxed, but not leaving either. His eyes keep flicking to Draco like Draco might explode. Draco leans back, arms crossed hard. "Fine," Draco says coldly. "Sit with the rats." Harry sits again, slow, controlled. His hands shake slightly under the table, and he hates that. He forces them still. Ron clears his throat. "So?" he says, voice trying for casual but not quite getting there. "You're Hadrian Malfoy." Harry nods. "Yes!" Ron's eyes flick to Harry's forehead for a heartbeat. Too quick, too obvious. "You look," Ron says, then stops, as if he does not know how to finish without being rude. Harry's stomach twists. He knows what Ron wants to say. Harry speaks first, calm. "I am not Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widen. "Right," he says quickly. "Right, sorry. I just meant you look like him." "Like the pictures." Draco scoffs. "He looks like a mistake." Ron's ears go red. "At least he isn't a prat." Ron snaps back, and the words fly out before he can stop them. Draco's eyes flash. "Say that again." Ron's hand tightens on his seat. "Prat?" he repeats, voice shaking but stubborn. Harry feels the air shift. Draco's magic prickles, sharp and hot. Ron's magic flares too, raw and messy, like sparks. Harry's head throbs. A vision flickers. He sees Draco's wand raised. He sees Ron's wand raised. He sees blood on a train seat. He sees Narcissa's face when she hears the news. Harry's stomach drops. He moves before either boy can. He leans forward, voice low and hard. "Stop," he says. Both Draco and Ron freeze, startled by the tone. Harry meets Draco's eyes first. "Not here," he says quietly. "Not today." Draco's nostrils flare. "He insulted me." Harry's voice stays even. "And you insulted him first." Draco's jaw clenches. "He is a Weasley." Harry's eyes narrow. "And you are a Malfoy," he replies. "That does not make you right." Draco's eyes burn. He looks like he wants to throw something, break something, but he clamps his mouth shut. Harry turns to Ron. "You also stop," he says. "Do not rise to him." That is what he wants. Ron glares, cheeks flushed. He started it. Harry nods once. "Yes, and you do not have to finish it." Ron's shoulders tense, then drop slightly. He looks away, embarrassed. The tension in the compartment eases, but it does not vanish. It sits like smoke, waiting. A trolley rattles past in the corridor, and a cheerful voice calls. Anything from the trolley. Ron's eyes light up like a switch flipped. "Oh," he says quickly, grateful for the distraction. Harry's stomach twists, but he lets the distraction happen. Draco scoffs and turns his face toward the window, acting bored. Ron buys too many sweets and then tries to pretend he did not. Harry buys a few because he knows Narcissa would call it foolish to arrive at school hungry. Ron offers Harry a chocolate frog with a grin. "Here," he says. "Try one." Harry hesitates, then takes it. The frog jumps out of the box immediately, and Harry's reflexes snap. His hand darts out fast, and he catches it mid-leap. The frog wriggles in his grip. Ron stares, impressed. "Blimey," Ron says. Draco snorts. He trains. Harry opens his hand, lets the frog hop back into the box. His pulse is a little fast, but he keeps his face calm. Ron grins. "Still," he says. "That was quick." Harry's mouth twitches, almost a smile. "It tried to escape." Ron laughs, and the sound is loud and bright, like it does not care who hears. Harry feels something in his chest loosen, small and unfamiliar. Then Hermione returns, opening the compartment door without knocking, like she owns it. "There you are," she says, eyes bright. "I found Neville. He was in the last carriage. He is still missing his toad, but he is less panicked." Ron groans. "We're trying to eat." Hermione sniffs. "You can eat after you change," she says. "The school will be there soon, and you will look ridiculous if you arrive like that." Draco sneers. "No one asked you." Hermione's eyes flash. "No one has to," she snaps. "If you want to make a first impression as an ill-mannered brat, that is your choice." Draco's face reddens. "How dare you?" Hermione's chin lifts. "How dare I what? Speak." Harry watches Hermione, and he sees why she will be dangerous. Hermione does not bend. Ron looks between them, wide-eyed. "Ear," he says, then shoves a sweet into his mouth like it will help. Harry clears his throat. "We will change," he says. Hermione's eyes flick to Harry. "Good," she says, then pauses. "You do not sound like Draco." Draco's eyes flash. What is that supposed to mean? Hermione ignores Draco, gaze still on Harry. "Most people assume you would," she says, almost thoughtful. "Because of your family." Harry's stomach tightens. "Assumptions are often wrong," he says quietly. Hermione nods once, as if she just added a note in her head. "Yes," she says. "They are." She leaves again brisk. Ron exhales. "She's terrifying," he mutters. Draco scoffs. She is a know-it-all. Harry's head throbs again, a light pressure, and he sees Hermione older, hair tied back, eyes fierce, standing in a library with books stacked like weapons. He sees Ron beside her, face pale, saying, "You're mental, Hermione." Harry blinks. The vision fades. He swallows hard and reaches for his robes. The train slows as dusk deepens outside the window. Lights flicker on inside the corridor, warm and yellow. The air feels tighter, charged. Voices rise and fall outside the compartment door, excitement mixing with nerves. Draco changes quickly, hands sharp and precise. Ron fumbles with his buttons. Harry changes in silence, focused, controlled. When the train finally stops with a long squeal of brakes, Harry's heart slams. The sound is loud, metallic, final. A voice booms through the train. "First years, first years." Ron jerks, almost dropping his trunk strap. "That's us," he says, then looks at Harry and Draco like he is suddenly unsure if they count. Draco lifts his chin. "Obviously," he says. They spill into the corridor, with the other students shoved and jostled. Harry keeps his shoulders square, eyes forward, but his stomach is a knot. They step down onto the platform, and cold air hits Harry's face like a slap. It smells of water and pine and something ancient. Hagrid stands at the front, lantern raised, massive and familiar. His beard looks wilder than Harry remembers. His eyes sweep over the crowd, and for a heartbeat they land on Harry. Hagrid stiffens. Harry's chest tightens. He remembers the ropes, the roar, the way Hagrid begged. The memory makes Harry's skin prickle, like guilt settling on him even though he was a baby. Hagrid's eyes slide away quickly, as if he is not sure what he saw. First years. Hagrid calls again, voice loud. This way. Harry moves with the group, keeping pace with Draco and Ron. Hermione appears beside Ron, already annoyed by the pushing. She shoves her hair back and mutters about personal space. They follow Hagrid down a path toward a dark lake. Boats bob at the edge, small plane waiting. Harry's head throbs lightly, and he sees a flash of towers, windows glowing, a great hall full of light. The vision fades, replaced by reality. Hagrid points. "For to a boat," he says. Draco steps forward, ready to claim the best one. Harry grabs Draco's sleeve lightly. Draco jerks, annoyed, but Harry's gaze is steady. "We do not separate," Harry says quietly. Draco's eyes narrow. "Why?" Harry's voice is calm. "Because that would be stupid." Draco's nostrils flare, but he does not argue. He only snaps. "Fine?" Ron hovers awkwardly. Hermione steps in like she belongs. "We can go together," she says brisk. "That makes 4. Draco sneers. "I do not want to share a boat with you." Hermione's eyes flash. "Then swim," she replies, voice sharp. Ron's mouth twitches, like he is trying not to laugh. Harry steps into the boat first, steadying it with a careful hand. Draco follows, stiff. Ron climbs in and nearly tips the boat. Hermione huffs and grabs the side, correcting the balance automatically. The boat glides away on its own, smooth, silent, as if pulled by invisible hands. Harry sits, hands folded, watching the water. The lake is black and deep, reflecting the stars like scattered coins. The air is cold enough to make his cheeks sting. Draco stares toward the castle rising ahead, huge and sharp against the sky. His breath catches, and for a heartbeat Draco looks like a child again, not a performance. Ron whispers, "Blimey," like the word is a prayer. Hermione's eyes shine. "It is brilliant," she murmurs, and her voice is softer than Harry expected. Harry watches the castle, and his stomach tightens. It is beautiful, yes, but it also feels like teeth, like a place built to hold secrets. The boats bump gently against the shore. Hagrid herds them up a stone path to heavy doors. The entrance hall beyond smells of stone and candle wax. Shadows shift high above, moving with torchlight. A tall woman with a tight bun and sharp eyes waits inside. Professor McGonagall's gaze sweeps over them, assessing like a blade. "First years," she says crisply. "Follow me." They walk through corridors, footsteps echoing. Harry keeps his pace even, but his pulse is loud. Portraits whisper as they pass. Suits of armor stand still and then shift slightly, metal scraping with a faint squeal. They stop outside a set of doors. The sound of many voices hums behind them, like a living thing. McGonagall turns. "You will be sorted into your houses," she says. "Your house will be like your family at Hogwarts." Harry's stomach twists at the word family. Draco's chin lifts, smug. Ron looks pale. Hermione looks like she is about to take an exam. Harry looks calm, because Harry has learned that calm is armor. The doors swing open. Warm light spills out, and the great hall is bigger than Harry's mind can hold at first. Floating candles glow above long tables filled with students. The ceiling shows a night sky full of stars, like the hall stole the sky and pinned it overhead. Thousands of eyes turn toward the first years. Harry feels the stare like heat on his skin. Whispers ripple. Names flicker through the air like sparks. Malfoy, Weasley, Granger. Then, softer, sharper, and heavier. Hadrian Malfoy. Harry's stomach drops. He keeps his face calm. Draco leans slightly toward him and whispers, "See." Harry does not answer. McGonagall places a stool at the front and sets a battered hat on it. The sorting hat looks old and tired, brim frayed, seams like wrinkles. One by one, names are called. Students step forward, sit, and the hat shouts a house. Cheers rise, the tables clap. The noise is a wave. Harry's pulse pounds. His fingers are cold. Draco's name comes first. Malfoy Draco. Draco strides forward like he is being applauded already. He sits. The hat drops onto his head, and it barely pauses. Eslaish Rerein. Slytherin cheers loudly. Draco slides off the stool with a grin that looks like a weapon. He heads to the green and silver table and sits with older students who clap him on the shoulder. Harry's stomach tightens. Then McGonagall's voice cuts through the noise. Malfoy Hadrian. The hall shifts. Whispers sharpen. The weight of attention presses into Harry's ribs. Harry steps forward. His shoes click on stone. He feels every eye on his face, on his dark hair, on the faint line of his scar that Narcissa tried to conceal but could not erase. He sits on the stool. The hat drops over his eyes, smelling of dust and old magic. A voice murmurs in his ear, low and dry. "Well," the hat says, "you are interesting." Harry's stomach tightens. He keeps his thoughts still, the way Narcissa taught him, but the hat is already in his mind, probing gently like fingers testing a lock. "You have discipline," the hat murmurs. "You have training. You have anger under control like a knife in a sheath." Harry swallows. He keeps his wall up. "And you have something else," the hat says, quieter now. "A fragment, a shadow, a wound that watches back." Harry's scar prickles sharply. His breath catches, he clenches his jaw. The hat hums, almost pleased. "Slytherin will sharpen you," it says. "It will teach you to survive." Harry thinks of Draco's sneer. He thinks of Lucius's cold calm. He thinks of Narcissa's steady eyes. He thinks of Ron's face when Draco dismissed him, hurt and angry. He thinks of Hermione's voice when she said assumptions are wrong. He whispers in his mind, "I will not become like them." The hat pauses. "Oh," it murmurs. "So there is a choice." Harry's pulse pounds. He thinks of green banners from his vision. He thinks of a voice saying Slytherin. He thinks of Narcissa's instructions, careful and strategic. If he is not in Slytherin, he will be alone among enemies. Draco will be alone too, and Draco will lash out. Harry's jaw tightens. The hat's voice is amused. "You are protecting someone," it murmurs. "Even when you do not like them." Harry's throat tightens. He whispers in his mind, "Put me where I can control the damage." The hat chuckles softly. "Sly Sharon." It shouts. The Slytherin table erupts. Cheers, claps, whistles. Harry lifts the hat off and stands, face calm, pulse racing. He walks toward Slytherin, feeling eyes follow him like hooks. Draco watches him approach, smug relief flickering across his face before he buries it under arrogance. "Of course," Draco says loudly enough for others to hear. Harry sits beside him, posture straight. He keeps his expression neutral. Across the hall, Ron's face falls. Hermione looks annoyed, like the universe just broke a rule she expected it to follow. Harry's stomach twists. More names are called. Ron goes to Gryffindor, red and gold erupting around him. Hermione goes to Gryffindor too, her table cheering as if she is already a prize. Harry watches them, and something tight in his chest pulls, like a thread stretched between tables. Then the feast begins. Platters appear, steaming, filled with food Harry has never seen in his life. The smell hits him hard, rich and warm, making his mouth water even though he did not realize he was hungry. Draco immediately starts talking, loud and confident, telling older Slytherins about his father, his house, his plans. Older students laugh. Some look at Harry like he is a curiosity they want to poke. A boy with dark hair and a lazy smile leans over. "Hadrian Malfoy," he says. "That is new." Harry's gaze flicks to him. "Blaise Zabini," Harry says, because he remembers Narcissa listing names like a spell. "Hello." Blaise's brows lift. "You know me." Harry keeps his voice calm. "Yes." Blaise smiles slightly. "You are either polite," he says, "or dangerous." Harry's mouth twitches. Both can be useful. Blaise laughs quietly. "I like you." Draco shoots Harry a glare, offended that someone else likes him. A pale girl with sharp eyes leans in from across the table. "Do you duel?" she asks bluntly. Harry looks at her. "Some," he says. She smiles, quick and sharp. "Good. I am Daphne Greengrass." Harry nods. "Hello." Draco scoffs. "He duels," Draco says, as if claiming credit. "Mum made him train." Daphne's gaze flicks to Draco, unimpressed. "I asked him," she says. Draco's cheeks flush. Harry eats slowly, careful. He listens more than he speaks. He catches words like knives hidden in conversation. Blood status, alliances, family grudges. It is not home, but it feels familiar in a way that makes his skin prickle. When the feast ends, a voice echoes from the head table, warm and calm. "Welcome," Dumbledore says. Harry looks up. Dumbledore's eyes sweep the hall, and for a heartbeat they land on Harry. The pressure touches Harry's mind again, gentle but insistent. Harry builds his wall. Dumbledore's brows lift slightly, just a flicker. Harry's stomach tightens. Dumbledore speaks about rules, about forbidden corridors, about safety. The words sound like comfort, but Harry hears the steel under them. When it is done, the students stand and follow their prefects out. Slytherin moves like a school of fish, smooth and organized. Draco walks close to Harry, as if afraid Harry might vanish. They descend into the dungeons. The air grows cooler, damp. Stone walls close in. Torches spit softly, the sound like small snakes. They reach a wall, and the prefect says a password. The wall slides open, revealing a common room lit by greenish light from windows that look out into black water. Harry's chest tightens. The lake presses against the glass. Shadows move outside, slow and heavy. Draco talks loudly to older boys, already making claims. Harry stands near the edge, watching, measuring. His pulse is steady now, but his stomach is still tight. A voice behind him says, "You do not look impressed." Harry turns. Professor Snape stands there, robed like spilled ink, eyes black and sharp. His gaze flicks over Harry's face, pausing on the faint line of the scar. The bitterness in Snape's expression tightens like a fist. Harry's chest tightens. He remembers Snape in the nursery, staring like Harry was a curse. Harry keeps his voice calm. "I am observing," he says. Snape's mouth twists. That is a safe answer. Harry meets his eyes. Safe answers keep you alive. Snape's gaze sharpens, then cools. "Come," he says. "Walk." Harry follows, posture straight. Draco notices and looks annoyed, but he does not interrupt. Draco is still afraid of Snape in a way he would never admit. Snape leads Harry to a corner away from the others. His voice drops. "Did your mother instruct you?" Snape says. "Or did you decide to become a little statue on your own?" Harry's jaw tightens. "Mum instructed me." Snape's eyes narrow. "And your father?" Harry hesitates. Lucius's instructions are colder, more about control. Narcissa's are about survival with a flicker of something else. "Yes," Harry says. Snape's gaze holds his. "You will not be special here." Snape says quietly, "I do not care who raised you. I do not care what your name is. In my classroom, You will work. You will not show off. You will not make me regret allowing your mother to keep you." Harry's stomach twists. The last words feel like a hook under his ribs. Harry keeps his voice even. "Yes, Professor." Snape's eyes narrow. "Good," he says, though the word sounds like it tastes bitter. Snape leans closer, voice dropping further. "And if you feel your scar," he murmurs, "burning, itching, whispering, you tell me." Harry's throat tightens. It does not whisper. Snape's gaze is sharp. "Not yet," he says. Harry's skin prickles. "Yes, Professor." Snape straightens. "Go to bed," he says. "Do not wander. Hogwarts has teeth." Harry nods and steps away. His pulse is steady, but his palms are damp. When he reaches Draco, Draco grabs his sleeve. "What did he want?" Draco demands. Harry keeps his voice calm. "Advice." Draco sneers. "He is obsessed with you." Harry's jaw tightens. "He is not." Draco's eyes flash. "Everyone is," Draco mutters, and the words sound like a complaint and a fear at the same time. Harry does not answer. That night, Harry lies in his bed under greenish light. The dorm is quiet except for breathing and occasional mutters. Draco's bed is nearby. Draco turns in his sleep like he is fighting something even there. Harry stares at the ceiling and tries to sleep. His scar prickles. He builds his wall. The prickling fades, but an image slips through anyway, sharp and cold. A trapdoor. A three-headed dog. A man with a turban who smells like fear. A stone that feels like a heartbeat. Harry's breath catches. He clenches his jaw, forces the image away. When sleep finally takes him, it is not peaceful. Morning smells like damp stone and ink. The Slytherin table is full of loud talk and calculated laughter. Draco is already bragging about being sorted, like anyone needs to hear it. Harry eats quickly, then follows the stream of students toward their first lesson, potions. The dungeon classroom smells of herbs and something sour. Cauldrons sit on tables like black mouths waiting to be fed. Snape stands at the front, robe still, eyes scanning faces like he is looking for reasons to dislike them. Harry takes a seat near the middle. Draco sits beside him, smug. Across the room, Harry spots Ron and Hermione at the back, looking uncomfortable among Slytherins and Ravenclaws. Ron's eyes find Harry. Ron looks like he is not sure if he should be angry or relieved to see him. Hermione looks like she is already judging Snape's teaching style. Snape begins. His voice is smooth, cold, precise. He speaks about subtlety and exactness, about potions being a delicate art. His eyes flick to Harry, then away. Then Snape's gaze snaps to Ron, and his mouth curls faintly. Harry's stomach tightens. He knows what is coming. Snape's questions land like knives. Ron fumbles. Hermione's hand shoots up. Snape ignores her, because of course he does. Harry sits still listening. He feels Draco beside him, smug, pleased to watch a Weasley squirm. Snape's gaze flicks to Harry suddenly. "Malfoy," he says. Harry's pulse jumps, but his face stays calm. "Yes, Professor." Snape's eyes narrow slightly. "Tell me," he says, voice soft and dangerous, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand jerks up instantly. Ron looks panicked. Harry's mind moves fast. Narcissa's tutors drilled him on potions basics. Snape is asking something else too, something loaded. Harry answers calmly. "A sleeping draught," he says. Snape's eyes sharpen. "Name it." Harry swallows. "Draught of living death," he says. Snape's gaze holds his for a beat too long. Then Snape's mouth twists like satisfaction and resentment are fighting. "Correct?" Snape says. Draco looks annoyed that Harry got it right without needing Draco. Snape turns away, snapping instructions. Students begin chopping and stirring. The room fills with the sound of knives on boards, liquid bubbling murmurs. Harry works carefully. His fingers are steady. The smell of crushed herbs is sharp clean. A hiss comes from Draco's cauldron and smoke puffs up. Draco curses under his breath, face red. Harry glances. "Your heat is too high," Harry says quietly. Draco snaps, "I know." Harry does not argue. He adjusts his own flame, measured. Across the room, Ron's potion turns a weird shade. Hermione whispers correction. Ron looks grateful and embarrassed at the same time. Snape sweeps past tables like a predator. He stops near Ron, sneers at the mess, and deducts points. Ron's ears go red. Hermione's mouth tightens. Harry's stomach twists. Then Snape stops at Harry's table. His eyes drop to Harry's cauldron. The potion is the correct color, thick and glossy. Snape's gaze lifts to Harry's face. "Not bad," he says softly, like the words hurt him. Harry keeps his voice neutral. "Thank you." "Professor." Snape's eyes narrow. "Do not thank me," he says. "Just work." He moves on. Draco exhales like he has been holding his breath, then mutters, "Teacher's pet." Harry's jaw tightens. "I did not ask him to watch me." Draco scoffs. "You did not have to." Harry keeps his face calm. "If you want to compete, compete," he says. "But do not blame me, because you cannot hold your temper steady." Draco's eyes flash. "You always talk like that," he snaps. "Like you're older than me." Harry's throat tightens. He whispers, "Maybe I have to be." Draco looks at him, unsettled, then looks away. After potions, the day moves fast. Charms with Professor Flitwick is bright and noisy. Harry's wand feels strange in his hand, familiar but heavier here, like the school itself is watching what he does. Flitwick is delighted by Hermione. Ron struggles. Draco complains. Harry performs spells neatly controlled, not flashy. In Transfiguration, McGonagall's gaze sharpens when she watches Harry, as if she expects something. Harry keeps his face calm and does exactly what she asks, no more, no less. By the time the sun sinks, Harry's shoulders ache with held tension. His stomach growls again, and he realizes he is hungry in a way he has never been at home. Hogwarts drains you not with cruelty, but with constant attention. He eats at dinner, listening. He notices how Slytherin kids talk about blood as if it is currency. He notices how older students glance at him and then whisper. He notices how professors' gazes linger. He also notices that when Ron laughs at Gryffindor, the sound reaches Harry across the hall like warmth. It makes Harry's chest hurt in a stupid way. Later, when Harry heads to his dorm, Draco grabs his sleeve again. "You are not going to make friends with them," Draco says, voice low. Harry's jaw tightens. "I can speak to whoever I want." Draco's eyes burn. "If you choose them," Draco hisses, "you are choosing against me." Harry's stomach twists. He looks at Draco, really looks. Draco's face is pale. His eyes are bright. He looks like someone standing on thin ice pretending it is stone. Harry's voice softens slightly, careful. "I am not against you," he says. "I am against you being cruel." Draco flinches like the word hit him. Draco's voice shakes. "You think you can fix me?" He spits. Harry swallows. "No," he says quietly. "I think you can fix yourself." Draco's jaw clenches. "Whatever," he mutters, and he storms ahead. Harry watches Draco go, and he feels tired in his bones. Weeks pass, but not like a smooth slide. Each day is a set of small battles. Draco trying to prove himself. Harry trying not to be pulled into cruelty. Ron and Hermione staring at Harry from across the hall like he is an answer they cannot stop thinking about. One afternoon, Harry is leaving the library with a stack of books when Hermione appears beside him like she has been waiting for the moment. "You," Hermione says brisk. Harry stops.
Yes?
Hermione's eyes narrow. "Are you going to pretend you do not know you have been avoiding us?" she says. Harry's stomach tightens. "I have not been avoiding you." Hermione scoffs. "You have," she says. "You sit with Draco. You sleep in the dungeons. You walk away when we come near." Harry's jaw tightens. He cannot tell her the truth. The truth is that being seen with them will make Slytherin sharper, and Draco meaner, and Lucius suspicious. The truth is that Harry is tired of being watched. Harry chooses a smaller truth. "People talk," he says quietly. Hermione's eyes flash. "People always talk," she snaps. "That is not a reason to let them control you." Harry's throat tightens. Hermione is right, and that is the problem. Ron appears from behind Hermione, carrying a book that looks too heavy for him. He stops short when he sees Harry. Ron clears his throat. "Ear," he says. "Hi." Harry's stomach twists. "Hi," he says. Ron's eyes flick to the Slytherin crest on Harry's robes. Ron's mouth tightens, but he forces himself. "We need to talk," Ron says. Harry's pulse jumps. "About what?" Hermione speaks fast. "About the corridor on the 3rd floor," she says. "The one that is locked. The one that smells like wet dog." Harry's head throbs lightly. The image of the trapdoor flickers at the back of his mind. Harry keeps his voice calm. "Why are you asking me?" Hermione's eyes narrow. "Because you looked at it during the feast," she says. "Your eyes went there, like you already knew it mattered." Harry's stomach drops. Hermione notices everything. It is terrifying. Ron shifts awkwardly. "And because," Ron says, voice rough, "you were on the train and you stopped Draco." "You were not." He pauses, searching what we expected. Harry's throat tightens. "What did you expect?" Ron's ears go red. "That you'd be a git." Ron admits, then winces. Sorry, that was rude." Harry's mouth twitches. "It was accurate," he says quietly. "Most people would expect that." Hermione's expression softens slightly, then hardens again. "So are you going to help us?" she asks. Harry's stomach twists. Helping them means stepping into something, and Harry already feels something moving under the school, like a creature shifting. Harry looks at them, then around the library corridor. It is quiet. No one is close enough to hear. Harry speaks carefully. "I do not know everything," he says, "but I have seen something. A door, a dog." Ron's eyes widen. "A dog." Harry nods once. "A big one." Hermione's eyes sharpen, excited. "I knew it," she whispers. "I knew there was something being hidden." Harry's pulse quickens. "If you are going to be stupid," he says, "be stupid carefully." Ron snorts. "That sounds like something your mum would say." Harry's stomach tightens at the word mum, but he does not show it. "Yes?" he says quietly. "It does." Hermione studies him. "You miss her," she says, not a question. Harry's throat tightens. He hates that she sees it. Harry keeps his voice calm. "I am not here to talk about my feelings," he says. Ron scratches the back of his neck. "Fair," he mutters. Hermione huffs. "We are not stupid," she says. Harry's eyes narrow. "You are already planning to go near a locked corridor guarded by a giant dog," he says. "That is stupid." Ron opens his mouth, then closes it. All right, Ron says grudgingly. Bit stupid. Hermione's cheeks flush. It is research, she snaps. Harry exhales. Meet me tonight, he says quietly. After dinner, near the statue of the one-eyed witch, Ron blinks. Why there? Harry's voice stays even. Because it is quiet, he says. And because Slytherin eyes do not go there. Hermione nods quickly, already satisfied. Fine, she says. Tonight? They leave, and Harry watches them go, stomach tight. He knows he just made an enemy of half his house and an ally of 2 Gryffindors, and he is not sure which is more dangerous. That night, Harry moves through the corridors with his hood up, steps quiet. He keeps his wall up. He listens for footsteps, for whispers, for the scrape of armor. He reaches the statue. Ron and Hermione are already there, waiting, faces tense. Ron whispers, "You look like you're sneaking into a vault." Harry's mouth twitches. "I am?" he murmurs. "Just not one with gold." Hermione leans in. "What do you know?" she whispers. Harry's voice is low. "I saw the corridor on the first night," he says. "The air around it feels wrong, like wards, like something is pressing behind the door." Hermione's eyes shine. "So it is protected," she murmurs. Ron shifts. "And the dog," he whispers. "You said there is a dog?" Harry nods. 3 heads. Ron goes pale. 3. Hermione's eyes widen, then narrow. "That sounds like a Cerberus," she whispers, excited. "They are in myths, guarding entrances." Harry's head throbs. The trapdoor image flickers again. Harry's voice is quiet. "It is guarding something under the floor." Ron swallows hard. "How do you know?" Harry hesitates. If he says he saw it, they will ask how. If he says he guessed, Hermione will doubt. He chooses another small truth. "I felt it," he says. "Like a pull." Hermione nods like that makes sense. Ron looks like he wants to run. Harry's gaze flicks down the corridor. "We are not going tonight," he says. Hermione's face falls. "Why not?" Harry's eyes narrow. "Because we do not have a plan," he says. "And because Filch is everywhere." Ron nods quickly. "Yeah, let's not get eaten." Hermione huffs, annoyed, but she nods reluctantly. "Fine," she says. "So what do we do?" Harry's voice stays even. "We watch," he says. "We listen. And we find out what is being guarded." Ron scratches his head. "How?" Hermione answers instantly. "The library," she says. Harry's mouth twitches. "Of course," he murmurs. Hermione glares. "Do not act like that is foolish." She snaps. "Books contain facts." Harry holds up a hand, calm. "I am not mocking," he says. "I am accepting reality." Ron mutters, "She will eat you alive if you mock her." Hermione's eyes flash. "I heard that." Ron turns red. "Sorry." Harry exhales slowly. "We do it carefully," he says. "If Draco finds out I am meeting you, he will make it a war?" Ron's eyes widen. "Draco hates me." Harry nods once. He hates anyone who makes him feel small. Hermione's expression tightens. That is his problem. Harry's voice is quiet. "It becomes my problem if he drags my house into it," he says. Hermione studies him. "You are balancing," she murmurs. "All the time?" Harry's throat tightens. He keeps his face calm. "Yes," he says. A faint sound echoes down the corridor. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Harry's posture tightens. "Go," he whispers. Ron and Hermione vanish around a corner. Harry slips into shadow, pressing against the cold stone, breath quiet. Filch appears with Mrs. Norris in his arms, eyes narrowed. The cat's eyes glow in the dark like little lamps. Filch mutters, "I smell trouble," Harry keeps his wall up and his breath steady. Filch passes, squinting, then moves on. Harry exhales slowly when the footsteps fade. When he returns to the dorm, Draco is awake, sitting on his bed like he has been waiting. Draco's eyes narrow. "Where were you?" Harry's stomach tightens. He keeps his voice calm. "To the bathroom." Draco scoffs. "For that long?" Harry's jaw tightens. "Do you want details?" Draco's cheeks flush. "No." Draco snaps. "I want you to stop disappearing." Harry's pulse jumps. "I do not disappear," he says. "I move." Draco's eyes burn. "You move away from me," Draco says. Harry's throat tightens. He forces his voice even. "I am allowed to have my own thoughts," he says. Draco's jaw clenches. "You always say things like your mum." Harry's stomach twists. "She taught me," he says quietly. Draco's face shifts, anger flickering into something softer and uglier. "She taught you." Draco repeats, voice rough. "She teaches you more." Harry's pulse pounds. He keeps his face calm. "She teaches both of us," he says. Draco laughs once, bitter. "Not the same." Draco mutters, and he turns away. Harry lies down, heart pounding, and stares at the ceiling. His scar prickles again, faint, like a warning. Halloween arrives with cold wind and orange light. Pumpkins sit in the corridors, grinning. Ghosts float through walls, laughing. The great hall is decorated with bats that flutter overhead. Harry eats dinner with Slytherin, but his stomach is tight. He has felt unease all day, like the air is waiting for something to break. Draco is loud, bragging about dueling and bloodlines. Pansy Parkinson giggles at him. Harry listens, but his attention keeps slipping. A vision presses in behind his eyes. A bathroom, a girl crying, a troll's heavy footsteps, a scream. Harry's breath catches. His fork pauses halfway to his mouth. Draco notices. "What is wrong with you now?" Harry's pulse spikes. He forces his voice low. "Something is coming," he murmurs. Draco scoffs. "You and your moods." Harry's jaw tightens. The vision sharpens and his scar burns like someone pressed a hot coin to it. Harry jerks, hand going to his forehead. His breath catches. Pain pulses sharp and ugly. Draco stiffens, startled. "Harry." Draco says, and the name sounds too real, slipping out before Draco can stop it. Harry swallows hard. "Troll," he whispers. Draco blinks. "What?" Harry's stomach twists. He stands abruptly, chair scraping. Heads turn. Draco grabs his sleeve. "Sit!" Draco hisses. Harry yanks his sleeve free. "No," he says. He turns and strides toward the staff table, pulse pounding, face calm, only because it has to be. Professor Quirrell bursts into the hall before Harry reaches it, face pale, turban slightly crooked. "Troll." Quirrell squeaks, voice high and shaking. In the dungeons. The hall erupts. Students scream, chairs scrape. Panic surges like a wave. Snape's eyes snap across the hall, sharp, predatory. His gaze lands on Harry for a heartbeat, and Harry sees something like recognition there, like Snape knows Harry already knew. Dumbledore stands, voice booming, calm cutting through chaos. "Prefects," he says. "Lead your houses back to the dormitories." Slytherin students scramble. Excited and afraid. Draco grabs Harry's arm hard this time. "Come on." Draco snaps, dragging him toward the exit. Harry's stomach twists. The vision shows the bathroom again. Hermione's face. Fear. Harry yanks his arm free. "Hermione is not with Gryffindor," he says. Draco freezes. "What?" Harry's pulse pounds. "She was in the library earlier." Harry says fast. "She said she was going to the bathroom." Draco stares at him, stunned that Harry cares. Harry turns and runs. He does not run like a panicked child. He runs like training. Quiet steps, controlled breath, heart pounding anyway. He hears Draco curse and then follow footsteps fast and angry behind him. Draco is not leaving Harry alone, even when Draco is furious. Harry reaches the corridor near the girls' bathroom. The air smells damp. A sobbing sound echoes faintly. Hermione. Harry's stomach drops. Ron appears around the corner at the same time, face pale, hair messy. He stops short when he sees Harry, then his eyes widen. "You?" Ron blurts. "What are you doing here?" Harry's voice is low and urgent. "Hermione is inside," he says. Ron's face goes pale. "Oh no," he whispers. "We told her to come to the feast. She ran off." Draco arrives behind Harry, breath fast. "This is insane," Draco snaps. "We are going to get killed." Harry meets Draco's eyes. "You can leave," Harry says. Draco's face twists. "No." Draco snaps, and the word sounds like fear disguised as anger. "If you die, Mum will." He stops, jaw clenched, unable to finish. Harry's throat tightens. He turns toward the bathroom door. A heavy thud shakes the corridor. Then another. Footsteps slow and crushing, like a giant dragging stone. Ron's face goes white. "That's it," he whispers. Harry's pulse pounds hard. His scar burns again sharp. He builds his wall, but the pain leaks through anyway. The troll's shadow appears at the end of the corridor, huge and hunched. Its skin is gray and rough. Its smell hits Harry like a punch, rotten and sour. It drags a club that scrapes stone with a horrible squeal. Ron makes a small sound, half choked. Draco's breath catches. "Merlin," Draco whispers, voice thin. Harry's heart slams. His body moves before his mind finishes deciding. He points his wand. "Ventus." He snaps, and a gust of wind slams into the troll's face. The troll grunts, head jerking, stumbling a step. The club lifts slightly, then drops again with a thud that makes the floor vibrate. Harry's arms tremble with the force. He is 11, and this spell is not meant for him, but Narcissa's tutors made him practice until his wrists ached. Draco's eyes widen. "Since when can you do that?" Harry does not answer. He hears Hermione's sobs inside the bathroom, louder now. The troll roars, angry, and lumbers forward, club dragging, then lifting. Harry's pulse pounds. "Ron," he snaps. "Go get a professor." Ron flinches. "What about you?" Harry's voice is hard. "Go." Ron hesitates, then bolts, footsteps pounding away. Draco stays, wand raised, eyes wide. "You are insane," Draco mutters. Harry's jaw tightens. "Yes," he says. The troll swings its club. Harry moves fast, stepping sideways, pulling Draco with him by the sleeve. The club crashes where they stood, stone cracking with a loud crack, dust exploding up into the air. Draco coughs, eyes watering. This is not a duel, Draco snaps, voice shaking. Harry's breath is fast. "No," he says. "It is survival." Harry's vision flickers. He sees the troll stepping into the bathroom. He sees Hermione cornered. Harry's stomach drops. He darts forward, wand up. Fapendo. He snaps and the jinx hits the troll's knee. The troll grunts, leg buckling slightly. It stumbles, slamming into the wall. The club scrapes stone with a shriek. Harry's wrists ache. His arm feels heavy. Sweat breaks across his back. Draco raises his wand, trembling, and shouts, "Stupefy." A red jet hits the troll's shoulder and fizzles like it hit rock. Draco's eyes widen. It did nothing. Harry's jaw tightens. "Aim for the head," he says quickly. "Or distract." Draco's breath is fast. "You act like you've done this before." Harry's voice is low. "I saw it," he admits. And the truth slips out because fear is pressing at his throat. Draco stares at him, then flinches as the troll roars again. The troll charges, slow but unstoppable, club lifting. Harry's pulse spikes. He darts backward, dragging Draco again. "Move!" he snaps. They sprint into the bathroom doorway, just as the troll swings again. The club crashes into the corridor wall, cracking stone, sending shards skittering with sharp clicks. Harry slams into the bathroom, breath ragged. Hermione is there, pressed against a sink, eyes wide, face streaked with tears. Her gaze locks on Harry. "You?" she gasps, voice shaking. "Why are you here?" Harry's voice is tight. "Because you were crying loudly enough to summon a monster," he snaps. Hermione flinches, then her eyes flash. "I was not trying to," she says, furious and terrified at the same time. Draco shoves past Harry, wand up, face pale. "Get behind something." Draco snaps at Hermione, and the command surprises all three of them. Hermione stares at Draco like Draco just grew another head. The troll's shadow fills the doorway. The smell hits harder in the smaller space. Hermione gags, hand flying to her mouth. Harry's heart slams. He steps forward, wand raised. The troll roars and steps in, club lifting. Harry's arm trembles, his breath is fast. He feels sweat on his palms, wand slick. He shouts, "Depulso," and the force hits the troll's chest. The troll staggers back half a step, then roars louder, angry that something small dared push it. Harry's head throbs, his scar burns. The pain spikes and makes his vision blur. He sees the troll's club swinging down. He sees Draco shoved aside. He sees Hermione's head cracking against stone. He sees blood. Harry's stomach drops. He moves. He lunges, grabs Draco's robe, yanks him left. Draco stumbles, eyes wide, shocked. The club slams down where Draco's head would have been, cracking the sink with a loud smash. Porcelain shards flying like white knives. Hermione screams. Draco's breath catches. He looks at Harry, pale. "You!" Draco whispers. Harry does not answer. His arm is shaking. His ribs feel tight. His lungs burn. Hermione crouches behind a shattered stall door, panting, eyes huge. She clutches her wand like it is a lifeline. The troll lifts its club again, slower now, confused by the small things dodging. Harry's mind races. Stuns do little. Pushes slow it. They need the troll to knock itself out, like in the story Narcissa once mentioned, voice dry, as if discussing weather. Harry's gaze flicks to the troll's head, to the club, to the cracked floor. He speaks fast. "Hermione?" he snaps. Levitation. Hermione blinks, startled. "What?" Harry's voice is sharp. "Levitate the club," he says. "Control it." Hermione's eyes widen. "I can," she says, breath fast. "But I need time." Draco snarls. "We do not have time." Harry's jaw tightens. "Then we make time." Harry points his wand at the troll's face. "Lumos Maxima," he snaps, and a burst of bright light flares, harsh and white. The troll roars and flinches, blinking, swinging blindly. The club whooshes through air, missing Harry by inches. Wind from it brushes Harry's cheek, cold and violent. Harry ducks, breath ragged. "Now," he snaps. Hermione rises slightly, wand shaking, and shouts, "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll's club jerks upward, wrenched out of the troll's grip. The troll stares up, confused, mouth open, drool dripping. Hermione's face is tight with effort, teeth clenched. Her arms tremble. "I have it!" she gasps. Harry's pulse pounds. "Lift it higher," he says. Hermione's wand shakes. The club rises, wobbling. Draco's eyes widen. He looks at Hermione, then at the floating club. "All right." Draco mutters, almost impressed, then catches himself and scowls. The troll roars and swings its arms upward, trying to grab the club back. Hermione squeaks, eyes wide, and the club jerks. Harry's stomach drops. "Drop it," Harry shouts. Hermione's breath catches. "What?" Harry's voice is hard. "Drop it on its head." Hermione flinches. Her eyes flick to the troll's skull, to its thick forehead, and fear flashes. Then her jaw tightens. Hermione whispers, "Fine," like she is angry at herself for hesitating, and she flicks her wand downward. The club drops. It falls with a heavy whoosh, then cracks down onto the troll's head with a sickening thud. The troll's eyes roll. Its knees buckle. It collapses onto the floor with a huge crash that shakes the room. Silence hits for a heartbeat, broken only by Harry's ragged breathing and Hermione's shaky gasp. Draco stares at the fallen troll, chest heaving. "We," Draco whispers. "We did it." Harry's knees feel weak. He forces himself to stay upright. Hermione's hands tremble. Her face is pale. She looks like she might cry again, but this time from shock. Footsteps pound in the corridor outside, fast many. McGonagall bursts in first, robe flaring, eyes sharp. Snape is behind her, face like thunder. Quirrell stumbles in, whining. Lockhart is not here, because he is not in the school yet, and Harry is grateful for that even without knowing why. McGonagall's eyes sweep the scene, taking in the unconscious troll, the shattered sinks, the three children panting. Her gaze locks on Harry. "What?" she says, voice tight. "Are you doing here?" Draco opens his mouth, then snaps it shut, eyes wide. Hermione speaks first, breath shaky but voice firm. "It was my fault," she says quickly. "I went looking for the troll, because I thought I could deal with it." Ron skids into the doorway behind the professors, face pale, breathless. He stares at Hermione, then at the troll, eyes wide. Harry's stomach twists. Hermione is lying for them. McGonagall's eyes narrow. "You," she says sharply, "thought you could deal with a troll." Hermione's cheeks flush. "Yes," she says, and the word is stubborn even though fear still shakes it. Snape's eyes flick to Harry, sharp and cold. "And you, Malfoy?" Snape says softly, "Just happened to be here." Harry keeps his face calm. "Yes, Professor." Snape's eyes narrow. "Why?" Harry's throat tightens. He cannot say he saw it. He cannot say he knew. Harry chooses a smaller truth. "We heard her," he says quietly. "We came." Snape's mouth twists. "How noble!" he murmurs, and the sarcasm is a blade. McGonagall's gaze flicks between them. "This," she says coldly, "is reckless. You could have died." Draco's voice bursts out, shaky with adrenaline. "We would have if we waited." McGonagall's eyes snap to Draco, shocked that Draco spoke. Draco flushes and clamps his mouth shut again. Quirrell whimpers, "Oh dear, oh dear," and looks like he might faint. Snape's gaze lingers on Harry's forehead. Harry feels the pressure again, like eyes on his scar. Snape's voice drops. "Go," Snape says, and it is a command. "All of you." Now, McGonagall's mouth tightens. "You will receive consequences," she says sharply, "severe ones." Harry nods once, calm. Draco nods stiffly. Hermione nods quickly, still shaky. Ron stands in the doorway, stunned, then steps back to let them pass. As Harry walks out, Snape's voice cuts low, meant only for Harry. "You knew?" Snape murmurs. Harry's breath catches. He does not look at Snape. He keeps walking. In the corridor, Ron grabs Hermione's arm gently. "You didn't have to lie," Ron whispers. Hermione's voice shakes, but it is sharp. "Yes, I did," she snaps. Do you want Draco Malfoy punished by his house for saving me? Do you want Hadrian Malfoy dragged into something worse because he was here? Ron stares at her, ears red. "We're," he mutters. "No." Harry's throat tightens. Draco stiffens beside him listening, face pale. Draco's voice is low. "You owe us." Draco mutters at Hermione, trying for his usual cruelty, but it lands weak. Hermione's eyes flash. "I know," she says. "And you." She looks at Harry. "You were right." "That was stupid." Harry's mouth twitches. "Yes," he murmurs. Ron looks at Harry, expression tangled. "You saved her," Ron says, voice rough. Harry's throat tightens. "We all did," Harry says. Ron swallows. "Still," he mutters. They stand there for a heartbeat, all four of them. Breathing fast, adrenaline still buzzing. Hermione's eyes flick to Draco, softer now. "You pulled me back," she says quietly, as if admitting it costs her pride. "Thank you." Draco blinks, shocked. His cheeks flush. He looks away quickly. "Whatever," he mutters. Harry watches Draco, and for a heartbeat he sees how starved Draco is for simple thanks. Ron clears his throat. "So," Ron says, trying to sound normal and failing. "Are we—" He pauses, then blurts, "Friends now." Hermione's mouth opens, then closes. She looks like she wants to deny it out of principle. Harry's stomach twists. Friendship is dangerous. Friendship is a weakness people can use. Lucius would say that. Narcissa would say choose your weaknesses carefully. Harry looks at Ron, then Hermione, then Draco. Harry's voice is quiet. "We are allies," he says. Ron's face falls. "That's a fancy way of saying no." Harry's throat tightens. "It is a way of saying yes," he corrects gently. "Just not loudly." Hermione nods slowly, understanding. "Fine," she says. "Allies." Ron mutters, "allies," like he is trying the word on and not sure it fits. Draco scoffs quietly. "Do not call me your ally," he mutters. Hermione's eyes flash. "Then stop helping us," she snaps. Draco's mouth tightens. He does not answer. Harry exhales slowly. "Go," he says quietly, "before someone sees us." They split, moving in different directions. Harry returns to the dungeons with Draco, heart still pounding. Draco's shoulders are stiff. Draco looks like he wants to say something, then does not. When they reach the common room, Slytherins swarm them with questions. Draco instantly slips back into performance, bragging about being near the troll, acting like he was in control. Harry keeps his face calm, says little. He feels eyes on him. He feels whispers. He also feels something else, a shift. People in Slytherin look at him differently now, not just curious. Cautious. That night, Snape pulls Harry aside in the corridor, face pale and sharp. "You will come to my office," Snape says, voice low. Harry follows, stomach tight. The office smells like herbs and ink and something bitter. Snape closes the door and casts silencing. His eyes lock on Harry. "How?" Snape says, voice tight. "Did you know?" Harry's throat tightens. He keeps his face calm. "I did not," he lies. Snape's mouth twists. "Do not insult me." Snape snaps, and the anger cracks through his cold control. Harry's pulse jumps. He forces his voice steady. "I felt something," he says, choosing the smallest truth again. Snape's eyes narrow. "Your sight?" Snape says, and the words sound like a curse. Harry's stomach twists. "Yes," he admits, voice quiet. Snape's jaw clenches. He steps closer. "You do not speak about it to anyone," he says sharply. "Not Draco. Not your little Gryffindor friends. Not even your mother in letters." Harry's breath catches. "Not Mum." Snape's eyes burn. "Not in letters?" Snape repeats. Letters can be intercepted. Harry's throat tightens. Then how do I tell her? Harry asks, and the question slips out, too honest. Snape's gaze flickers, and for a heartbeat Harry sees something like regret. Then Snape's mask returns. You tell her when you go home, Snape says coldly. Until then you shut your mind. Harry swallows hard. I try, he says. Snape's eyes narrow. Trying is not enough, he snaps. You are carrying something that listens. If you leave doors open, it will walk through. Harry's scar prickles. Harry's stomach drops. It listens, he whispers. Snape's voice is quiet. Yes, he says. And it is patient. Harry's breath shakes. He clenches his jaw. Snape's voice drops rough. Look at me, he says. Harry lifts his gaze. Snape's eyes are dark and intense. Close your mind, Snape commands. Now, Harry builds his wall, ice and stone, the locked room. He feels pressure push against it, probing, searching for cracks. Harry's forehead aches. Sweat breaks at his temples. Snape's voice is harsh. Again, he snaps. Harry tightens the wall. The pressure scrapes. Harry's breath catches, and he almost slips. He sees a flash of green light. He hears a laugh, cold and high. He feels a hand on his skull, like a claw. Harry's breath breaks. He jerks, eyes wide. Snape's face is tight, pale. Do you feel it? Snape says, voice low. Harry swallows hard. Yes, he whispers, throat raw. Snape's jaw clenches. Good, he says, and the word sounds wrong in his mouth. Because fear will keep you careful. Harry's hands shake slightly. He forces them still. Snape steps back. Go, he says. And if you feel your scar burn like that again, you come to me first. Harry nods once, then leaves, heart pounding. The months after Halloween turn sharper. Snow arrives. The lake outside the Slytherin windows becomes darker, heavier. The castle feels colder, but Harry realizes the cold is not just weather. It is tension. He sees Snape and Quirrell arguing in corridors, voices low and angry. He catches the smell of wet dog near the forbidden corridor, stronger some nights. He hears whispers about something hidden, something valuable, something important. Hermione hunts in the library like a wolf. Ron complains but follows. Harry balances between them and Slytherin, slipping into conversations with Blaise and Daphne to keep his house from turning on him. Draco watches him, suspicious and angry. But Draco also does not leave Harry alone. Draco follows him in corridors, sits near him in class, clings like a shadow that pretends it is just proximity. One night, Harry's vision hits him while he is half asleep. He sees a room full of flame. He sees keys with wings. He sees a chessboard. He sees a mirror. He jerks awake, sweating, scar burning. He sits up, breathing hard. Draco stirs in the bed beside him. Draco's voice is thick with sleep. What? Draco mutters. Harry swallows, throat dry. Nothing. He lies automatically. Draco sits up slightly, rubbing his eyes. His face looks softer in the dark. Your scar, Draco whispers, and the words sound like fear. Harry's breath shakes. He presses his fingers to his forehead. The skin is hot. The pain pulses, then fades. Harry exhales slowly. Draco watches him. Does it hurt? Draco asks, voice low, almost careful. Harry looks at Draco, surprised. Harry's voice is quiet. Yes, he admits. Draco's jaw clenches. He looks away quickly, furious that he asked. Harry's throat tightens anyway. It stops, Harry says, trying to make it sound smaller. It always stops. Draco's voice is rough. Good, he mutters, and he lies back down. Harry stares at the ceiling, pulse pounding. The next day, Harry sees Quirrell limping slightly. Quirrell's face is paler than usual. His eyes dart everywhere like hunted prey. Snape watches Quirrell like he wants to slice him open and see what falls out. Hermione corners Harry after charms, eyes bright with triumph. "I found it," Hermione whispers. Harry's stomach tightens. "Found what?" Hermione's voice rushes. "Nicholas Flamel," she says. "He is connected to the Philosopher's Stone." Harry's head throbs. The word stone echoes in his skull like a bell. Ron's eyes widen. "That's real," he whispers. Hermione nods fiercely. "It can make the elixir of life," she says. "It can turn metal into gold." Ron whistles softly. "That's mad." Harry's pulse pounds. "So someone is trying to steal it," Harry says. Hermione nods. "Yes," she says. "And the dog is guarding it." Harry's scar prickles faintly like agreement. Ron swallows. "Who is trying to steal it?" Harry's gaze flicks to Quirrell across the corridor, then to Snape, moving like a shadow. Harry's throat tightens. "I do not know," he says carefully. "But someone is desperate." Hermione's eyes narrow. "Snape is suspicious," she whispers. Harry's jaw tightens. "Snape is always suspicious," he says. Ron shifts. "Quirrell is useless," Ron mutters. He faints at everything. Harry's stomach twists. He remembers Quirrell's eyes, hunted, and he remembers the pressure in his scar. "Do not underestimate useless," Harry says quietly. Hermione's brows knit. "What do you mean?" Harry's voice is low. "Sometimes people act weak," he says, "because it makes others ignore them." Hermione's eyes widen slightly, then sharpen. "That is," she whispers, "true." Ron looks unsettled. "You talk like you're 40, Ron mutters. Harry's mouth twitches. "I do not feel 40, he says quietly. "I feel tired." Ron's expression softens for a heartbeat. Then he looks away, uncomfortable with softness. Hermione leans closer. "We have to stop whoever it is," she whispers. Harry's stomach tightens. "We are children," he says. Hermione's eyes flash. "We are children with brains," she snaps. "And you have training. Draco has training. We can do something." Harry's throat tightens at Draco's name. Draco would hate being included with Gryffindors in a plan. Harry speaks carefully. "I will not drag Draco into this without his choice," he says. Ron's ears go red. "Why do you care what Draco wants?" Harry's voice is quiet. "Because he is my brother," he says, and the words land heavy and strange, but they are true in this house. Ron looks shocked. Hermione looks thoughtful. Hermione nods slowly. "Fine," she whispers. "But we need to act soon. The stone will not stay safe forever." Harry's scar prickles again. That night, Harry cannot sit still. He leaves the common room quietly, cloak pulled up. He moves through corridors like a shadow, breath calm. He pulse pounding anyway. He does not go to Ron and Hermione. He does not go to Snape. He goes toward the third-floor corridor. The air grows colder as he approaches. The smell of wet dog hits him strong and sharp. Harry's stomach twists. He stops at the corner and listens. No voices, no footsteps. Only a low rumbling growl, deep and slow, like a creature breathing in sleep. Harry's scar prickles. His head throbs lightly. A vision flickers. He sees the trapdoor open. He sees Quirrell climbing down, hands shaking. He sees Snape's face, furious. He sees a flash of red and gold. Ron and Hermione running. Harry's breath catches. Harry tightens his grip on his wand. Then he hears another sound behind him. A soft footstep. Harry spins. Wand up. Draco stands there, face pale, eyes wide, cloak pulled around him. Draco looks angry and afraid both at once. Draco's voice is low. "What are you doing?" Harry's stomach drops. "How did you?" Harry starts. Draco's jaw clenches. "I followed you," Draco snaps. "You always sneak. You always leave." Harry's pulse pounds. "Go back," Harry whispers. Draco scoffs quietly. "No." Draco snaps. "Tell me." Harry swallows hard. He cannot lie now. Draco is here, seeing the corridor, smelling the dog. Harry's voice is quiet. "There is something under this corridor," Harry says. "Something being guarded." Draco's eyes widen. "I know," Draco whispers, and the words surprise Harry. Harry blinks. "You know?" Draco's jaw tightens. "I am not stupid," Draco mutters. "I hear things. Father told me not to touch it. He told me to stay away." Harry's stomach twists. "Lucius knows," Harry whispers. Draco's eyes flash. "Of course he knows." Draco snaps. "He knows everything. He just does not tell me." Harry's throat tightens. Draco steps closer, eyes sharp. "Are you trying to steal it?" Draco whispers. Harry's stomach drops. "No," he says. "I am trying to stop someone else." Draco's eyes narrow. "Who?" Harry swallows. "I do not know," he says, "but it feels like something is moving." Draco's breath is fast. He looks past Harry toward the corridor, where the growl rumbles again. Draco's hand tightens on his wand. Draco's voice drops. "If you get killed," Draco whispers, "a mum will blame herself, and then father will." He stops, jaw clenched, unable to finish again. Harry's throat tightens. Harry speaks quietly. "Then help me not get killed," he says. Draco's eyes flick to Harry. Draco's face shifts. Anger fighting fear and loyalty. Draco swallows hard. Draco whispers, "Fine." Harry's pulse pounds. He nods once. "We need Ron and Hermione," Harry says. Draco's eyes widen, outraged. Harry's voice stays calm. "Yes," he says. "Hermione has information. Ron has instincts. They also owe us after the troll." Draco's jaw clenches. "They are Gryffindors." Harry's eyes narrow. "And the stone will not care what color their table is," Harry says. Draco's nostrils flare, but he does not argue further. He only mutters, "I hate this." Harry's mouth twitches. "Yes," he murmurs. "So do I." They move quiet, away from the corridor. Harry's heart pounds hard. Draco stays close, cloak brushing Harry's sleeve. They find Ron and Hermione near the library, just as they are packing books like they are preparing for war. Hermione's eyes widen when she sees Draco. Ron's face hardens instantly. What is he doing here? Draco sneers automatically. I could ask the same. Harry steps between them before it sparks. "Stop," he says, voice low and hard. Ron blinks startled. Hermione's eyes sharpen, listening. Harry speaks quickly. "Someone is moving tonight," he says. Toward the stone. Hermione's face goes pale. "How do you know?" Harry's throat tightens. "I feel it," he says, choosing the smallest truth again. Draco's voice is tight. He feels things. Draco snaps, irritated. It is annoying. Ron's eyes flick to Harry. "Your visions," Ron whispers. Harry's jaw tightens. "Do not say that word loud," he says. Hermione's grip tightens on her books. "We have to go," she whispers. Ron swallows. "We are going to die." Ron mutters. Draco's sneer sharpens. "We already almost did." Draco snaps. "Try to keep up." Ron's ears go red. "I kept up fine." Ron snaps. Harry's voice cuts. "Move," he says. They move. They slip through corridors, avoiding teachers, ducking behind armor, freezing when footsteps pass. Harry's breathing is steady, but his pulse is loud. Draco's breath is fast and angry. Ron's face is pale. Hermione's eyes are bright and terrified. They reach the third-floor corridor. The door is locked, but Hermione is ready, wand out, whispering an unlocking charm. The door clicks, the smell hits them hard. Ron gags. "That is," Ron whispers, then swallows. "That is horrible." Harry steps in first, wand raised. Draco follows, jaw clenched. Hermione and Ron follow close. In the middle of the room, the dog is there, enormous, black fur bristling, 3 heads resting on paws like it is bored. Each head lifts slightly, nostrils flaring, sensing them. Harry's stomach drops. Draco's breath catches. "That is," Draco whispers, voice thin, insane. Hermione's voice is a whisper of awe. It really is a Cerberus. Ron swallows hard. How do we not get eaten? Harry's mind races. He remembers the vision of the trapdoor. He remembers music in another vision, a lullaby sound. Harry speaks fast. "Music," he whispers. Hermione blinks. "What?" Harry's voice is tight. "I saw it," he whispers. The dog sleeps with music. Ron's eyes widen. "Do you have a flute?" Draco's mouth twists. "Do I look like I carry instruments?" Draco hisses. Hermione rummages in her bag, frantic, then freezes. "I do not have one," she whispers. Harry's scar burns sharply, like it is laughing. Then a sound echoes from the corridor behind them. A door creaks. A soft footstep. Harry's pulse spikes. He spins, wand up. A figure appears in the doorway. Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's eyes are wide, face pale. His hands shake. He looks at them like they are insects he did not expect to find in his path. Quirrell's voice is high, trembling. "What are you doing here?" he squeaks. Harry's stomach drops. The useless man is here, the weak man. Harry's scar burns again, sharper. Quirrell's eyes flick to the dog, then back to them, and something shifts behind his fear. Something hungry. Draco's breath catches. "It is him." Draco whispers, shocked. Hermione's eyes widen, horrified. "Quirrell," she whispers. Ron looks confused. He faints. Ron whispers. "How is he doing this?" Harry's voice is low. "Because he is not alone." Harry whispers, and the words taste like metal. Quirrell's mouth twitches. "Children," he says softly now, voice changing, steadier, colder. "Always interfering." Harry's heart pounds. The dogs' heads lift higher, growls rumbling. Quirrell raises his wand, shaking less now. "Leave," Quirrell says. Harry's grip tightens. "No," Harry says quietly. Quirrell's eyes narrow. "Then you will die," Quirrell says, and the calm in his voice makes Harry's skin prickle. Quirrell flicks his wand. "Somnus!" he snaps. A wave of sleepy magic washes toward them. Harry builds his wall instinctively, pushing back. Draco staggers slightly, blinking, fighting it. Ron sways, eyes widening. Hermione clenches her jaw, breathing fast, forcing herself upright. Harry's scar burns. The pressure in his skull spikes. Harry snarls, "Protego," and a shield flares, shimmering. The sleepy wave hits the shield and splashes off like water. Quirrell's eyes widen, then narrow. "Interesting," he murmurs. The dog roars, 3 throats shaking the room, and lunges toward the sound of Quirrell's voice. Quirrell snaps his wand. Immobilis. The spell hits the dog, and the creature freezes mid-lunge, muscles locked, eyes blazing. Harry's stomach drops. Quirrell can freeze that monster. Quirrell steps forward, calm now, and his gaze locks on Harry. "Come here," Quirrell says softly. Harry's scar burns like fire. The fragment inside him stirs like a cold worm waking. Harry's breath catches. He tightens his grip on his wand. Draco steps slightly in front of Harry without thinking, wand raised, shoulders shaking. Draco's voice is thin. "Back off." Quirrell laughs softly. "How sweet," he murmurs. Hermione's breath is fast. She whispers, "Hadrian, we need to run." Ron swallows. "Yes," Ron whispers. "Run now?" Harry's pulse pounds. He sees the trapdoor. He sees Quirrell going down. He sees the mirror. Harry's jaw clenches. Harry's voice is low. "Not yet," he whispers. "If he goes down, we lose the stone." Draco stares at him, horrified. "We are children," Draco hisses. "We cannot stop him." Harry's scar burns again, and anger spikes sharp and clean. "Then we die," Harry whispers, and the words are not dramatic. They are simple. Ron makes a small, choking sound. Hermione's eyes widen, then harden. Hermione's voice is shaky but fierce. "Then we fight," she whispers. Quirrell's eyes narrow. He lifts his wand again. Harry moves first. He snaps, Expelliarmus, and the disarming charm shoots toward Quirrell. Quirrell flicks his wand. The spell deflects, sparks flying. Draco shouts, "Confringo," and a burst of force slams into the stone beside Quirrell, cracking it, dust exploding. Ron shouts, "Stupefy," and the red jet hits Quirrell's shoulder, making him flinch. Hermione shouts, "Petrificus totalus," and the spell snaps toward Quirrell. Quirrell snarls, wand flicking, deflecting, moving fast now, not weak at all. His fear mask is gone. His eyes are sharp, cruel. He snaps, "Silencio," and Hermione's mouth opens, but no sound comes. Hermione's eyes widen in panic. Harry's stomach drops. Hermione's voice is gone. Quirrell flicks his wand again. Incarcerus. Ropes shoot toward Harry. Harry twists, dodges, the ropes slamming into the wall behind him with a thud. Harry's lungs burn. His arm aches. Sweat runs down his spine. The dog is still frozen, eyes blazing, heads locked mid-snarl. Its breath huffs in thick bursts, fogging in the cold air. Quirrell steps closer, wand raised, eyes locked on Harry. "You," Quirrell says softly, and there is something like hunger in the word. "You are a problem." Harry's scar burns so hard his vision blurs. He sees a flash of a face, pale, noseless, eyes like pits, and the image makes his stomach turn. Harry snarls, "No," under his breath. Quirrell's mouth twitches.
"Oh, yes,"
he murmurs, voice lower now as if he is speaking to someone else. He knows. Harry's pulse spikes. The fragment in him stirs, cold and excited. Harry clenches his jaw so hard his teeth ache. "Get out," he whispers, not sure if he is speaking to Quirrell or the thing in his own skull. Draco's hand grabs Harry's sleeve, tight. Draco's voice is thin. "Harry," Draco whispers, and the name sounds like fear. Harry's stomach twists. He is losing control. Quirrell's wand lifts again. "Avada," Quirrell begins, and the first syllables are soft, almost loving. Hermione's eyes widen, silent scream. Ron makes a sound of pure panic. Harry's mind goes blank with terror, then snaps into focus with anger. He moves. He lunges forward, not with a spell, but with his body, slamming into Quirrell's chest. Quirrell staggers, surprised by the physical attack. Harry grabs Quirrell's wand wrist with both hands, fingers digging in hard. Quirrell snarls and tries to yank away. Harry's skin touches Quirrell's hand. Quirrell screams. The sound is high and horrible, like burning flesh. Harry's hand feels heat, then a sharp stinging like touching a stove. Quirrell jerks back, eyes wide with shock and pain. Smoke curls from his skin where Harry grabbed him. Harry's breath catches. His stomach drops. He remembers stories, whispers, the idea that Harry Potter burned people. But Harry is not Harry Potter. except his skin is doing it anyway. Quirrell's face twists, and for a heartbeat the fear returns, real this time. No. Quirrell gasps, and the word is not about Harry. It is about the thing behind his eyes. Harry's scar burns like a brand. His vision blurs. He hears a hiss in his skull, furious, hateful. Harry's breath shakes. Quirrell lunges again, trying to grab Harry, but he flinches, afraid of the burn. Draco seizes the moment. Draco shouts, "Expelliarmus," and Quirrell's wand flies from his hand, spinning, clattering across stone. Ron rushes forward, panic-fueled, and kicks the wand away. The movement is clumsy, but it works. The wand slides under a table. Hermione, still silenced, points her wand at Quirrell with shaking hands and mouths words, eyes fierce. Quirrell stumbles backward, clutching his burned hand, face twisted. Harry's breath is ragged. His hand throbs, skin red, but he does not let go of Quirrell's sleeve. Quirrell snarls, voice low now, and the calm returns. Forced. "Stop," he says, as if commanding the pain. Quirrell's eyes lift, and for a heartbeat Harry sees something behind them. Something cold and ancient, staring out through Quirrell's face. Harry's stomach turns. Quirrell whispers, "Get away from me." And the words are not Quirrell's voice anymore. Harry's scar burns. The fragment inside him surges, like it wants to answer. Harry snarls through clenched teeth, "No." Quirrell's face contorts. Smoke curls off his hand again where Harry's fingers still touch cloth near skin. Quirrell screams again, then lurches toward the trapdoor, desperate, moving like a wounded animal. Hermione's silenced spell hits Quirrell's legs. Quirrell stiffens, then collapses to his knees with a thud. Harry's breath shakes. Hermione's eyes are wide, and she looks both terrified and proud. Ron stares at Harry's hand, then at Quirrell's burned skin. Ron whispers, "What the—" Draco's face is pale. "You burned him?" Draco whispers. Harry's stomach twists. "I did not mean to," Harry says, voice rough. Quirrell gasps, clawing at the floor, trying to reach the trapdoor. "Master," Quirrell whispers, voice shaking. "Master, help me. Harry's scar burns like fire." A cold voice hisses in his skull, furious. "Kill him." Harry's breath catches. His stomach drops. The voice is not his. Harry clamps down hard, building his wall, forcing the voice back. "No," Harry whispers, shaking. Quirrell lifts his head, eyes wild. "Give me the stone," he rasps, and the hunger is back, desperate. Harry's jaw clenches. "We do not have it," Harry says, voice hard. Quirrell laughs, ragged. "The mirror," Quirrell gasps. "The mirror will give it." Harry's pulse spikes. The mirror. The vision. Hermione's eyes widen. Ron looks confused and terrified. Draco whispers, "What mirror?" Harry's head throbs. The air shifts. Footsteps echo from the corridor outside, fast many. Snape's voice cuts through, furious. "Move." The door slams open. Snape storms in, wand raised. McGonagall is behind him, face white with rage. Dumbledore appears last, calm like a storm's eye. Dumbledore's gaze locks on Quirrell, then on Harry, then on the frozen dog, then on the wreckage. Dumbledore's eyes sharpen. "Quirinus," Dumbledore says softly. Quirrell's face twists. "Headmaster," he gasps, and the fear is real now. "I was—" he starts, then chokes. Snape's voice is venom. "You?" Snape spits, stepping closer, wand aimed at Quirrell's throat. Dumbledore lifts a hand, gentle. "Severus," Dumbledore says, calm but firm. "Enough." Snape's jaw clenches so hard his face twitches. He holds his wand anyway. McGonagall's gaze snaps to Harry, Draco, Ron, Hermione. "You," she says, voice shaking with fury. All of you, again. Hermione's mouth opens, but no sound comes. Hermione points at her throat, eyes wide. Dumbledore flicks his wand casually. The silencing charm breaks. Hermione inhales hard, relief flooding her face. Hermione gasps, "Professor," he and she points at Quirrell, voice shaking. Dumbledore's gaze stays on Quirrell. "I know," Dumbledore says quietly. Quirrell's eyes roll toward Harry again, and for a heartbeat that cold presence stares out. Harry's scar burns. The fragment inside him surges, reaching toward it like it recognizes its other half. Harry's breath catches. He clamps down, wall up, jaw clenched. Dumbledore's eyes flick to Harry's face, and Harry feels that pressure again, gentler now, like Dumbledore is trying to touch the edge of Harry's mind. Harry's wall holds. Dumbledore's brows lift slightly. Then Dumbledore raises his wand and speaks one quiet word. "Fennit." The freezing spell breaks. The dog drops fully to the floor, head sagging, eyes closing as if the sudden release makes it sleep. Quirrell slumps, shaking. Snape steps in and binds Quirrell with a swift rope spell. Quirrell wheezes, face pale, burned hand trembling. McGonagall's voice is sharp. "Explain?" she demands, eyes blazing at the children. Ron starts babbling. Hermione speaks fast. Draco speaks defensive. Their words overlap, messy, panicked. Harry stays silent. Dumbledore's gaze lingers on Harry. "Hadrian," Dumbledore says softly. Harry's stomach tightens at the name in Dumbledore's mouth. Harry looks up, face calm, pulse pounding. Dumbledore's eyes are steady. "Come," he says quietly. "All of you, we will speak somewhere safer." They are led away. Quirrell is dragged, still shaking. The corridor feels too bright, too normal, like it is mocking what just happened. Harry's hand throbs. His scar prickles faintly, like the fragment is sulking now, pushed back. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fusses, voice sharp, hands brisk. She checks Harry's burned skin, clucking. She checks Draco for bruises. She checks Ron for shock. She checks Hermione for exhaustion. Harry sits on a bed, posture straight, hands folded, trying not to tremble. Draco sits nearby, face pale, eyes darting, trying to look calm and failing. Ron looks like he might vomit. Hermione looks like she might cry and laugh at the same time. Adrenaline still buzzing. When Madame Pomfrey finally storms off to fetch potions, Dumbledore steps close. Snape stands by the door, arms crossed, face like stone. McGonagall stands near the foot of Harry's bed, lips pressed tight. Dumbledore's voice is soft. "You did something brave," he says to the group. McGonagall's eyes flash. "They did something reckless," she snaps. Dumbledore's smile is faint. "Both can be true," he says. Harry's stomach tightens. He does not want praise. Praise is attention. Attention is danger. Dumbledore's gaze settles on Harry. "How did you know to go?" Dumbledore asks gently. Harry's throat tightens. He feels everyone watching him. Harry speaks carefully. "I suspected," he says. Hermione's eyes flick to Harry sharp, but she does not contradict. Draco watches Harry like he is trying to understand. Ron looks confused. Dumbledore's eyes narrow slightly. "Suspected," he repeats. Harry's pulse pounds. "Yes," Harry says evenly. Dumbledore studies him for a long moment. Then Dumbledore nods slowly, like he accepts the lie because pushing it now would reveal something else. Snape's eyes burn. Snape does not accept it. Snape is not fooled. McGonagall's voice is tight. "You will lose points," she says. "And you will have detention. Every one of you." Draco's mouth opens, outrage, but Harry's hand lifts slightly, a warning. Draco clamps his mouth shut, face red. Ron groans. Hermione looks resigned. Harry nods once, calm. Dumbledore's gaze stays on Harry. Your hand, Dumbledore says softly. It burned Quirinus. Harry's stomach drops. Draco's eyes widen again. Ron stares. Hermione's breath catches. Harry keeps his face calm. Yes, he says quietly. Dumbledore's voice is gentle. Do you know why? He asks. Harry's throat tightens. He thinks of Lily's blood. He thinks of the protection that clung to him like spider silk. Harry speaks carefully. No. He lies, because he does not want to give Dumbledore anything. Dumbledore's eyes soften, but there is steel under it. Some magic. Dumbledore says voice calm, is written into us by love. Harry's stomach twists. He thinks of Narcissa's cold hands, steady and claiming, choosing him. He thinks of Lily's open eyes, dead but still present in the protection that burned Quirrell. Harry does not respond. He keeps his wall up. Dumbledore's gaze lingers on Harry's forehead. Your scar, Dumbledore says softly. Does it pain you? Harry's pulse pounds. He feels Snape's eyes sharp, and Draco's worried and angry, and Ron's confused, and Hermione's curious. Harry chooses a careful truth. Sometimes, he says quietly. Dumbledore nods slowly. If it grows worse, Dumbledore says, you will tell me. Harry's stomach tightens. Yes, headmaster, he replies, because refusing would be suspicious. Snape's mouth twists. McGonagall's gaze sharpens. You are dismissed, she says, voice tight. Madame Pomfrey will decide when you can leave. They are sent back to beds. Hermione whispers to Harry when the professors step away. You burned him. Hermione whispers, eyes wide. That is not normal. Harry's throat tightens. I did not plan it, he whispers. Ron swallows. Ron starts, then stops, as if he cannot find a word that does not sound like worship. Draco's voice is tight. Do not talk about it. Draco snaps at Ron, then looks at Harry and adds, quieter, please. Harry's stomach twists. He nods once. Hermione's eyes flick to Draco, surprised by the please. Then she nods too. Ron nods slowly, still pale. They lie there until Madame Pomfrey finally lets them leave, one by one, under strict threats. The next morning, rumors explode through the school like wildfire. Quirrell is gone. People whisper about the stone. People whisper about the three-headed dog. People whisper about the Malfoy boy who fought a troll and burned a professor. Harry keeps his face calm as the whispers follow him. Draco walks beside him, shoulders stiff, pretending he is not proud and terrified at the same time. Snape corners Harry after potions, eyes sharp. You come with me, Snape says, voice low. Harry follows, stomach tight. In Snape's office, Snape closes the door and casts silencing. Snape's gaze burns. You touched him. Snape says softly, and you burned him? Harry's throat tightens. Yes, Snape's jaw clenches. And your scar, Snape says, voice low. What did it do? Harry swallows. It hurt, he admits. Snape's eyes narrow, more than usual. Harry hesitates, then nods once. Snape's face tightens. He was close. Snape murmurs, almost to himself. The fragment recognized him. Harry's stomach drops. Recognized? Harry whispers. Snape's gaze snaps to Harry. You will not let it. Snape says, voice harsh. Do you understand? You do not open. Harry's breath shakes. I tried, he whispers. Snape's voice is sharp. Try harder. He snaps, then exhales and forces his tone calmer. I will teach you properly, not like a tutor. Not like your mother's gentle warnings. Harry flinches. Mum is not gentle. Harry says automatically. Snape's mouth twists. Compared to what you need, Snape says. Harry's stomach twists. Snape steps closer, eyes dark. When you feel it, Snape murmurs, you think of something that disgusts you, something that makes you furious. Anger can be a wall. Harry's jaw tightens. He thinks of Quirrell's burned skin. He thinks of that cold voice in his skull saying, kill him. Harry whispers, I hate it. Snape's gaze sharpens. Good, Snape says. Use that. Harry nods once. Snape's voice drops. And you write your mother, Snape says. But you write carefully. Tell her you are safe. Tell her you are learning. Do not tell her why you are afraid. Harry's throat tightens. She will know anyway, Harry whispers. Snape's mouth twists. Perhaps, he murmurs. But do not hand your enemies your fears in ink. Harry nods again. Snape's gaze lingers on Harry's face. For a heartbeat. Something shifts, something raw and bitter. Snape's voice is quiet. You should have died, Snape whispers, and the words are not a threat. They are grief disguised as cruelty. Harry's breath catches. Why? Harry asks, voice rough. Snape's eyes burn, because then Lily would. Snape stops, jaw clenched, and his face goes cold again. Go, Snape snaps. Harry leaves, heart pounding. When summer comes, Hogwarts empties. The train ride back feels heavier. Ron and Hermione wave at Harry from the platform, awkward, uncertain. Harry nods back. Calm, but his chest aches anyway. Draco watches the exchange, eyes narrow. Do not, Draco mutters. Harry's throat tightens. I did not do anything, Harry says. Draco's voice is rough. You always do, Draco whispers. At the manor, Narcissa is waiting in the foyer. Posture perfect, eyes sharp. Lucius stands behind her, face calm. Harry steps in. The smell of home hits him, wax and cold stone and lavender. Narcissa's eyes flick to Harry's hand, still faintly red. Her mask cracks for a heartbeat. What happened? Narcissa asks, voice tight. Harry's throat tightens. He keeps his voice calm. A troll, he says. And Quirrell. Narcissa's eyes narrow. Quirrell. Harry's scar prickles faintly, like it dislikes the name. Lucius's voice is smooth. We heard Quirrell left, Lucius says. We heard there was an incident. Harry swallows. Yes, he says. Narcissa steps closer, hand lifting to Harry's forehead. Her fingers brush near the scar, gentle and careful. Harry's breath catches, and he hates that it does. Narcissa's voice drops. Pain, she murmurs. Harry nods once. Lucius's gaze sharpens. And did you speak to Dumbledore? Lucius asks. Harry's stomach tightens. Yes, he says carefully. Lucius's eyes narrow. And what did he ask? Harry keeps his face calm. He asked about my scar. Harry says. He asked if it hurt. Lucius's jaw clenches. And you told him. Harry's throat tightens. I said sometimes, he admits. Lucius's mouth tightens. Be more careful. Lucius says softly, and the softness makes it colder. Narcissa's gaze flicks to Lucius, sharp. He is alive, Narcissa says quietly. That is what matters. Lucius's eyes harden. A lev is not enough if Dumbledore is watching, Lucius replies. Harry's stomach twists. He looks at Narcissa, then at Lucius. Harry speaks quietly. He tried to touch my mind, Harry says. Narcissa's eyes narrow instantly. Did he succeed? Harry's jaw tightens. No, he says. Narcissa's shoulders ease slightly. Lucius nods once, satisfied. Draco hovers near the stairs, watching, face pale. Draco's voice is low. He burned Quirrell. Draco blurts, and the words spill out like Draco cannot hold them. Narcissa's eyes snap to Draco. Draco, she says sharply. Draco flinches. It is true. Draco snaps, then his voice drops, rough. I saw it. Harry's throat tightens. Narcissa's gaze returns to Harry. Her voice is quiet. Show me, she says. Harry holds out his hand. The skin is still tender. Narcissa's fingers brush it lightly, and Harry flinches despite himself. Narcissa's eyes narrow. Protection magic, she murmurs. Old. Lucius's gaze sharpens. Lilies, Lucius says, and the name sounds like something he does not want to speak. Narcissa's jaw tightens, but she nods once. Harry swallows hard. Quirrell was. Harry starts, then stops, throat tight. Narcissa's eyes sharpen. Say it, she commands softly. Harry's breath shakes. He was not alone, Harry whispers. There was something behind him. Narcissa's fingers go still. Lucius's face tightens. Draco's eyes widen. The Dark Lord. Draco whispers, voice thin. Harry's scar prickles. Harry's stomach twists. Narcissa's voice is quiet, deadly. Not dead, she murmurs. Lucius's jaw clenches. Not gone, Lucius agrees, and the fear under his calm is sharp. Harry's breath is fast. Snape said the fragment recognized him. Harry whispers. Narcissa's eyes narrow. Severus told you that, she says. Harry nods. Narcissa's voice drops. Then Severus knows more than he has said. Narcissa murmurs. Lucius's gaze sharpens. We will speak to him, Lucius says. Narcissa's eyes stay on Harry. Her voice softens slightly. You did well, she says quietly. Harry's throat tightens. He feels something warm and painful in his chest. Harry whispers, I was scared. Narcissa's fingers lift, brushing his cheek once, quick, like she cannot allow herself to linger. Good, she says softly. Fear keeps you alive. Harry's breath shakes. He nods once. Draco watches. Face tight, jealousy and relief mixed. Narcissa turns her gaze to Draco. And you? Narcissa says, voice cool again. You will not speak about Harry's hand to anyone. Not friends, not family, not even your father's guests. Draco's jaw clenches. Yes, mother, Draco mutters. Lucius's gaze flicks to Draco. You will also remember, Lucius says softly, that what Harry can do makes him valuable. Harry's stomach twists. Narcissa's eyes flash. Narcissa's voice is cold. Do not, she warns. Lucius's mouth tightens, then he inclines his head slightly, as if conceding. Harry exhales slowly. The tension in the room settles, but it does not vanish. That night, Harry lies in his bed at the manor, staring at the ceiling. The room smells of lavender. The silence is thick. His scar prickles faintly. He builds his wall. The prickling fades, but something cold still presses against the inside of his mind, like a finger tapping on a locked door. Down the corridor, Lucius stands alone in his study, a candle burning low. He opens a drawer with a careful hand and pulls out a small black diary. The cover looks ordinary, but the air around it feels wrong, like cold breath. Lucius's fingers hesitate, then close around it. The candle flame flickers, and for a heartbeat Lucius's shadow on the wall looks taller than it should. Lucius whispers, next year, and the diary feels warmer in his hand, as if it hurt him. Harry came home for summer and Malfoy Manor felt too quiet for a place that big. No Draco shouting in the corridor. No Lucius pacing with a glass in his hand. No gossiping witches dropping by. Just the hush of old stone and the steady tick of the long case clock that always made Harry feel like time was watching him. He tried to act normal anyway. Breakfast, books, practice. He sat in the library for hours, flipping through divination guides Narcissa had collected for him. tracing diagrams with his finger until the ink smudged. He read history too, anything about prophecies, anything about curses that stuck to families, anything about the kind of magic that left marks on skin and on lives. At night, the visions got worse. He woke up with his throat tight, sweat cold on his back, the sheets twisted around his legs like they were trying to hold him down. In the dream, he was in a corridor that went on forever, doors breathing on both sides, whispers leaking from the cracks. His scar hurt like someone pressing a hot coin into it. Then a voice, soft and misty, like it was coming through fog. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry jolted upright so hard his head spun. He slapped a hand over his scar like that would stop it. His fingers shook. He could still hear the words, like they had hooked into his skull and refused to let go. He swung his legs off the bed and stumbled to the window. The night outside was pale and still, moonlight washing the lawn silver. He pressed his forehead to the cold glass and tried to breathe. In and out. Slow. His chest would not listen. He did not hear the door open. He only felt the presence, the soft shift of air behind him. Narcissa's voice came gently. "Harry." He turned. She stood in the doorway in a dark robe, hair loose around her shoulders, looking more tired than she ever let anyone see. She held a shawl folded over her arm. He swallowed. "Sorry. I woke you." "You did not wake me." She crossed the room and draped the shawl around his shoulders like she had done when he was small, like he was still allowed to be little. "You have been sleeping badly for weeks." Harry stared at the fabric. His hands gripped the ends so tight his knuckles went white. He tried to keep his voice steady and failed. "There is a prophecy about me," Dumbledore hinted. "Last year. I thought I could ignore it." Narcissa's face went still. Not shocked, not confused. Just that quick, sharp stillness she got when something hit too close. Harry looked up at her. "You knew." She did not deny it. "That was the worst part. I heard rumors. I did not have the full wording." "Why did you not tell me?" The words came out smaller than he wanted. It felt humiliating, like he was 12 again. Like he needed her permission to be angry. Narcissa sat on the window seat beside him. For a second she looked like she might reach for his hand and stop herself. Then she did it anyway. Her fingers were cool, firm. "Because I wanted you to have a childhood that belonged to you," she said. Not to a line spoken in a room you were not even in. Not to men who think children are pieces on a board. Harry let out a short breath that almost sounded like a laugh, but did not have any humor in it. "It still got me." "I know." Her voice cracked on the last word, and she hated that it did. You could see it. Narcissa Malfoy did not like cracks. "I thought I could put distance between you and that world. I thought I could hold it back." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard, and it did nothing. It said neither can live while the other survives. Narcissa went pale. Her grip tightened. "You heard it clearly," he nodded. His scar throbbed again. Like it agreed. For a moment Narcissa said nothing. She stared out at the moonlit grounds like she was seeing something else layered over it. Smoke and ruin. Then she turned back to him, eyes sharp enough to cut. "Listen to me." Her voice dropped. "A prophecy is not a chain unless you let it be. You are not a pawn. You are my son. You have choices." Harry's throat tightened. "What if the choice is just how I die?" Narcissa's hand slid up his arm, and she pulled him into her, hard and fast, no hesitation. Harry made a strangled sound and held on. His fingers dug into her robe. "You do not get to die just because some voice said a sentence." She whispered into his hair. I did not steal you from Dumbledore and lie to half the world just to hand you to fate. Do you understand me?" Harry nodded against her shoulder, because it was easier than speaking. His chest ached. He hated how much he needed this. He hated how good it felt anyway. Narcissa breathed in slow and forced her tone back into control. "When you see something, you tell me, even if you think it is useless, even if it frightens you." He wiped his face with the back of his hand. "Okay." She leaned back and cupped his cheek. "And you will not carry this alone at school. Ron and Hermione no parts. Tell them more if you must. If they deserve you, they will stay." Harry gave a weak nod. "They will." Narcissa held his gaze like she was making a vow with her eyes. "Good. Because if anyone tries to isolate you, I will tear them apart." That actually made a laugh slip out of him. It was small, but real. Narcissa's mouth softened. "There. That sound, keep it." When he boarded the Hogwarts Express again, it felt like walking back into a storm he could already smell. Draco met him at the platform, stiff and polished in green-trimmed robes like he had never forgiven Harry for choosing Gryffindor. Draco did not hug him. Draco barely nodded. "Mother says you have been brooding," Draco said as they climbed onto the train. Harry shot him a look. "Mother says you have been sulking." Draco's lip curled. "I am not sulking. I am being realistic. You are surrounded by idiots and you keep acting surprised when they behave like idiots." Harry almost smiled. It was the closest thing to normal between them now, trading jabs like they used to. "You missed me." "I did not." Draco looked away too fast. "Try not to embarrass us this year." "Us." Harry held onto that single word as the train pulled away. Hogwarts looked the same when the boats crossed the lake, but Harry felt different stepping into the castle. Like he had a second heartbeat now, one made of the prophecy line, thudding under everything else. The first weeks went almost calm, which made Harry suspicious. His visions did not stop, but they came like flashes he could not place. A girl sobbing in a bathroom, a book falling open, yellow eyes blinking in darkness, a hiss that slid into his mind like a secret language. Then Halloween came. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were leaving nearly headless Nick's party, joking quietly, Ron still complaining about the moldy food. When Harry's scar flared so sharp he stopped mid-step. "Oh," he hissed, grabbing his forehead. Ron froze. "You all right, mate?" Hermione leaned in, eyes worried. "Harry, what is it?" Harry did not answer. The corridor tilted, not like he was fainting, like something inside him had been yanked sideways. He saw the corridor ahead empty, then full of people, then empty again. He saw a cat hanging stiff as wood. He saw red letters. Then it snapped back. They turned the corner and there it was, exactly like the vision, Filch's cat hanging by its tail, eyes wide and glassy. On the stone wall, written in dripping red, were words that made Hermione gasp. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Ron swore under his breath. Hermione went white. Harry could not breathe properly. His vision was still echoing through him, pieces overlapping the real world. A diary. Small lither. A name in spidery writing. T.M. Riddle, a girl's face crying. A huge serpent scales sliding over stone. Draco's voice, mocking and pleased. "You'll be next." Harry swayed. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. "Harry?" He forced air in. His skin felt cold. He could hear footsteps thundering toward them as people spilled into the corridor. And then, like the world had decided to be cruel in the simplest way, Harry realized where he was standing, right in front of the message, right next to the petrified cat, looking like he had been waiting there. Whispers started before the teachers even arrived. He heard his name. Potter. Malfoy Ward. Weird one. He heard the fear behind it. Filch arrived and made a sound like he was choking. "My cat," he croaked, and then his watery eyes locked on Harry. Professor McGonagall pushed through the crowd. Her eyes flicked from the writing to Harry, sharp and assessing, but not accusing. Not yet. Everyone moved back. Now, Snape appeared like a shadow and his gaze hit Harry like a slap. Cold, searching, almost angry, like Harry had failed a test Snape had set without telling him. Dumbledore arrived last. His face stayed calm, but his eyes did not. They pinned Harry. Then the message, then Harry again, as if he were fitting pieces together. Harry wanted to scream. "I did not do this. I saw it. I tried to stop it." He bit the words back because he could already hear how it would sound. Hermione tugged his sleeve, pulling him slightly away from the wall. She leaned close. "Your face went blank. You scared them." "I know," Harry whispered. His hands were shaking. "Hermione, I saw a diary. I saw a name. T.M. Riddle. It matters." Hermione blinked fast. "That is specific. That was in the vision. Like it wanted me to remember." Ron swallowed. His freckles stood out stark against his pale skin. "This is the chamber thing, is it? The old story. Bloody hell." Harry stared at the red letters and felt the prophecy line twist in his gut. Neither can live while the other survives. It was like the castle itself had decided to remind him. After that night, the school changed. Corridors felt narrower. Doors felt like mouths. People walked in groups and watched Harry like he might bite. The first student was found petrified a week later. Then another. Then another. Every time. Harry felt the lead up in his bones, the pressure of a vision trying to break through. He warned Ron and Hermione when he could. "Do not go alone," he told them one morning, voice tight. "If you hear anything like a hiss, run. Look away. Use a mirror if you have to." Hermione stared at him. "Harry, what are you not telling us?" Harry hesitated, then forced it out. "I have been hearing a voice. In the walls. It is speaking a language I understand." Ron blinked. "You mean like a person?" "No," Harry said. His stomach rolled. "Like a snake." Hermione's eyes widened, and a thrill of fear ran through Harry, because he knew what that meant, what people would make it mean. Ron looked like he wanted to argue and did not know how. "Tell me you are joking," Ron said. Harry shook his head once. "I wish." They were still reeling from that when the dueling club happened. Because Lockhart had decided he was the perfect man to teach students how to defend themselves, and Snape had agreed with a smile that looked like he was about to enjoy it far too much. The great hall was cleared. Students packed in, buzzing. Harry stood between Ron and Hermione, trying to ignore the way people edged away from him. Draco was opposite him, wand twirling, smug as ever. When their eyes met, Draco's expression flickered, something tense under the arrogance. Lockhart puffed himself up. "Welcome, welcome, to the first meeting of the dueling club." Snape's voice cut and dry. "Pair up." Harry ended up facing Draco. "Try not to trip," Draco muttered, but his hands shook slightly on his wand. "Try not to cry." Harry shot back, and Ron snorted. They raised their wands. Spells snapped through the air, bright and sharp. Harry moved on instinct, half a second before Draco cast, because he felt the shape of it coming like a twitch in the world. He blocked, redirected, ducked, and Draco's eyes widened. "How?" Draco hissed. Harry did not answer. He could not explain that his gift was not a clean advantage. It was a constant tension, like living with a warning bell in your skull. Then Draco angry. flicked his wand, and shouted an incantation that made the floor ripple. A snake burst out onto the stones, thick and black, rearing up, eyes glittering. The crowd screamed and backed up. The snake lunged toward a first-year girl who froze, wand slipping from her hand. Harry's body moved before his brain caught up. He stepped forward, and the language poured out of him like breath. "Stop. Leave her." The snake froze mid-strike. Its head swayed toward him. The room went dead quiet in the way only a room full of terrified people can. To Harry it sounded normal. The snake hissed back, annoyed, confused, like a sulky child. "Why should I?" it said in his head. "Because I said so." Harry snapped, and his voice shook, not with anger, with panic. The snake lowered slowly, then slid away, obeying. A beat of silence. Then the whispers hit like stones. "Parselmouth. Here, Slytherin." Ron stared at Harry like he had never seen him before. Hermione's mouth had fallen open. Harry's face went hot. "I did not know," he blurted, loud, helpless. "I did not even realize it was different." Snape's eyes narrowed. Lockhart looked like he might faint. Draco's face twisted between triumph and something else, something that looked almost like fear. He took a step back from Harry like the air around him had turned poisonous. That night in the common room, no one sat close to Harry. Neville avoided his eyes. Lavender whispered to Parvati, and they both stopped when Harry looked up. Ron and Hermione stayed with him, but even Ron looked unsettled, like part of him was fighting old stories he had been told. Hermione finally snapped. "Ron, do not be stupid. He did not choose it." "I am not saying he chose it," Ron muttered, rubbing his face. "It's just, it is a bit mad in it." Harry's chest hurt. He forced a joke that landed flat. "Sorry for having random snake talents." Hermione reached across the table and grabbed his wrist. Her grip was firm. "Stop. Do not joke like you deserve this." Harry looked at her, startled by the heat in her voice. Her face softened. "You are not the heir. You are scared and trying." "That is what I see." Ron swallowed. "Same. I am just, rattled." Harry nodded, but the loneliness stayed thick in his throat. It was Luna who cut through it first. He found her by accident, one afternoon when the corridor stairs got too much. He slipped into an unused classroom and shut the door, leaning on it, breathing hard, sweat prickling at his hairline. His hands were shaking from holding himself together all day. A voice floated from under a desk. "Hello." Harry jumped. "What?" Luna Lovegood slid out, dust on her knees, holding one shoe like it was treasure. Her blonde hair was a mess, her eyes calm like nothing could embarrass her. "You are Harry Potter," she said, like stating the weather. "Yes," Harry said carefully. "What are you doing?" "Looking for my other shoe," Luna said. "Someone thought it was funny to take them. People often think it is funny to take things." Harry stared at her, then huffed a laugh despite himself. "That is awful." "It is," Luna agreed, completely calm. She tilted her head at him. "You look like you are trying not to cry." Harry's stomach dropped. He hated that she saw it. He also hated that she did not make it a big deal. "I am fine," he lied. Luna hummed. "No, you are not." "But you will be. You are not dark, Harry. You are just lonely." Harry swallowed. "Everyone thinks I am the hare." Luna shrugged. "Everyone thinks a lot of things. Most of them are wrong." He stared at her. "You do not care that I talk to snakes." "It seems useful," Luna said, like she was discussing a quill. "Snakes know things. People forget that." Harry felt something unclench in his chest. He helped her search for the missing shoe, lifting chairs, peering under desks. The silence between them was not awkward, it was easy. When they found the other shoe hanging from a light fixture, Luna looked up and sighed. That was mean. Harry lifted his wand, Accio shoe. It dropped into his hand. He handed it to her, and she smiled like he had given her a gift. "Thank you," Luna said. "If you want somewhere quiet, you can sit with me sometimes. People do not bother me much. They already decided I am odd." Harry's mouth twitched. "They decided I am worse than odd." Luna considered him. "Then we can be odd together." Harry surprised himself by saying, "Okay." That night, the vision came clearer than any before. Ginny Weasley, eyes wide, writing in a diary with shaking hands. A sink opening, stone steps spiraling down. A boy's voice, polite and cold, calling his name. Harry shot awake in the dorm, heart hammering, sweat on his neck. He sat up and stared into the dark until the shapes of the beds settled. "It is happening," he whispered. He moved fast. Cloak, shoes. Out, he found Ron and Hermione and dragged them into a quiet corridor. His hands would not stop shaking. "Ginny is in trouble," he said. Ron's face went blank. "What?" Harry forced the words out. "I saw her. I saw a diary. I saw the bathroom. We have to go now." Hermione's voice went tight. "Harry, how sure are you?" Harry's scar burned like an answer. "Enough." They grabbed Lockhart because they needed an adult, and because Lockhart was already sniffing around for glory. He followed them, pale but trying to act brave, talking too loudly, telling them he had handled worse. Myrtle's bathroom stank and echoed. Moaning Myrtle wailed as they shoved open the door. Harry barely listened. His eyes went to the sinks, searching. There, on a copper tap, a tiny snake etched into the metal. His mouth went dry. He leaned in, scar throbbing. The language slipped out. Open. Stone groaned. The sink slid aside, revealing a dark pipe dropping into the earth. Ron made a strangled noise. "That is mental." Lockhart swallowed. Now, keep calm." Harry went first. He did not think. He just moved, because if he thought too much he would freeze. The drop was slick and cold. They slid for what felt like ages, landing hard on stone. Harry's shoulder jarred. Pain shot down his arm. He gasped, tasted dust. They moved through tunnels that smelled of rot and old water. Harry's breath fogged in the stale air. His pulse banged in his ears. Then they found her. Ginny lay pale on the stone floor, hair spread like a fan, eyes closed. For a heartbeat, Harry thought she was dead and his stomach fell through him. He stumbled forward. "Ginny." A shadow moved behind them. Lockhart's voice turned sharp. "Right, that is enough heroics from you two. Hand over your wands." Ron spun. "What are you on about?" Lockhart's smile was thin and scared. "I cannot have you telling anyone how I got down here. It ruins the story." "Now, wands." Harry's hands went cold. Lockhart, do not. Lockhart snatched Ron's wand with a fast grab and raised it. Obliviate. The wand blew up in his hand. The blast knocked Harry backward. Stone cracked. Dust poured from the ceiling. A chunk of rock slammed down between Harry and Ron with a roar. Harry coughed, eyes stinging. He scrambled to the rubble, fingers scraping stone. "Ron." Ron shouted back, muffled Harry. "Are you all right?" "Yeah." Harry lied. He could not see them. The wall of rock was thick. "Get help." Ron swore. "We will dig. Hang on." Harry turned back to Ginny, throat tight. He dropped to his knees and shook her shoulder gently. She was cold, not dead, breathing shallow. A soft laugh echoed through the chamber. Harry froze. A boy stepped out of the shadows like he belonged there, tall, neat, dark hair perfect, eyes bright with something that made Harry's skin crawl. "Hello." "Harry Potter," the boy said pleasantly. Harry's scar screamed. "You?" Harry whispered. The boy smiled. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry's mind flashed to the diary name, the spidery writing. The visions. "You are not real," Harry said. "Oh, I am real enough," Riddle replied, and his voice was calm like they were chatting in a classroom. "You made it interesting this year. All that warning people. All that interference, it forced my hand." Harry's stomach twisted. "Ginny, she wrote so beautifully," Riddle said, almost fond. "She poured herself into me. And now I am nearly whole." Harry clenched his fists. "Let her go." Riddle's smile sharpened. "No." The air shifted. A hiss rolled through the chamber like the walls were breathing. Harry heard it before he saw it, heavy scales sliding, the scrape of something massive moving in the dark. The basilisk. It erupted from a stone mouth, huge and terrible, head swaying, eyes glowing with death. Harry's body reacted. He threw himself behind a pillar, heart slamming, breath tearing out of him. Sweat soaked his palms. He peeked, and the basilisk's gaze swept past, and he jerked back before it could catch him. His chest was tight, panic rising. He could not do this. He was just a kid. He could see the future, and it still did not tell him how to win. Then fire screamed overhead. A phoenix dove into the chamber, red and gold, wings beating heat into the cold air. It landed near Harry and dropped something with a thud. The Sorting Hat. Harry stared at it, stunned. "What?" Fawkes cried, sharp and fierce, and launched at the basilisk's face. The basilisk reared, roaring, and Fawkes struck, blinding it, talons flashing. The basilisk screamed and thrashed, smashing stone. Dust rained down. Riddle shouted, anger cracking his calm. "No." Harry grabbed the hat with shaking hands. "Help me," he whispered, not sure who he was begging. His fingers hit metal inside. He yanked and a sword came free, silver gleaming. Harry's breath hitched. His arms felt too weak to hold it. He gripped anyway, knuckles burning. The basilisk slammed into a pillar. Stone shattered. Harry staggered, coughing, eyes watering. He could hear it now, blind but hunting, hissing, tasting the air. Harry forced himself to move. He remembered the vision fragments, the angle, the timing. He stepped left, then right, baiting it, heart hammering so hard it hurt. The basilisk lunged. Harry dove, rolled, came up with the sword raised. His arms shook. His lungs burned. He screamed and drove the blade upward as the mouth opened over him. The sword punched into the roof of its mouth. The basilisk convulsed. Hot breath blasted over Harry's face. The creature's weight slammed down, pinning his legs. Pain exploded in Harry's arm. He looked down and saw a fang sunk into his skin. He cried out. His vision blurred. Venom burned like fire racing through his veins. Riddle stepped closer, eyes bright with triumph. "You see, fate wins." Harry's hand fumbled on the stone. The diary lay nearby, black against the floor, ink leaking like a wound. Harry's mind narrowed. One thought, do it. He grabbed the basilisk fang lodged in his arm and yanked. He screamed, dizzy, bile rising. He slammed the fang into the diary. The diary shuddered. Ink burst out in a wave. Riddle screamed, not calm now, furious and afraid. His body tearing apart like smoke ripped by wind. No. Riddle howled. Then he was gone. Harry sagged, gasping, trembling. His arm went numb. His scar throbbed, then eased. Ginny stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, and she made a broken sound. "Harry." He tried to answer, and his tongue felt thick. "You are okay," he rasped, and it sounded like a lie. The chamber tilted. Darkness pressed in. Warm drops hit his arm. Harry blinked and saw Fawkes leaning over him, tears falling onto the bite. The venom pain eased, then faded. Like the fire was being washed out from the inside. Harry sucked in air and sobbed once, sharp and ugly, from sheer relief. Later, after Ron and a dazed Lockhart were dragged out and Ginny was carried up into the light, Harry sat in Dumbledore's office with his arm bandaged, exhaustion dragging at every muscle. The door opened and Narcissa swept in like a storm. Her face was white. Her eyes were red. The moment she saw Harry sitting upright, she made a broken sound and crossed the room fast. Harry stood and she grabbed him, hugging him so tight it hurt. He did not care. He held on. His hands shook against her back. "You?" Narcissa whispered, voice wrecked. "You foolish, brave boy." "Oh, I am fine," Harry tried. Narcissa pulled back, fingers framing his face, checking him like he was glass. "Do not lie to me." Dumbledore watched quietly, then cleared his throat. "Mrs. Malfoy, thank you for coming so quickly." Narcissa did not look at him. "I was already on my way the moment I heard there was blood in this school." Harry flinched. Blood, prophecy. Voldemort. It all felt tangled now. Dumbledore spoke to Harry, gentle but heavy. That diary was not only a weapon. It was a piece of Tom Riddle, a piece of Voldemort. Harry's stomach turned. He thought of Riddle's smile, the way it felt like looking into a mirror that hated him. Narcissa went still. Her hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. "There may be more," Dumbledore said. "More objects, more fragments. If I am right, this is only the beginning." Harry's scar pulsed once like a warning. Narcissa leaned down, voice low in Harry's ear. "Whatever it is, we face it together. You do not get abandoned to it." "Not ever?" Harry nodded, throat tight. "Okay." That night the Gryffindor common room exploded with celebration. Hermione, revived and pale but alive, threw her arms around Harry so hard he staggered. "You saved us," she said into his shoulder, voice shaking. "You saved me." Harry hugged her back, awkward and grateful. Ron was already telling the story to anyone who would listen, making the basilisk twice as big each time, eyes wide, hands flailing. Harry smiled at it, but the weight did not leave. Not fully. He slipped out later, needing air, and climbed to the astronomy tower, where the night wind cut through the warmth of the castle. Luna was there, leaning on the battlements, looking at the stars like they were speaking to her. She turned when he approached. "I thought you might come." Harry stopped beside her. His shoulders sagged. "How did you know?" Luna's smile was small. "I just did." Harry swallowed. "Thank you for believing me when everyone else did not." Luna nodded like it was obvious. "You looked like someone trying to do the right thing and getting punished for it. That is not the same as being evil." Harry let out a breath. His hands were still faintly trembling. The wind cooled his skin. Luna glanced at him. "Does it still hurt?" "A bit," Harry admitted. She stepped closer, hesitated, then took his hand. Her fingers were warm, simple, like an anchor. Harry looked down at their hands, then back at her, cheeks hot. "You are not scared of me." "No," Luna said softly. "I am more scared of people who smile while they lie." Harry laughed under his breath. "Fair." They stood there in the wind, hand in hand, the castle quiet around them. For a moment, Harry felt like he could breathe without the prophecy squeezing his ribs. Then Luna spoke, almost casual. "I dreamed of a graveyard last night, a cup shining in the dark, and you falling." Harry's scar flared sharp and sudden, and the world tilted with a flash of cold stone and a high laugh that did not belong to a boy. Harry sucked in a breath, eyes wide, and tightened his grip on Luna's hand as the vision clung to him like smoke. The train jolts, metal screaming against metal, and the lights die like someone pinched them out. Harry's hand tightens on the seat edge. Cold punches through the compartment window, crawling into his bones. Breath turns to fog. Ron makes a small sound like he has swallowed a curse. "What is that?" Ron whispers. Hermione is already on her feet, wand half raised, eyes wide. "Stay calm," she says, voice tight, like she is trying to convince herself. Draco stands by the door, shoulders stiff, chin lifted like he can stare the fear away. His fingers are white around his wand. "It's a trick," he mutters. "Some sort of prank." Harry's scar prickles. His stomach drops hard, like the floor vanished for a second. The corridor outside the compartment door goes quiet. Not normal quiet. A dead quiet that presses against your ears until you can hear your own heartbeat pounding. Then the door handle rattles. Harry's breath catches. He shifts so he is between the door and the others without thinking. His body goes hot and cold at the same time. He hears Narcissa's voice in his head, calm and sharp. "Do not let fear make you stupid. Let fear make you fast." The door slides open by itself. A shape drifts in. It is tall, wrapped in a black cloak that eats the dim light. The hood hides its face, but the air around it feels wrong, like the world is shrinking. Cold thickens. Harry's chest tightens. His lungs fight for air like they forgot how. Hermione's breath comes out in a sharp gasp. Ron makes a choking noise. Draco's wand lifts, trembling. Harry's vision blurs. He sees a lake of fog. He hears a woman scream. He hears a laugh, high and cold. The Dementor glides forward. Harry's body locks. His scar burns like someone shoved a hot blade into it. His knees go weak. Sweat breaks along his spine, then instantly feels like ice. Ron whispers, "No," like a prayer. The Dementor leans toward Harry. The cold turns cruel. Harry's thoughts slip. The world turns gray. He tastes metal. He hears a voice in his skull that is not his, pleased and hungry. "Kill." Harry's jaw clenches until it hurts. He tries to build his wall. It cracks. Panic floods him. A bright flash explodes in the corridor. A voice barks, "Enough." The Dementor jerks back like it was punched. Light returns in a weak flicker. The air warms a fraction. Harry sucks in a breath that hurts his throat. His heart slams. He grips the seat edge so hard his fingers ache. Professor Lupin stands in the doorway. Wand raised, face pale and furious. Lupin's voice is low. "Go." The Dementor drifts away, reluctant like smoke pulled by wind. The door slides shut. The train lights flicker back to life. The cold lingers, but it is not crushing anymore. Harry swallows hard and realizes his hands are shaking. His stomach twists and nausea rises fast. He leans forward and breathes through it, jaw clenched, refusing to throw up in front of Draco. Ron looks like he might cry. Hermione's face is white. Draco is staring at his own wand like he is offended it did nothing. Lupin steps into the compartment, eyes scanning them, then landing on Harry. His gaze sharpens, like he felt something. "You all right?" Lupin asks. Harry forces his voice steady. "Yes?" Lupin does not look convinced. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a bar of chocolate. He breaks it and hands pieces around. "Eat," Lupin says. Draco stares at it like it is insulting. "Why?" "Because you look like you have been scraped hollow." Lupin replies, flat. "Eat." Harry takes it and chews. The sugar hits his tongue and it helps a little. His hands still tremble. His scar still prickles like a warning. Lupin watches him. "Dementors affect everyone," Lupin says quietly. "But some feel it harder." Harry's throat tightens. He keeps his eyes on the chocolate in his hand. "I am fine." Lupin's voice stays calm. "You do not have to be fine in front of me," he says. Draco snaps. "He is always fine." Harry's jaw tightens. He looks at Draco, then away. Lupin's eyes flick between them, thoughtful. "I will speak to you later." Lupin says, eyes on Harry. Then he turns to leave. Try to breathe, and do not wander the train. When the door shuts, Ron lets out a shaky breath. "That was—" Ron starts, then stops like there are no words. Hermione whispers, "Dementors. They guard Azkaban. They are not supposed to be on a school train." Draco mutters, "This place is ridiculous." Harry stares at the window. His reflection looks too calm. His eyes look too old. He hates it. He whispers, barely audible, "It went for me." Ron swallows. "It went for all of us," Ron says, but his eyes are on Harry's face, uneasy. Hermione's voice is quiet. "It leaned toward you first," she admits. Draco's mouth tightens. "Of course it did," he mutters, bitter. "Everything does." Harry does not answer. His scar burns again for a second, then eases. Like something inside him is annoyed it got interrupted. When they reach Hogwarts, the feast tastes like nothing. Harry sits at Slytherin, posture perfect, hands steady, and he can still feel the Dementor cold under his skin like a bruise. Draco talks too loudly, trying to prove he is not shaken. Blaise laughs at the right moments. Daphne watches Harry like she is measuring him. Harry watches the staff table. Dumbledore looks calm. Snape looks like he wants to stab someone with his eyes. Lupin sits between them, hands clasped, expression controlled. But Harry catches him glance toward the Slytherin table more than once. After the feast, Snape's voice cuts through the hall. "Slytherins. Follow." Harry follows the stream to the dungeons, damp air wrapping around him. The common room light is green and watery. Draco drops onto the sofa and immediately starts complaining about Dementors like he is not still pale. Harry sits near the fire, hands folded, trying to warm up. His fingers still feel numb. Draco leans in, voice low. "Do not tell anyone what happened," he says. Harry's eyes flick up. "What happened?" Draco's jaw clenches. "That you froze." Draco snaps, then softens a fraction, angry at himself. "That you looked like you were dying." Harry's stomach twists. "I did not freeze." Draco's eyes flash. "You did," he says, voice shaking. "And you did not even scream. You just went blank." Harry swallows. His throat feels raw. "I heard things," he admits. Draco's face tightens. "What things?" Harry hesitates. He chooses a careful truth. "Someone laughing," he says. Draco flinches like that hit him. "The Dark Lord." Draco whispers, voice thin. Harry's scar prickles. He does not answer. He does not want to speak that name into the air. Draco's hand twitches like he wants to grab Harry's sleeve and stop himself. He looks away, furious at his own worry. "You need to learn to fight them," Draco mutters. Harry's mouth goes dry. "How?" Draco shrugs, too quick. "Ask Lupin," he says, then scoffs like he did not just suggest it. He looks like he knows things. Hermione catches Harry the next day after charms, eyes sharp. Ron is beside her, chewing his lip. "We need to talk," Hermione says. Harry keeps his voice neutral. "About what?" Hermione's eyes flick to Draco, who is hovering close enough to listen, pretending he is not. "About the Dementor?" Hermione says. "It affected you badly." Harry's jaw tightens. "It affects everyone." Ron rubs his face. "Not like that," Ron mutters. "You looked like you were falling apart." Harry's throat tightens. He hates being seen. He hates it more that they are right. Draco cuts in rough. "He is not telling you anything." Draco snaps. Hermione's eyes flash. "I did not ask you." Harry exhales slowly. "Stop," he says, voice low. Both of them freeze. Harry looks at Hermione and Ron. "I heard a voice," he says quietly. "It was not mine." Ron goes pale. Hermione's grip tightens on her books. Draco stiffens. Hermione whispers, "The fragment." Harry nods once. Ron swallows. "So what do we do?" Harry's stomach twists. "We survive," he says, then forces something else out. "Lupin might be able to teach me a Patronus." Hermione's eyes widen. "That is advanced," Draco scoffs. "He is advanced," Draco mutters, bitter. Ron looks between them. "Are you?" Ron starts, then stops. "Are you going to ask him?" Harry nods. "Yes." That evening, Harry knocks on Lupin's office door. His hand trembles, so he shoves it into his pocket and tries again. Lupin's voice calls, "Come in." The office smells like old parchment and tea. A small fire crackles. Lupin looks up from a stack of papers, tired eyes sharpening when he sees Harry. "You," Lupin says quietly. Harry steps in and shuts the door behind him. He keeps his posture straight. "Professor," he says. "I need help." Lupin watches him for a long moment. "Sit," Lupin says. Harry sits in the chair opposite the desk. His knee bounces once, then he forces it still. Lupin's voice is calm. "You want to learn a Patronus," he says. Harry's throat tightens. "Wes!" Lupin leans back slightly. "Why?" Harry hesitates. He feels the fragment shift under his skull like something listening. He builds his wall. Slower this time, careful. He answers with the truth he can say. "Because the Dementors will come again," Harry says. "And I cannot let them do that to me." Lupin nods slowly. "All right," he says. "But you need to understand something first. A Patronus is not a spell you cast because you are clever. It is a spell you cast because you can hold on to something good while fear is crushing you." Harry's mouth goes dry. "I can do that," he says, and he sounds like he is trying to convince himself. Lupin's eyes soften a fraction. "We will try," he says. "Tomorrow night, after dinner. Bring your wand. Bring your stubbornness." Harry's mouth twitches. "Yes, Professor." Lupin's voice drops. "And Hadrian," he says, using the name that makes Harry stiff. "Close your mind when you leave here. Some people in this castle enjoy poking at wounds." Harry nods once. He stands. "Thank you." Lupin watches him at the door. "One more thing," Lupin says. Harry pauses. Lupin's voice is quiet. "Do you know why the Dementor leaned toward you first?" Harry's stomach twists. "No." Lupin's gaze sharpens. "Because you carry more pain than most," Lupin says. "And it can taste it." Harry swallows. His throat burns. "I did not choose that," he whispers. "I know," Lupin replies, and the certainty in his voice hits Harry like a hand on the shoulder. Harry leaves, heart pounding. The first Patronus lesson happens in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. The windows rattle with wind. Candles burn low. Lupin stands near the door, wand ready. Harry stands in the middle of the room, feet planted, hands damp on his wand. Lupin's voice is calm. "Think of a memory," Lupin says. "A real one. Not a story you tell yourself. Something that makes your chest feel lighter." Harry swallows. His mind flashes to Narcissa in the library at Malfoy Manor, shawl around his shoulders, voice fierce, saying he does not get to die. It hurts to think of it. It also warms him. Harry whispers, "Okay." Lupin raises his wand. "Dementor," Lupin says, and with a flick the air changes. Cold crawls into the room. The candles dim. Harry's breath turns to fog. His scar prickles hard. Harry's stomach drops. His hands shake. Lupin's voice cuts through. "No." Harry forces air in. His voice comes out rough. Expecto patronum. Silver mist spills from his wand, weak like smoke. It shivers and dies. The cold presses harder. Harry's vision blurs. He hears the laugh again. He tastes metal. His knees go weak. Lupin steps forward fast, wand snapping up. "Finite," he says sharp. The cold eases. The candles brighten. Harry gasps and bends forward, hands on his knees, breathing hard. Sweat runs down his back. He feels sick. Lupin's voice is steady. "Again," he says. Harry lifts his head. "I did it wrong," Harry mutters. "You did it," Lupin corrects. "It was just small." Harry's jaw tightens. Small is not enough. Lupin watches him. "Then we make it bigger," Lupin says. Again. They do it again and again, not a montage. Each attempt a little different. Harry's throat goes raw from the words. His arms ache. His scar burns on and off like a warning light. Twice he nearly vomits. Lupin does not flinch when Harry shakes. Lupin only keeps his voice calm and makes Harry stand back up. After the fourth attempt, silver mist surges from Harry's wand and holds for a second. Not a shape, not an animal, but a shield that pushes the cold back a step. Harry's breath catches. His eyes sting. Lupin nods once, satisfied. "There," he says. "You felt it." Harry's voice shakes. "Wes!" Lupin's gaze is quiet and sharp. "Hold on to that feeling," Lupin says. "You will need it." Harry leaves that room with his legs trembling, and his muscles aching like he got punched from the inside. He also leaves with something else, small and stubborn, a spark that says he is not helpless. The next day, Hogsmeade is announced. Permission slips. Excited chatter. Harry's stomach twists when he remembers he does not have guardians who can show their faces on school paperwork without questions. Draco smirks at breakfast. "Poor you," Draco says low. Stuck in the castle like a prisoner. Harry keeps his face calm. "I do not care." Draco's eyes narrow. "You do?" Harry does. He hates that he does. Hermione leans in, voice quick. "We can sneak you out," she whispers. Harry's eyes narrow. "No?" Ron mutters. "We could," like he wants to try just because someone said no. Harry's voice is flat. "Would do not," he says, and that tone makes them both shut up. Later that week, Harry is walking alone near the courtyard when he hears a laugh in the dark. Not Dementor laughter, human laughter, sharp and cruel. He freezes near a stone pillar. His breath catches. Two older students are cornering a small blonde girl. Luna? Her hair is tangled. Her shoes are mismatched. One of the older boys is holding her bag above her head like a prize. "Where do you keep the fake creatures?" The boy sneers. Luna's voice is calm. "They are not fake." The boy laughs. "Say please," he says. Harry's stomach tightens. Heat crawls up his neck. He steps out from behind the pillar. "Put it down," Harry says. The older boy turns, eyes narrowing. "Malfoy," he says, and his mouth twists. "What? Are you collecting weird girls now?" Luna's eyes flick to Harry. They go soft for a heartbeat, like she is not surprised. Harry keeps his wand down, but his voice is cold. "Put it down," he repeats. The boy snorts. "Or what?" Harry's scar prickles. The fragment stirs like it wants to enjoy this. Harry clamps down hard, wall up, and uses the anger that is his, not the thing inside him. He flicks his wand. Accio bag. The bag yanks out of the boy's hand and slams into Harry's chest. Harry catches it and hands it to Luna without looking away from the boy. The boy's face reddens. "You think you are impressive," he snaps. Harry's voice is quiet. "I think you are pathetic," he replies. The second older student shifts, wand half raised. "You want a duel," he mutters. Harry steps forward one pace, grounding his feet on the stone. "No," Harry says. "I want you to leave." The boy hesitates. There are other students nearby now, watching, whispering. The older boys do not like losing face in front of an audience. The first boy sneers, then spits, "Whatever," and jerks his head. They walk away fast, pretending they chose it. Harry exhales slowly. His hands are shaking again, not from fear, from the effort of holding the anger in the right place. Luna adjusts her bag strap and looks up at him. "Thank you," she says simply. Harry swallows. "They should not do that," he says. "They do it anyway," Luna replies, calm. Then she tilts her head. "Your hands are shaking." Harry hides them behind his back. "I am fine," Luna hums. "You always say that." Harry blinks at her. "You said that like Draco." Luna's mouth twitches. "Draco watches you too much," she says. Harry's cheeks go hot. He hates that she noticed that. They stand under the courtyard archway. Wind moves through, cold on Harry's face. He can smell wet stone and the faint smoke from the kitchens. Luna steps closer, lowering her voice. "The castle feels hungry this year," she murmurs. Harry's stomach drops. "You feel it too?" Luna nods. "Yes." Harry looks at her, pulse pounding. "I keep seeing things," he admits. "I see a rat. I see a man laughing. I see my mother crying." Luna's eyes soften. That sounds heavy. Harry's throat tightens. It is. Luna hesitates, then reaches out and touches his sleeve, a light anchor. "You do not have to carry it alone," she says. Harry's chest tightens. He looks down at her hand. Then he looks back at her face, at the calm certainty there. His voice comes out rough. "You do not seem scared of me." Luna shrugs. "I am scared of empty smiles," she says. "Not of you?" Harry swallows hard. He nods once. Because if he speaks more his voice might break. They walk together toward the stairs. Harry keeps track of where they are, the archway behind them, the courtyard open on their left, the corridor ahead narrowing. He keeps breathing slow. Then, the fat lady's portrait screams later that night. Harry is in the Slytherin corridor when the sound reaches him, high and frantic. Students start running. Harry's stomach drops. His scar prickles. He runs too, feet pounding stone. He reaches the Gryffindor corridor and sees the crowd. Ron is there, face pale. Hermione is there, breath fast. Percy is shouting. Professors push through. The fat lady sobs, frame shaking. "He had a knife," she wails. "He asked for the password and I said no and he ripped me." McGonagall's face is white with fury. "Ooh." The fat lady's voice shakes. Sirius Black. Harry's blood turns to ice. His vision slams into him hard. A man with wild dark hair. A laugh that is not funny. A voice whispering. "I did not betray them." Harry staggers. Hermione grabs his sleeve. "Harry," she whispers. Ron looks at Harry, eyes wide. "Black is after you," Ron says, voice shaking. Draco appears at the edge of the crowd, pale, eyes sharp. He looks furious that Harry is in a Gryffindor corridor. He also looks scared. Harry swallows hard. His scar burns, then eases, like it is enjoying the fear. He forces his voice calm. "He will not get me," he says. But his stomach twists, because the truth is he does not know if that is a promise or a hope. The weeks after that are tight and sharp. Dementors circle the grounds. Harry's Patronus lessons continue. The silver mist grows stronger, shaping into something that almost looks like a shield. Lupin pushes him, not gently, but not cruelly either. Then the night of the first Quidditch match. The Dementors swarm the pitch. Harry is not on a broom. He is in the stands. Because his name is still Hadrian Malfoy and Slytherins do not cheer for Gryffindor players. He sits with Draco, stiff and quiet, while Draco pretends he is bored. The cold hits like a slap. Harry's breath turns to fog. His scar burns. The Dementors rise over the pitch like a black tide. Students scream. Someone falls off a broom. The crowd surges. Harry stands. His legs shake. His lungs fight. Draco grabs his sleeve hard. "Do not," Draco snarls, voice thin. Harry's jaw clenches. "Let go." Draco's grip tightens. "If you do this, everyone will see you." Draco hisses. Harry looks at Draco, and Draco looks terrified, not of losing points, but of losing Harry. Harry's voice is quiet. "I do not care," he says. He yanks his sleeve free and raises his wand. The Dementor cold presses into him, trying to peel his mind open. The laugh rises. The metal taste hits his tongue. Harry forces the memory in. Narcissa's arms around him. Luna's hand on his sleeve. Ron and Hermione in the bathroom, refusing to leave him. Draco whispering please without meaning to. Harry's voice comes out hard. Expecto Patronum. Silver light bursts from his wand, brighter than before. It surges outward like a wave, a clean wall of pale force. The Dementors recoil. The cold retreats a step. Harry's knees nearly buckle. His arm aches. Sweat runs down his back despite the cold. He keeps the light up anyway, jaw clenched, breath shaking. The Dementors pull back, drifting away like smoke. The crowd screaming turns to stunned silence. Harry lowers his wand slowly. His hand trembles so hard, he has to grip his wrist with the other hand. Draco stares at him pale. "You." Draco whispers, like he has never seen Harry properly before. Harry exhales, long and shaky. "I told you," he murmurs. "I am not helpless." Draco swallows. "Neither am I," Draco mutters, and the words sound like a vow. The spring that follows brings the truth like a knife. Harry is walking with Ron and Hermione under the cloak, moving toward Hagrid's hut. Harry keeps track of their positions, Hermione on his right, Ron on his left, the cloak edge brushing Ron's shoe. The night air smells of damp grass. The hut light glows ahead. They reach the hut and crouch behind a barrel. Hagrid's voice rumbles inside. Another voice answers, sharp and nervous. "Scabbers." Harry's stomach drops. He does not see the rat. He hears the squeak and the frantic scrabble. His vision hits him, the rat turning into a man's face, sweaty and terrified. Hermione whispers, "What is happening?" Harry's voice is tight. "The rat?" He whispers. "It is not a rat." Ron's breath catches. "Do not," Ron whispers, but his voice shakes. The door bursts open and people spill out. Lupin, Snape, a dog that shifts into a man. Sirius Black. Harry's heart slams. Sirius looks wild, thin, eyes bright. He stares at Harry like he is seeing a ghost. Then his gaze flicks to Ron, to Hermione, to Lupin, then back to Harry again. Sirius's voice cracks. "You," he whispers. "You have his face and her eyes." Harry's throat tightens. "Who are you?" Harry snaps, wand raised. Sirius laughs once, broken. "Your godfather," he says. "And not the traitor they told you I was." Snape snarls, silence. Lupin's voice cuts, calm but firm. "Severus." "Not yet." Harry's scar burns. His mind reels. He can feel the fragments stirring, excited by the chaos. Ron's voice cracks. "My rat?" Ron blurts. "Where is my rat?" Lupin points, voice tight. "There." The rat scrabbles across the grass and Ron lunges, grabbing it. The rat squeals, twisting. Harry's stomach turns because he can feel the wrongness now like a smell. Sirius steps closer, eyes locked on the rat. Peter, he says, voice low and deadly. Show your face. Ron gapes. Peter. Hermione's voice shakes. Peter Pettigrew. Harry's pulse pounds. The name fits the vision. Snape's wand lifts. This is madness, Snape snarls. Lupin's voice stays steady. Severus, he says. Look. Lupin raises his wand. He forces the change. The rat convulses, bones cracking, flesh shifting. Ron recoils with a shout, stumbling back. A man collapses into the grass, bald patch, watery eyes, shaking like jelly. Peter Pettigrew. Ron makes a choking sound. You. Ron whispers, voice full of disgust. Pettigrew sobs. Please, he whines. Please, I can explain. Sirius lunges. Lupin grabs him. Snape steps forward, eyes blazing. Harry's head throbs. His scar burns. The world narrows. Pettigrew looks at Harry and his eyes widen with recognition. He scrambles backward on his hands, panic rising. Not you? He gasps. Not you too. Harry's jaw clenches. Tell me. Harry says, voice low. Did you betray my parents? Pettigrew's mouth opens. He looks at Sirius. He looks at Lupin. He looks at Snape. Then he looks at Harry and his fear turns into a desperate gamble. You do not even know who you are. Pettigrew spits. Harry's stomach drops. Sirius stiffens. Lupin's eyes widen. Snape's face goes hard and cold. Harry's voice comes out sharp. Say it, he snaps. Say what you mean. Pettigrew's eyes flicker, wet and cruel. Ask Narcissa, he whines, and the name hits the air like poison. Ask her why she wanted you so badly. Harry's blood turns to ice. Hermione's hand grips Harry's sleeve tight. Ron stares, confused and scared. Sirius's face twists like he wants to kill Pettigrew on the spot. Lupin's jaw clenches. Snape's eyes lock on Harry, sharp and suspicious. Like he is trying to solve it right there. Harry's throat tightens. He can barely breathe. What? He forces out. Pettigrew's smile is ugly. You think you are just a saved baby? He whispers. You think you are just a boy. You are not. Sirius snarls. Enough. Pettigrew flinches, then scrambles fast. He shifts, half-changed, a blur of fur, and bolts into the dark. Sirius lunges, but he is too late. Lupin curses. Snape shouts. Ron yells. Harry stands frozen, wand in his hand, chest-tight scar burning like a brand. Hermione whispers, Harry, we need to move. Harry's voice is rough. He said ask Narcissa, he whispers. Ron swallows. About what? Harry looks into the dark where Pettigrew vanished, and the cold settles under his skin again, slow and heavy. He does not answer Ron. He cannot. Because the truth just shifted, and he can feel it like the castle itself moved under his feet. And somewhere in his mind, the fragment stirs, pleased, like it knows the question Harry is about to ask will hurt. Narcissa did not wait for Harry to sit down before she spoke. You heard Pettigrew, she said, voice low. You will not pretend you did not. Harry stood in her study with his hands behind his back, posture straight, stomach twisting anyway. Lucius was not there. Draco was not there. Just Narcissa afire and the quiet pressure of old wards. Harry forced the words out. He said ask you why you wanted me. Narcissa's eyes narrowed. And you believed him? Harry's throat tightened. I believed he wanted to hurt me, he said. That does not mean he was lying. Narcissa stared at him for a long moment. Then she reached into a drawer and pulled out a small knife with a black handle. She set it on the desk and pushed it toward him. Harry froze. What is that? A tool, Narcissa said, for truth. Harry's pulse jumped. I do not want this kind of truth. Narcissa's voice stayed steady. You already have it. she said. I am only deciding if you hear it from me or from an enemy. Harry swallowed. Fine, he said, rough. Tell me. Narcissa inhaled slowly. Her fingers tapped the desk once, controlled. The night I took you, she said, you were not safe. Not in Hagrid's arms, not in Dumbledore's plans. You were a prize. Harry's jaw clenched. So you stole the prize. Narcissa's eyes flashed. I stole a child, she corrected. And I needed to make the theft permanent. Harry's stomach dropped. Permanent how? Narcissa's voice went quieter. Black family law is old, she said. Older than ministry law. It recognizes blood and it recognizes claim. Harry's mouth went dry. You claim me. Yes, Narcissa said. She did not flinch. With ritual. With blood. With a bond that makes it true in magic, not just in words. It is why the manor accepted you. It is why wards did not reject you. It is why you carry some of us in you. Harry's hands clenched behind his back. That is why I see, he said. Narcissa's gaze sharpened. Partly, she said. And partly because you were marked by something else. Harry's scar prickled. He swallowed hard. You did it without telling me. I did it to keep you alive, Narcissa said. And I did not tell you, because children do not carry that kind of weight well. You were already carrying enough. Harry's breath shook once, sharp. So I am your son because you decided it. Narcissa's voice softened by a fraction. You are my son because I chose you and I kept choosing you, she said. Magic only made the choice harder to take back. Harry stared at her. Anger burned behind his eyes, then slid into something uglier. Relief. He hated the relief. He whispered, Did Lucius know? Narcissa's mouth tightened. He agreed, she said. He did not like it. He understood it. Harry's throat tightened. And Draco. Narcissa's eyes flicked away for a heartbeat. Draco knows you are his brother, she said. He does not know the bond's details. Not yet. Harry exhaled slowly. You should have told me. Narcissa nodded once, like she was accepting a strike. Yes, she said. And I am telling you now because the world is moving again. Harry's stomach tightened. Because Sirius escaped. Because Pettigrew is loose. Because Voldemort is not gone. Narcissa's gaze went cold. Because the dark mark rose at the World Cup, she said. Harry's blood went colder. We are going. We are, Narcissa said. And you will keep your mind closed. You will keep your head up. You will not wander. Harry's mouth went dry. Yes, Mum. The field was loud and bright and full of bodies, but Harry still felt the danger like grit in his teeth. Ministry tents stretched in rows. Wizards laughed too loudly. Witches drank and pretended the last war was just a story they could stop telling. Draco walked close to Harry, robe sleeves brushing, acting bored. Lucius spoke to officials with a smile that never reached his eyes. Narcissa stayed near Harry, calm, scanning. At the match, the roar of the crowd shook Harry's ribs. The sky was huge. Brooms streaked through it like fast birds. Harry watched the players move and felt his heart lift for one stupid second. Then his scar prickled. He turned his head before he knew why and saw a man standing near the edge of the stands, posture wrong, eyes too hungry. The man's face was partly shadow, but Harry's mind supplied the missing piece anyway. A fake limp, a false smile, a constant watch. The vision hit like a shove, a cup glowing, a graveyard. A hand made of bone gripping a wand. Harry blinked hard. The man was gone when he looked again, swallowed by the crowd. Draco noticed Harry's stillness. What? Draco muttered. Harry kept his voice even. Nothing, he lied. Draco's jaw clenched. You always say that? Harry did not answer. That night the scream came from the tree line. People ran. Harry ran too until Narcissa's hand snapped around his wrist hard enough to hurt. Stay, she said, voice sharp. Harry's pulse hammered. Someone is in trouble. You are not a hero, Narcissa said, and her eyes were fierce. You are a target. You move when I move. Harry swallowed. He nodded once. The dark mark rose anyway, green and sick over the trees. People froze. Panic spread like fire. Lucius's face went tight. Narcissa's grip on Harry did not loosen. Harry felt the fragment stir, pleased by the fear. He built his wall and pushed it back until his jaw ached. On the train back to Hogwarts, Hermione and Ron found him in a corridor between carriages, both of them breathless like they had been chasing him. Hogwarts is hosting the Triwizard Tournament, Hermione blurted. Ron's eyes were wide. It's mad. Dragons and all. Harry's stomach tightened. Why are you telling me? Hermione's gaze sharpened. Because your face when you heard about the mark, like you already knew something worse was coming, she said. Harry swallowed. Draco appeared behind Harry, pale and annoyed. Draco snapped, "Stop interrogating him." Hermione shot Draco a look. "Stop guarding him," she snapped back. Harry's voice cut low. "Both of you stop," he said. They did. Harry breathed in slowly. "If the tournament is happening," he said, "someone will use it." Ron swallowed. Use it for what? Harry's scar prickled. He kept his voice steady. "To reach me," he said. The goblet of fire was smaller than Harry expected. A plain cup on a stand, blue flames licking up. The great hall buzzed with excitement. Students stared like the goblet was a celebrity. Draco leaned close at the Slytherin table. "You are not putting your name in," Draco said, voice low. Harry did not look at him. No. Draco's mouth tightened. Good. Hermione kept glancing toward the goblet like she wanted to study it. Ron looked like he wanted to touch it, just to see what happened. When the champions were chosen, the room held its breath. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Victor Crumb for Durmstrang. Then the goblet spat a fourth parchment into Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to it. His expression stayed calm, but the hall went quiet in the way a crowd does when it smells blood. Dumbledore read, voice carrying. Hadrian Malfoy. Harry's stomach dropped so hard he thought he might be sick. Draco's chair scraped. Draco stared at Harry like Harry had just stabbed him. "No," Draco whispered. Ron made a choking sound. Hermione's face went white. Whispers hit the room fast. Malfoy, cheat, dark, rigged. Harry stood because his body moved on training. His legs felt numb. He walked to the front like he was walking to an execution. His hands were shaking, so he clasped them behind his back. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Harry felt the faint pressure of Dumbledore's mind testing his edges. Harry forced his wall up. Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly. Then his gaze turned cold, not at Harry, but past him. At the adults. At the problem? Come, Dumbledore said. In the side chamber, the air felt tighter. Madame Maxime stared like Harry was dirt. Karkaroff looked pleased in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. Bagman babbled. Moody leaned on his staff, one eye fixed on Harry with a hunger that felt familiar. Dumbledore's voice was calm. "Did you put your name in the goblet?" "No," Harry said. Moody's magical eye rolled over him. "He's telling the truth," Moody said, voice rough. Harry's stomach twisted. That did not comfort him. That made it worse. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry. "Then you will compete," he said, voice low. "And you will tell me everything you feel. Every change, every pain, every pull." Harry swallowed. "Yes, Headmaster." Moody's mouth twitched. "You'll need training," he said. "Real training." Harry kept his face blank. He could feel Draco's anger like heat through the wall outside. He could feel Narcissa's fury through the bond like a tight string. After the meeting, Draco caught Harry in the corridor and grabbed his sleeve hard. "You liar," Draco hissed. Harry yanked his sleeve free. "I did not," he started. Draco's eyes were bright, furious and scared. "You always say you do not want attention." Draco snapped. "And now you are the champion. You love it." Harry's chest tightened. "I hate it," he said. Draco's voice cracked. "Then why does it keep finding you?" Harry stared at Draco. He wanted to say, "Because Voldemort keeps trying to reach me." He wanted to say, "Because adults keep turning my life into a plan." He wanted to say, "Because my mother rewrote my name in blood." He said the small truth. "Because people do not let me be normal." Draco's jaw clenched. "I would," Draco muttered. Harry's throat tightened. "No," he said quietly. "You would just choose a different cage." Draco flinched. He looked away fast, furious that the words hit. Luna found Harry after dinner, not with questions, not with panic. She just stood beside him near a window and watched the courtyard lights. "They will talk," Luna said calmly. Harry's mouth went dry. "They already are." Luna nodded. "I brought you this," she said, and held out a small, folded paper. Harry took it. "What is it?" "A list," Luna said. "Things you should remember when your head gets loud." Harry unfolded it. 3 lines in neat handwriting. "Breathe. Eat. Do not believe every thought." Harry swallowed hard. "You wrote this." Luna's eyes stayed soft. "Yes." Harry's voice came rough. "Thank you." Luna hesitated, then touched his sleeve light. "You are not alone," she said. Harry's chest tightened. He wanted to lean into the touch. He did not fully. He just let it exist. Before the first task, Narcissa's letter arrived. The parchment smelled faintly of her perfume. The words were sharp and controlled. "You will not die for their spectacle. You will win because you refuse to lose. Trust Severus before you trust the headmaster." Harry folded the letter carefully. His stomach twisted at the last line. Snape had been watching him more than ever, eyes cold, voice tight, pulling Harry aside for mind work that left Harry sweating and shaking. Moody pushed too, in a different way. He cornered Harry near the training grounds and spoke like a drill sergeant. "You want to live," Moody growled. "You learn to move before the curse lands." Harry's jaw clenched. "I already do." Moody's magical eye wared. "Not enough," Moody said. "Not against what's coming." Harry hated how that sounded like a threat and a promise. The arena for the first task smelled of dirt and sweat. The stands roared. Harry stepped out and saw the dragon and his stomach went cold. It was massive, scales like armor, teeth like knives, heat rolling off it in waves. His hands went slick on his wand. His lungs fought. He forced the wall up and grabbed the one memory that steadied him. Narcissa in the manor library, shawl on his shoulders, voice fierce, telling him he does not get to die for anyone's sentence. Harry raised his wand. "Accio firebolt," he snapped. The broom shot into his hand and the crowd screamed. Harry mounted and launched. The air hit his face hard. The dragon roared and lunged, wings beating heat. Harry dodged, not on instinct, but on a flash. He saw the claw swing a second before it moved. He twisted. Wind tore at him. His arm ached from holding the broom steady. The dragon's tail whipped. Harry dipped low. The tail missed by inches. The heat singed his sleeve. Sweat ran down his spine. He dove toward the nest. The egg glinted gold. The dragon lunged again. Harry's heart slammed. He moved before fear finished forming. He grabbed the egg and yanked up hard. The dragon's teeth snapped where his boot had been. The crowd roared louder. Harry landed on shaking legs, egg heavy in his arms, breath ragged. His hands trembled so hard he nearly dropped it. He did not smile. He just stayed standing. In the weeks after, Ron's jealousy finally snapped. "You don't even look happy," Ron said, voice rough. When they were alone by the lake. "You got chosen, you won, and you still act like it's punishment." Harry's jaw tightened. "It is punishment." Ron's ears went red. "You say that like we can't understand," Ron snapped. "Like you're the only one who ever feels scared." Harry's throat tightened. "Ron," Hermione warned, but Ron kept going. "You've got Moody. You've got Snape watching you. You've got Malfoy backing you." Ron hissed. "You've got everyone. And I'm just—" He waved a hand, angry. Standing there. Harry stared at him. His chest hurt in a stupid way. "Do you want the scar?" Harry asked quietly. "Do you want the voices? Do you want people waiting for you to die so they can tell stories about it?" Ron's face went pale. He swallowed. "No," he muttered. Harry's voice stayed low. "Then stop treating my life like a prize," he said. Ron looked down. His voice went smaller. "Sorry," he said, and it sounded like it hurt. Harry exhaled slowly. "Just stand with me," he said. "That is all I need." Ron nodded once. The second task took his breath in a different way. The lake was black and cold. The moment Harry hit the water, it stole heat from his skin like a hand. He kicked hard, lungs burning, gillyweed taste bitter in his mouth. Underwater, everything went muffled. Shapes moved in the dark. The hostages were there, tied and waiting. Luna floated with her hair drifting like pale weed, eyes closed, calm even in sleep. Harry's chest tightened. He cut her free. Her hand brushed his wrist, and even asleep she seemed to settle toward him. He dragged her upward, muscles screaming, and broke the surface with a gasp that tore his throat. The crowd roared. His arms shook. He hauled her onto the platform and she coughed, blinking water out of her eyes. Luna looked up at him, wet hair clinging to her cheeks. "You came," she said softly. Harry swallowed. "Of course," he said, rough. Luna's fingers touched his cheek, quick, like she was checking he was real. "You are shaking," she murmured. Harry forced a small breath. "I am fine," he lied. Luna's eyes narrowed, gentle and stubborn. "No," she said. "But you are here. Later." Behind a pillar where cameras and eyes could not reach, Luna stepped closer. Her hands were still damp. Her voice was quiet. "They are trying to break you," Luna said. Harry's throat tightened. "I know." Luna stared at him for a long moment. Then she rose on her toes and kissed him. It was quick, warm, real. No show, no game. Harry froze for a heartbeat. Then his hand lifted and steadied at her waist like his body knew what to do even if his head did not. When she pulled back, her cheeks were pink, but her gaze stayed calm. "You deserve something that is yours," she said. Harry's voice came out broken. "Luna." She touched his sleeve again. "Light, breathy," she reminded him. Harry did. His chest still hurt, but it hurt less. The maze for the third task smelled of damp earth and sharp leaves. The hedges were tall, tight, alive with hidden things. Harry stepped in and his scar prickled hard. Moody's voice had been in his ear earlier. "Do not trust what you see," Moody said. "Do not stop moving." Harry moved. He dodged curses from the maze itself, tripped a snare that tried to drag his ankle, cut through vines with shaking hands. He heard screams far away. He heard something laugh inside his skull and hated it. Then he saw it, the cup. It glowed at the center like it was calling him. Cedric was there too, bleeding from a cut on his cheek, panting. His eyes met Harry's. Cedric swallowed. "Together," he said, voice rough. "We end it together." Harry's stomach twisted. A vision flashed. A graveyard. Cedric falling. Harry's breath caught. "Cedric," he started. Cedric's eyes narrowed. "What?" Harry's scar burned. The fragment stirred, eagered. Harry forced the wall up. "Hold my wrist," Harry said fast. "When we touch it." Cedric blinked. "Why?" "Just do it," Harry snapped. Cedric hesitated, then grabbed Harry's wrist hard. Harry could feel Cedric's pulse through the grip. They reached for the cup together. The world yanked sideways. Portkey travel hit like being hooked behind the navel and dragged through ice. Harry landed hard on dirt. The air smelled of old grass and rot. A graveyard. Tombstones. Fog. Cedric sore. "Where are we?" Harry's scar screamed. Then the tether snapped tight on Harry's wrist. A second hand grabbed him. A third shape hit the ground beside them with a low grunt. Snape, Sirius in dog form. Crashing into the dirt and shifting back into a man in one sharp breath, wand already up. And Narcissa, hood up, eyes like knives, landing on her feet like she had been here before. Harry's breath caught. "Mum." Narcissa's gaze flicked over him, then Cedric, then the shadows. "You listened," she said, and her voice shook with rage she was holding down. Cedric stared, stunned. "Professor Snape," he blurted. "And?" He looked at Sirius, confused, black. Sirius's eyes never left the dark ahead. Later. Sirius snapped. A thin man stepped out from behind a tombstone, hand shaking, eyes wide and wet. Pettigrew. Harry's stomach turned. Pettigrew froze when he saw Narcissa. He looked like he might run, then remembered there was nowhere. From the dark, a cold voice hissed. "So many guests?" Harry's blood went to ice. A bundle lay on a stone altar. A cauldron steamed. The air felt wrong, thick with ritual. Narcissa's voice went deadly. "No," she said, and raised her wand. Spells exploded. Snape fired first, fast and clean. Sirius followed, savage, moving like a man who had waited years to hit something. Narcissa's magic snapped sharp, protective and cruel. Pettigrew screamed and ducked. The cauldron rattled. The fog lit green, red, white. Harry's scar burned so hard he nearly dropped. The fragment inside him surged, reaching for the presence in the ritual like it wanted to reunite. Harry clenched his jaw until his teeth hurt. He forced the wall up and shoved the fragment back. Narcissa's hand grabbed Harry's shoulder hard. "Stay with me," she hissed. Harry's breath tore in. "I am trying," he rasped. From the cauldron something rose, pale and wet, forming into a body with a face that was not human anymore. Eyes like pits, no nose. A mouth that curled. Voldemort. Cedric made a strangled sound. Sirius roared and charged. Voldemort flicked his wand and Sirius slammed sideways, crashing into a stone with a crack that made Harry's stomach drop. Narcissa's breath caught. "Sirius." She snapped. Snape's shield snapped up, catching a curse that hissed past like a snake. The ground smoked where it hit. Harry's lungs burned. His hands shook on his wand. He saw the line in his head, "Neither can live while the other survives." And for a heartbeat he hated it so much he wanted to tear it out. Voldemort's gaze locked on Harry. His mouth curled. "There you are," he said, voice soft like a knife. "My unfinished work." Harry's scar burned like fire. The fragment screamed inside him, eager and furious. Harry forced a breath. "You do not get me," Harry said, voice shaking, and raised his wand. Voldemort laughed once. "You brought your mother," he said, eyes flicking to Narcissa. "How sweet." Narcissa stepped forward, wand steady. "Touch him," she said, voice cold, "and I will end you even if it kills me." Voldemort's smile widened. "You already bound him," Voldemort hissed. "You already rewrote what he is. I can taste it." Harry's stomach dropped. Snape snapped, "Do not speak to him." Voldemort flicked his wand and Snape's shield shattered with a crack. Snape staggered, breath sharp. Harry moved on instinct. "Expecto Patronum," he shouted. Silver light burst out, bright and fierce, slamming into the fog like a wall. For a heartbeat the graveyard looked clear. For a heartbeat Voldemort's eyes knackled. Harry's knees buckled. His arms screamed. Sweat ran down his back. Narcissa grabbed his elbow and held him up. "Stand," she hissed. Harry forced his legs straight. His lungs felt torn. Sirius pushed himself up, blood on his temple, eyes wild. He laughed once. Broken. "Come on then," he snarled. "Try me." Voldemort's gaze flicked to Pettigrew. "Leave," he hissed. Pettigrew stumbled backward, panic on his face. He fumbled in his robe and yanked a small object out, a second portkey, prepped. Narcissa saw it and lunged. "No." Pettigrew flinched and threw it anyway. The object flashed. Voldemort's hand shot out, grabbing Pettigrew. Their bodies yanked sideways in a blur. Snape screamed, "Now!" Narcissa shoved Harry and Cedric toward the cup's base. Sirius grabbed Harry's shoulder hard. The portkey took them again. Harry hit grass. Night air. The maze edge. The crowd noise crashing back like a wave. He stumbled and nearly fell. Narcissa caught him. Sirius swore and stayed on his feet. Snape landed hard and stood anyway, wand up scanning. Cedric gasped, "What?" and looked at Narcissa like the world had broken. Harry's scar still burned. His hands still shook. His stomach still turned. Narcissa's voice was low and violent. "He is back," she said. Harry swallowed hard. "He got away," he whispered. Snape's face was pale with fury.
"Yes!"
Snape said. "But he did not get you." Sirius wiped blood from his face with the back of his hand. His eyes locked on Harry. "You all right?" he demanded. Harry tried to speak and his throat locked. He nodded once jerky. In the stands, people started shouting. Professors ran. Dumbledore's figure cut through the chaos, fast and sharp. Harry's knees finally gave. He dropped to the grass, breath ragged, vision tunneling. His scar pulsed like a second heartbeat. He heard Narcissa's voice above him, tight and shaking. "Stay with me," she said. Harry tried to answer. The words stuck. In his mind, the fragment stirred again, not pleased this time, but angry, like it had been denied something it wanted. And Harry knew, cold and clear, that Voldemort would not forget this ambush. Neither would Dumbledore. The first curse hits the courtyard wall and explodes stone into dust. Harry flinches anyway, not because he is surprised, because the sound is too close and his lungs are already tight from running. Inside, Draco snaps, grabbing Harry's sleeve and yanking him toward the side door. Draco's voice is shaking, but his grip is solid. "Move." Harry twists free. Luna is still in there. he says, and his mouth tastes like metal. Draco's eyes flash. I know, he spits. That is why you move. A second blast shakes the windows. Glass rains down somewhere behind them. Harry hears a scream. He does not know whose. That is the point. War does not hand you labels. Sirius appears at the archway, wand up, hair wild, face smeared with blood. Stop arguing, he snarls. No. Snape steps in behind him, robes torn, eyes cold and sharp like he is counting threats. Hallway left, Snape says. 2 in the corridor. 1 on the stairs. Do not miss. Harry's heart hammers. His hands are slick on his wand. He nods once and runs. The manor corridor is darker than Hogwarts, tighter, older. The air smells like wax, smoke, and panic. Harry's steps slap the stone. Draco stays half a step ahead, not looking back, but Harry can feel him listening for Harry's breath. Like he is checking that Harry is still there. A masked witch rounds the corner, wand already up. Harry moves before she finishes the spell. Stupefy. Red hits her chest. She slams into the wall and drops heavy, boneless. Draco does not even blink. Next, he mutters. They hit the staircase. 2 figures are there. 1 tall, 1 short. Both masked. Both raising wands. Draco shouts, Protego. A shield flares. A curse hits it and splashes light across the wall. Harry dives to the side, rolls, comes up with his wand aimed. His ribs burn. Expelliarmus. The short one's wand spins away. Draco snaps his wand and binds the person with ropes that jerk tight around arms and ankles. The tall one swings at Draco, fast. Harry's scar prickles hard. A whisper crawls at the edge of his mind, hungry. Kill. Harry clamps down and shoves it back. He forces his breath steady. Depulso. The force slams the tall one off balance. Draco finishes it with a sharp stun that drops the body on the stairs. Harry's legs shake. He hates that they shake. Draco swallows, staring at the fallen figure. You all right? He asks, too quick, like he did not mean to. Harry's throat tightens. Yeah, he lies. Draco's mouth twists. You always... Draco starts, then stops, jaw clenched. Come on, they run again. At the end of the next corridor, a door hangs half open. Light spills out. Voices. Someone sobbing. Someone shouting. Harry's stomach turns. He moves faster. He hits the doorway and freezes for half a beat. Luna is on the floor, wrists bound, hair loose, face pale. A man stands over her with his wand up, mask pushed back, eyes bright with excitement. Draco's breath catches. Avery, he says, voice low and full of poison. Avery turns, smile widening when he sees Draco. He says, Little Malfoy, come to watch. Harry steps in front of Draco without thinking. His wand is steady. His hands are not. Let her go, Harry says. Avery laughs. Or what? He says. You will tell your mother. Luna lifts her head. Her eyes lock on Harry. She looks scared. She looks furious too. Harry's scar burns. His stomach drops into that familiar cold. Avery's wand twitches. Crucio. Pain hits like fire through Harry's skull. Not on his skin. In his head. The fragment screams like it is being torn open. Harry falls to one knee, breath ripping out of him. His hands claw at the floor. His throat makes a sound he hates. Draco roars, no, and lunges. Snape's spell hits Avery's wand arm from the doorway. Red cracks into Avery's shoulder and the curse breaks. Harry gasps like he has been drowning. Sweat pours down his face. His vision tunnels. Draco grabs Avery's collar and slams him into the wall. Draco's wand is shoved under Avery's chin. Draco's voice shakes. Touch him again and I will end you, Draco hisses. Avery spits blood and laughs anyway. You won't, he croaks. You can't. Draco's eyes flick to Harry, then to Luna on the floor, then back to Avery. Draco's jaw clenches so hard his face twitches. Harry forces himself upright, shaking. Draco, Harry says, voice rough. Draco does not look at him. Don't, Draco snaps, like he is begging and ordering at the same time. Snape strides in, calm and lethal. Move, Snape says to Draco. Draco hesitates. Snape's eyes narrow. No. Draco steps back, breathing hard, wand still in his hand like he is afraid he will drop it and fall apart. Snape flicks his wand. Avery's limbs jerk tight in ropes and he drops, gagging. Harry staggers to Luna. His knees want to fold. He crouches and cuts her bindings with a quick spell. His fingers brush her wrists and she flinches, then grips his sleeve, hard. You came? Luna whispers. Harry's throat tightens. Always, he says, voice cracking. Luna reaches up and touches his cheek, gentle and shaking. Your eyes, she whispers. They went cold. Harry swallows. I'm here, he says, trying to sound steady. I'm still here. Draco hovers by the door, breathing hard, eyes darting like he expects someone to jump them. Sirius appears behind him, wand up. Wild grin that does not match the blood on his face. Nice timing, Sirius says, voice rough. We're leaving. Now. They move as a unit. Snape in front, Sirius covering the back, Draco tight on Harry's side. Luna held close by Harry with one arm around her waist because she is shaking too much to walk straight. They hit the front hall as another blast shakes the chandeliers. Smoke pours down. The manor is screaming around them, not with sound, with violence. Narcissa appears at the stairs, wand raised, face pale and furious. Her eyes find Harry and the fury changes shape. It becomes relief that hurts. You are late, she snaps, voice tight. Harry tries to speak. His throat locks. Narcissa sees his face and her jaw hardens. Who? She says. Draco answers quick. Avery. Narcissa's eyes flash. Of course, she spits. She looks at Harry again. Her voice drops. Can you stand? Harry nods once. His legs are still shaking. Narcissa's hand grips his shoulder firm. Good, she says. Because we're done hiding. Lucius crashes into the hall from a side corridor, robe torn, hair loose, eyes wild with fear he hates showing. The ministry is falling, he says, breathless. They're taking anyone who resists. We cannot hold this house. Sirius barks a laugh. Took you long enough to notice. He snaps. Lucius glares. Watch your mouth. Snape cuts in cold. Enough, he says. We leave. We regroup. We go to Hogwarts. Harry's stomach drops. Hogwarts? He echoes. Narcissa's eyes lock on his. It ends there, she says. They do not walk out politely. They do not sneak. Narcissa opens the front doors with a sharp spell, and they sprint into the night. Harry's lungs burn. The cold air slices his throat. Luna stumbles once and Harry tightens his arm around her, pulling her close. Draco stays on Harry's other side, wand up, eyes scanning like a guard dog that refuses to admit it is guarding. They disapparate in pairs, hard and violent. The world yanks and snaps. When Harry lands, he hits snow and stone. Hogwarts, the castle is not quiet. It is shouting. Spells crack in the air like lightning. Stone walls smoke. Students run. Professors bark orders. The sky above is torn by green and red light. Harry's heart slams. His scar burns in pulses, like it is excited. Stay together, Snape snaps. A scream cuts from the courtyard. Inside, Narcissa orders. They move through a shattered archway into the entrance hall. The marble is cracked. Dust hangs in the air. A suit of armor lies in pieces like a dead thing. McGonagall appears at the stairs, hair loose, eyes blazing. She stops dead when she sees Narcissa. "Mrs. Malfoy!" McGonagall says, voice sharp, "Explain yourself." Narcissa steps forward. Later, Narcissa says, "Where is the headmaster?" McGonagall's eyes narrow. "Alive," she says, "and angry." A deep voice echoes from above. "As he should be." Dumbledore steps down the stairs, robe torn, beard singed. Eyes sharp enough to cut glass. He looks older than Harry remembers. He also looks like someone who ran out of patience. His gaze lands on Harry and holds. The faint pressure touches Harry's mind. Harry shoves it back, wall up. Dumbledore's brows lift a fraction. "Hadrian," he says, voice calm. Narcissa's hand tightens on Harry's shoulder. "Harry," she corrects cold. The entrance hall goes still for half a beat. McGonagall's eyes widen. Sirius lets out a short laugh that sounds like it might become a sob. Draco freezes. His face goes blank, then floods red, then white. "What?" Draco whispers. Harry's stomach drops. He looks at Narcissa, then at Draco. His throat tightens so hard he cannot breathe properly. Narcissa's voice is steady, brutal. "He was Harry Potter the night I took him," she says. "He is still Harry Potter. I named him to hide him. I bound him to keep him." Draco stares at Harry like Harry just became a stranger and a ghost at once. "You," Draco whispers. "You're." Harry forces the words out. "I'm still me," he says, voice rough. Draco's mouth opens. Nothing comes out. His eyes burn. "You lied?" Draco chokes, then flinches like he hates himself for sounding hurt. Harry's chest aches. "I didn't know," he says. Not until later. Hermione appears at the hall edge, hair wild, face streaked with soot. Ron is beside her, bleeding from a cut on his cheek. They stop when they hear the name. Hermione's eyes lock on Harry's scar. Her breath catches. "I knew," she whispers, furious and relieved. "I knew there was a reason." Ron stares, mouth open, bloody hell. He says, voice shaking. Then he looks at Harry like he is trying not to smile. That explains the whole everything. Hermione snaps, "Ron, that is not a sentence." Ron winces. "It is if you're me," he mutters. Dumbledore's voice cuts through. "We do not have time," he says. "Voldemort is here." Harry's scar burns hard at the name. Like it hates hearing it and loves it too. Dumbledore's eyes lock on Harry. "You know what must happen," he says quietly. Harry's stomach drops. The prophecy line twists in his gut. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry swallows hard. "I think so," he says. Narcissa's grip tightens. "No," she snaps, voice cracking. "Do not say it like it is decided." Dumbledore's voice stays calm. "It is decided by choice," he says. "Not by me." Harry's throat tightens. He looks at Luna, standing behind him, hands shaking, eyes bright with fear. He looks at Draco, still frozen, face torn apart by betrayal and loyalty and panic. He looks at Narcissa. Narcissa's eyes are wet. She hates that they are wet. She does not look away. Harry's voice comes out rough. "Where?" he asks. Dumbledore's gaze is steady. "The forest?" he says. Harry nods once, small. Narcissa steps in front of him. "No," she says again, voice low and shaking. "You do not walk to your death because an old man says so." Harry's chest aches. "Mum?" he whispers. Narcissa's jaw clenches. "Do not," she says, like the word is a shield. Sirius steps closer, eyes wild. "If he goes," Sirius says, voice cracking, "I go." Harry snaps. "No," Sirius freezes. Harry's voice is tight. "You can't," he says. "I need you alive." Sirius stares at him. Then he nods once, hard, like it hurts. Snape's voice is flat. "Move," he says. Walk cover him to the forest edge. They do not make a speech about it. They move, because the castle is still being torn apart around them. Harry runs through corridors with Narcissa tight on his right, Draco on his left, Ron and Hermione behind, Snape and Sirius covering the back. Luna keeps pace, breathing hard, wand tight in her fist. A blast hits the wall ahead and showers them with stone chips. Hermione yelps. Ron drags her down behind a broken statue. Harry's scar burns hard. His vision blurs. He sees the forest. He sees himself on the ground. He sees Narcissa's hand on his cheek. He shoves it down. He cannot afford to watch his own end like a show. They reach the front doors. The night air hits like a slap. The forest looms dark, alive. Draco grabs Harry's sleeve. His voice is rough. "If you die," Draco says, then swallows hard. "If you die, it's on them. It's on Mum. It's on everyone." Harry looks at Draco. The words he wants do not come out clean. He says the simplest truth. "It's on Voldemort," Harry says. "Not you." Draco's jaw clenches. "I hate him." Draco spits. Harry nods once. "Good," he says. "Use it." Luna steps in front of Harry, hands shaking. "Harry," she whispers. Harry's throat tightens. "I know," he says, and he hates that it sounds like goodbye. Luna's eyes burn. She rises on her toes and kisses him. It is not long, it is not a performance. It is warm, shaky, real. Harry's hand lifts to her waist and holds her steady because he is shaking too. When she pulls back, her voice is small. "Calm back," she whispers. Harry swallows. "I will try," he says, and it is the only honest answer he has. Narcissa's breath shudders behind him. Harry does not turn. He cannot look at her face or he will break. Snape's voice cuts. "Now." Harry runs into the trees. The forest swallows sound. The snow dampens his steps. Branches claw at his sleeves. His breath fogs thick. His scar burns harder with every step, like it is pulling him toward something that wants him. The whisper returns, excited. "Kill." Harry clenches his jaw. "No," he whispers, and it hurts his throat. A shape moves ahead, tall, pale, still. Voldemort steps out between trees like he owns the forest. His wand is raised. His mouth curls. Harry's heart slams. His hands tremble on his wand. Voldemort's voice is soft. "You came," he says, like he is pleased. Harry forces air in. "You want me," Harry says, voice shaking. "Here?" Voldemort's eyes glint. "Yes," he says. "And you carry part of me. I can taste it." Harry's scar burns like fire. Voldemort steps closer. Death Eaters shift in the shadows behind him. Masks ones, hungry eyes. Voldemort's mouth curls wider. "You think you have choice," he whispers. "You never did." Harry's throat tightens. He thinks of Narcissa's arms around him. He thinks of Draco shoving him out of a cursed path. He thinks of Luna kissing him in the snow wind. He forces the words out. "I choose," Harry says. Voldemort's eyes narrow. Avada Kedavra. Green light hits Harry like a wall. For a heartbeat, there is nothing. Then Harry is falling, not through air, through silence. He lands on something soft grass, not snow. Warm air. He opens his eyes and sees a place that is not the forest. Mist, light. A figure stands ahead, blurry, then sharp, Lily. Red hair. Green eyes like his. She looks tired and fierce. Harry's throat tightens. "Mum," he whispers, and the word breaks him. Lily steps close and cups his face. Her hand is warm. "Real. You did well," she whispers. Harry shakes his head hard. "I don't want to," he starts, and his voice cracks. "I don't want to leave them." Lily's eyes soften. You don't have to stay, she says. But you have to finish it. Harry swallows. The fragment, he whispers. Lily nods. It's gone, she says. He killed it when he hit you. Harry's chest tightens. Relief hurts. A second figure appears. James' messy hair grin that fades when he looks at Harry's face. Look at you, James says, voice rough. All grown up. Harry's throat tightens. He wants to yell. He wants to cry. He is shaking. Then he hears another voice, closer, cold and steady. Narcissa. Harry turns. Narcissa stands there like she belongs and does not. Perfect posture, eyes bright with pain. Harry's breath catches. Mum. He whispers again, confused. Narcissa's jaw clenches. Do not, she says, but her voice cracks. She hates it. I did not come to keep you. I came to send you back. Harry's chest aches so hard he thinks it might split. How? He whispers. Narcissa's eyes hold his. Because you are stubborn, she says. Because you are mine. Because you are theirs. Because you are not done. Harry shakes, breath ragged. If I go back, he whispers, it will kill me. Narcissa steps closer. Her hand grips his shoulder hard. Then you stand up again, she says, voice low and fierce. You do not die unless you decide you are done. Are you done? Harry swallows. His throat burns. No, he whispers. Narcissa's eyes soften for half a beat. Good, she says. The world snaps. Harry wakes in the snow. His body is heavy. His lungs burn. His heart is beating. He lies still because he knows what happens if he moves too soon. Footsteps crunch close. A cold voice says, "Check." A hand grabs Harry's cheek and turns his head. Narcissa. Her face is pale. Her eyes are wet. Her hand is shaking. Her voice is low enough that only Harry hears. Breathe, she whispers. Harry barely moves his lips. I am. Narcissa's throat works. She turns to Voldemort, mask slamming back into place. He is dead. Narcissa says, voice steady. Voldemort stares at Harry's body, then laughs, sharp and pleased. Good, he says. He turns away, cloak sweeping, and the Death Eaters follow like dogs. Narcissa waits until the forest sound shifts, until the footsteps are farther, until the air feels less crowded. Then she drops to her knees beside Harry and grips his face hard. Move. She hisses, voice shaking now. Now, Harry sucks in air and sits up fast, then nearly vomits. His stomach heaves. He swallows it down, gagging. Tears sting his eyes from the strain. His whole body is shaking. Narcissa pulls him close, fierce, like she is trying to weld him back together with her arms. You do not get to scare me like that, she whispers, voice wrecked. Harry's throat tightens. Sorry, he rasps. Narcissa laughs once, ugly. No, you aren't, she snaps, and then her voice breaks. Thank you. Harry clings to her for a second. Then he pulls back because the castle is still there. The war is still there. He forces his legs under him. Narcissa grabs his sleeve. Harry, she says, voice tight. Harry meets her eyes. It's gone, he whispers. Narcissa's face tightens. Relief, rage, fear, all of it. Good, she says, voice low. Now end him. They sprint back toward the castle through trees and snow, staying low, moving fast. Narcissa keeps pace like she is not bleeding under her ribs. Harry can smell blood on her cloak. They hit the courtyard as chaos erupts again. Spells crack. Giants roar. Someone screams. Harry's lungs burn. His hands shake on his wand. Ron sees him first. Ron freezes, mouth open, then lets out a sound that is half laugh, half sob. You absolute. Ron starts, then swallows hard. You're alive. Hermione shoves Ron's shoulder. Stop talking, She snaps, tears on her face. Then she looks at Harry and her voice cracks. Harry. Luna runs into him and grips his robe with both hands, shaking. She presses her forehead to his chest like she is checking his heartbeat. Harry's hand touches her hair, gentle. I'm here, he whispers. Draco stands a few steps away, frozen, eyes wide. His face is pale. His hands are trembling. Harry looks at him. Draco, he says. Draco's throat works. You died, Draco whispers, voice cracking. You died and Mum. Draco stops, jaw clenched, unable to finish. Harry steps closer. He grips Draco's shoulder firm. I didn't, he says. I'm here. And it ends now? Draco's eyes burn. He nods once, hard like a vow. The great hall is wrecked when Voldemort enters. Bodies, smoke, broken benches, broken stone. The air tastes of ash and fear. Voldemort strides to the center like he owns it. His voice carries, cold and pleased. Harry Potter is dead, he calls. A sob breaks from someone, a whimper. Silence that hurts. Then Harry steps forward out of the crowd. I'm not, Harry says, voice rough but loud. The hall jolts like it got hit, gasps, shouts, wands lift. Voldemort's head turns slow. His eyes widen, then narrow. Rage slides over his face like a mask. Narcissa stands behind Harry, wand up, calm and deadly. Draco is on Harry's left. Ron and Hermione are on his right. Luna is close enough that Harry can feel her breath, shaky and fast. Voldemort's voice hisses. You should be dead. Harry's hands shake. He forces them still. You killed what was in me, Harry says. You did me a favor. Voldemort's laugh is sharp. Lies, he spits. Harry's scar does not burn. That is the difference. The silence in his head is clean. Harry steps forward one pace. You don't own the wand, Harry says. Voldemort's eyes flash. I took it? He snarls. Dumbledore steps out from the shadows near the head table, alive, pale, eyes sharp. A ripple of shock runs through the hall. Hermione gasps, Professor, then catches herself. Headmaster. Dumbledore's voice is calm. You never understood loyalty, he says. Voldemort's face twists. You should be dead, he hisses. Dumbledore's mouth tightens. I chose not to be, he says. And I chose who held the wand's allegiance. Voldemort's gaze snaps to Draco. Draco's body locks. His throat works. His eyes flick to Narcissa, then to Harry. Harry speaks steady. Draco disarmed Dumbledore, Harry says. Not you. The wand listened to Draco. Voldemort's face goes pale with rage. Then I will kill him too, he hisses. Draco flinches. Harry steps closer. You can try, Harry says. But Draco, disarm me too. Draco's eyes widen. What? Harry keeps his gaze on Voldemort. In the maze, Harry says. One, he grabbed my wand to pull me back. The wand noticed. Draco's breath catches. Narcissa's hand tightens on Draco's shoulder like she is keeping him upright. Voldemort's eyes narrow, calculating. Then you think it listens to you, he says, voice soft and deadly. Harry's lungs burn. His hands are still shaking. He keeps his voice steady. Wes, he says. And you can't win a duel with a wand that hates you. Voldemort raises his wand. Avada Kedavra. Harry raises his wand. Breath ripping out. Expelliarmus. Green and red slam into each other. For a heartbeat, the hall is pure light. Then Voldemort's curse rebounds. Snapping back like it hit a wall it cannot pass. Voldemort's eyes widen. His mouth opens. The green hits him. Voldemort drops like a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the stone with a dull thud that echoes too loud. Silence. Harry's knees nearly give. His wand hand shakes so hard he has to grip his wrist. His lungs burn. He tastes blood in his mouth from biting his tongue. Then Ron lets out a strangled laugh. That, Ron gasps, was mental? Hermione smacks Ron's arm, crying. Ron winces. Sorry, he mutters, then looks at Harry, eyes bright. You did it. Luna steps into Harry and hugs him hard. Harry holds her tight, shaking. He can smell smoke in her hair, and it makes his throat close. Draco stands still, staring at Voldemort's body like he is waiting for it to move again. Narcissa steps forward, calm now, and looks down at the body. Her face does not soften, it just empties, like she is finally letting years of fear drop out of her hands. Harry turns to Draco. Draco's eyes meet his. Draco's voice is rough. So what now? He asks, and he looks terrified, like he expects the world to punish him for breathing. Harry swallows. His throat hurts. Now we live, Harry says. Draco's mouth twitches, then breaks, and for a second Draco looks like a kid again. All right, Draco whispers. Narcissa steps to Harry's side. She looks at him like she is memorizing him. Her voice is quiet. You will need a name, she says. Harry's chest tightens. I have one, he says. Narcissa's eyes flicker. Pain. Pride, you have two, she corrects. Harry nods once. Then I'll use both, he says. When it suits me. Narcissa lets out a short breath that might be a laugh. Good, she murmurs. Dawn creeps in through shattered windows, pale and cold. Snow falls outside, gentle now, like the sky is pretending nothing happened. Harry sits on the great hall steps later with Luna pressed against his side, her head on his shoulder. Hermione sits on his other side, silent for once, fingers wrapped around a mug. Ron paces nearby because he cannot sit still. Draco sits a few steps away, staring at his hands like he is deciding what kind of person to be. Narcissa stands behind them all, watching the door like the war might come back through it. Harry closes his eyes for a second. His scar does not burn. His head is quiet. He opens his eyes and looks at Luna. Luna looks up at him and smiles, small and exhausted. You're still here, she whispers. Harry's throat tightens. Yeah, he says, and his voice breaks anyway. I am.